Toe Morning Show.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I murdered April with a hairbrush. You wouldn't think. I know women's bones are weaker than men's, and they're not, like, calcium is always an issue to middle-aged women, but April's not middle-aged yet. And so I really thought she could take a decent shot. I mean, it's a hairbrush, right? But then again, that's kind of my fault if you think about it. I mean, rule of thumb and everything. It's in the Bible. Or is it the Quran? Or is it both? Did all religions believe that women needed a few light slams now and then? I think all of them did. I think all of them. And now look, if one religion says, you know, hey, you got to keep them in line a little bit. I mean, that's kind of dickish. That's not very nice. If two religions say you got to, you know, whack them around a little bit to keep them in line, that's not very nice either. Neither of those are good things. But if three religions, and they all become remarkably popular all over the world, say the same thing about, you know, what's the secret to keeping these women, you know, from driving you nuts? What I'm saying is, don't you have to at least hear them out?
I guess so.
I mean, they became very popular. It's like the pet rock guy. He made $1 million. I mean...
The pet rock guy?
What did I say?
The pet rock guy.
Oh, I did say the pet rock guy. It's an Office Space reference.
Yeah.
It's okay. Speaking of which, you are not wearing enough flair today.
Am I not?
No, you didn't have any. She grabs her tits. The first thing she does.
That's what girls do, I think.
You're not wearing enough flair today. Oh, yeah? You don't think so, huh?
Tell me again.
Fucking gay F word. Oh, speaking of gay F words, Gino Bisconti will be co-hosting Rumble Friday this week.
Thank Christ.
I was thinking about this, and I think I might go YouTube for like 10 minutes.
Well, yeah, don't waste him.
Yeah, well, not only that, but I had a dream last night that Gino's channel got demonetized because he was saying the gay F word and the N word and stuff like that, so...
At least it wasn't yours, right?
Right, I took it as a premonition. I'm like, all right, get this motherfucker on Rumble as quick as you can. So put the YouTube stream up, long enough for like 5 minutes to let the YouTube people know, hey, going over to Rumble to have some fun, and then get his ass over there as soon as possible.
Well, go on.
And then Monday, September 25th, the day after the Vikings play the Chargers, Gino will be live in studio doing Steel Toe.
He just missed us so much. Him and Keanu.
Yeah.
Well, Jesus, I'm sorry for my lack of flair today. I forgot I had to grind my other new coffee, you guys.
Yeah, you're finally getting into your April's Magic Bean. And
no, I didn't do that one today. I did the Steel Toe Select. So I'm excited to
try it.
May I
try it? People don't believe that I try these coffees, even though...
It's a bit warm right now, but yes, you can go.
Even though I'm not a coffee guy, people don't believe that I try these coffees. The Steel Toe coffee I actually didn't hate. And I hate coffee. I despise it. I just don't like it.
So there's nothing in that right now. It's completely black.
It smells good.
It does smell
Usually
good.
I'm not a big coffee smell guy. It's just going to be hot.
Yes, Aaron's taking it black right now.
See, no, I don't hate that because it doesn't taste like beans.
I got news for you. They all taste like beans.
No, that doesn't taste as beany as coffee does. I don't mind
coffee,
that.
Though. It smells delicious. I think going off of smell, I prefer the original, but I haven't tasted it yet. It's too hot.
That taste is like it's smoother than the other one, but it doesn't have as much flavor. The other one's got all that shit in there.
I like
good
this.
Shit. But that one's good too.
The more I drink that, I'm going to like that a lot.
And now I'm going to try April's Magic Bean whenever you make that.
I'll just take my pants off.
Perfect. Wait, that's where it is?
Yeah.
Son of a bitch.
They're actually mining it every day.
Oh, damn it.
The little troll people.
Well, boys and girls, we have a great show for you today. And, of course, I'm always happy when this audience is remarkably supportive and cool and awesome. Only 150 today. I think we should knock that out with relative ease. 150 is a great number. You know, it's, hey, everybody throw in a little something, you know, and they can get there in no time. But it's also not, hey, come on, what do you say? Do you want to do? So this, today, if we knock it out, that would make, let's see, we've done 1, 2, 3, 4. This would be the 5th show of the week. That if we knock this out before there's 5 minutes left in the show, so in the next 4 hours, basically, if we knock that out, that would be, this is the 5th show of the week. This would be 4 out of 5 shows with no offering plate, which always makes me feel like we're doing a good job.
That's impressive.
Let's go into the chat. Let's see what you guys are doing. We'll check in with you for 5 minutes, and then we have a very busy show today. Joe Biden falling asleep in front of her wildfire victims. We've got
the smoke was too much for him.
Yeah, they're talking about masks and lockdowns again. We'll get to all the instances that they're talking about that.
No thanks.
Did you know that this new COVID variant that's now hit the States, not the Idris Elba variant, this one just has numbers like B.2.86 or whatever. The C3PO variant. Did you know that this one is the big one? This is a bad one. This is a mutant strain.
I did not know this.
Oh boy, that sounds scary, doesn't it?
So is this not the one that we just had?
I don't know. There was a strain. This one here is my favorite strain, and inside that strain is another strain. All aboard the COVID train.
The strain train.
All aboard the strain train. Come on, Aaron doesn't own a hairbrush, says Fauci's Pangolin. Oh, is that what made that story not believable? Not that I'd commit domestic abuse?
Yes, that's it.
Kotad says, y'all ready to stretch 2 weeks into 3 years again? Look, this is kind of like we were talking about Fire Festival 2 yesterday. This is kind of one of those fool me twice, shame on me things.
How do we do a Vikings game if they're going to lock this shit down?
Well, now, wait a minute. I'm saying that this next lockdown is our fault. If this second lockdown happens, it's 100% our fault, because the first time you could say, oh, it was a panic and we didn't know what to expect and they just told us and we went. Okay, here we go. We're on the road to, I would be fine if we just skipped right to Civil War II.
I think so too.
You know,
if we're
why
just
go
going there.
Right. Why slow burn this shit with another lockdown? It's like, okay, now you're just stretching it out.
Well, the lockdowns hurt everybody, let's be honest.
And by the way,
sorry, you too.
Lockdowns brought to you by Pfizer. And these lockdown and I believe Civil War II also brought to you by Pfizer and Moderna. So I think Pfizer and Moderna are just stretching for time. You know, they know Civil War II will get here, but they're like, let's do lockdowns again. Let's see how much we can milk out of this thing. I mean, don't blow off the payoff right away.
Pfizer and Moderna will also sponsor the Civil War, but only half of it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They're not going to be able to get in a meeting with the other side's sales staff. I don't think.
Who sponsors the other side?
Smith and Wesson.
Smith and Wesson?
Smith and Wesson sponsor the other side. MC2 Tech Reviews, I'm happy to answer this one, says, hey, whatever happened to your love for Dark Side Phil? No offense to you guys, and I know that internet communities don't develop and evolve, but it just becomes the same shit. And I do a show that's based on what's going on now. I always consider this show covering stuff as it happens, talking about things as they change, as they alter, as they move. I like to consider this show kind of a living, breathing organism that's, on the move. And it's kind of like the people who get mad at us for the not doing, the dabbler stuff anymore. I mean, I'm sorry. I have my own community. I brought them into another community. We grabbed some people from that community, and then we bolted. We got out of there because it just kind of started to be the same thing over and over. And you're just like, all right, that's not the kind of show we do. We do a show that's got to evolve and keep moving and going forward. So the Phil stuff, Dark Side Phil, I don't know how you feel about it, but he doesn't change. Like, I feel like we said everything we needed to say about the guy and then moved on.
Kind of forgot.
Yeah. But thank you for the long-term memory. I appreciate that. Hobo Chili Recipe says, Corinthians says, thou shalt thrust the fist into the breadbasket of the woman, hence her back talk. He used religious henceforth and type words, so I believe that's in there in Corinthians. But I thought that was more of a doot passage.
Maybe.
Huh. I don't know.
But he made it sound convincing.
Islamic clit remover says the clit is unnecessary. Well, there you go. See?
Christ.
Who knew?
Not me.
The Mood says, did Gray Duckling get his VIP yet? Yes, Gray Duckling got his VIP. He's very, very happy, and we're going to get that to him. Let me jump forward in the chat a little bit. People saying we need a Red Dawn situation. Red Dawn doesn't work because that was an outside invader. This would be like inside, so I think more Civil War Part 2. I mean, look, if you want to think of a catchier name, I mean, this is a marketing country. So
I don't know. I don't feel ready for any of that shit. I don't feel ready for lockdowns. No more masks. I don't want to do masks. My friend was freaking out about this yesterday, too, because you got a trip coming up, and all that stuff. I'm like,
like you could do something about the masks?
No, she was just talking about it to me like, I'm going to lose my mind if we do masks again and do lockdowns again. And I'm like, I get it. I don't see myself doing that again.
Yeah.
But then again, if I have to do something, I'm sure that I'll do it lest I lose everything.
Packerbacker says, fuck masks, fuck lockdowns, do not comply. See, that's what I'm saying. We either have to not comply this time or we can't complain.
What's your plan?
I'd like to say that my plan is don't comply and complain.
That's how I feel.
I feel like that, especially masks. This time, I'll walk into places not wearing it and I'll go, then fucking kick me out because I'm done. I'll walk into a Costco or something like that and they'll go, sir, you have to put a mask on. The fuck I am. I'm sorry. It's just the fuck I am.
I'm sorry too.
And then they can go, well, then you have to leave. Well, then I'm leaving. And then you have to trust that enough people will do the same thing, that these stores will be like, look, we're not going to make any money if we have these masks. People are just not going to come. The lockdowns are a little different because if the place shuts down,
what do?
You can't go there. So you have to just not comply with, me complying with, not complying with a lockdown is easy, but not easy at the same time, because if the store shuts down or the gym shuts down, I can't just go to the gym. That's breaking and entering. That's illegal.
Yeah, but gyms stayed open last time, didn't they?
No, I thought gyms closed. That was one of the big controversies. One guy in New Jersey got arrested because he tried to open his gym.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
God, I forget how bad it's been.
Bars and all that, they can, you kind of have to take the, if we all drive drunk at the same time, they can't arrest all of us mentality. Because we saw what happens when one or two try to open. They can easily just shut them down. But we can get into all that a little bit later in today's show. I wasn't going to start.
Why wait?
With that today.
Everyone's testy about it.
I know, but you got to let it build to a boil. I mean, we probably only have 300-400 people right now on YouTube and Rumble.
So we're only simmering yet.
Yeah, we got less than half our audience here at this point. We'll get to the big guns in just a little bit. Yeah, there's about 400 people in here. We'll wait till it builds up to 7 or 8 or something like that. Then we'll really jump into it. Ron Forrest says these masks are really going to fuck up the facial recognition social monitoring system. Florida will not comply, says Scarface. I have a goal today, by the way, which is make Rumble feel loved today. Because a lot of times I go to the Rumble chat and some of them are going, he's not going to read that, blah, blah, blah. I want to make Rumble feel cared for today.
Are you going to go to their chat first?
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes I'm going to, because the show goes like this.
Okay.
Story, comedy, funny, haha, do the show, then solicit some money, then go to the chat, then go to the next story, right? Yeah. That's kind of the format. It's story, talk, long time, boom, then, hey, give us some money, and then here's the chat, and then next story. And today, sometimes when we go to the chat, I will go to Rumble first. That's what I think. Citizen M says, I miss the lol cows too, but one has to mature and grow as an audience member. I may partially be saying this just so April likes me again. I will say this, Citizen M has been 100% spot on with his info lately, and I really appreciate that, especially the Big J thing. I was tickled by that. I really appreciated that. Plus, Citizen M, I'll say this, we've noticed this, when it's lol cow stuff or when it's covering, people's drama and stuff like that, you know who really doesn't go for that shit? Rumble. They don't give a fuck. And I like that.
I don't think most people do.
No, I don't. I mean, our audience
hates it. I think it is remarkably unimportant.
Yeah, our audience despises it. I kind of I dragged them into that. Phoenix writes, oh, so you're just going to ignore YouTube now? Oh, man.
Why don't you give it another 1488?
Oh, man, I tell you what. That is...
Dude, I'm in Tickletown with my throat today.
You're in Tickletown? Oh, my God.
I'm going to be muting and coughing.
Coochie, coochie, coo. If you're in Tickletown. You get it. Oh, see, now those are my tits. Matthew with $5 starting us off today. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
145 away from killing it this morning. And $5 from Bane Koof. How appropriate that Bane Koof would show up. Says, just chimp out like scholars do when it comes to COVID money. Oh, I don't know what that means, but I'm going to take it as something remarkably offensive. Mike McFadden says, ROTC ignored Rumble first. Well, God damn it. Every freaking time.
I am just now noticing how all these lockdowns and shit are starting to come just as school, or the talks of it are starting to come just as school starting again.
Yeah.
How little do teachers want to be in school?
That's a good. Yeah, you know what? That's a good point. What do the teachers unions want? Do they want lockdowns? And that's the shitty part about encouraging lockdowns again. Like anyone who's talking about it is that we've seen the research now of what it's done to children. We've seen the research of what it does to people, and for you to still recommend that we do that is remarkably shitty.
It's just sad.
It's really terrible.
I thought that to myself yesterday. Oh, I wonder if teachers just don't want to go back.
Yeah. Thank you to Phoenix for the $14.88.
Oh, thank you. He did it.
Says, ask and ye shall receive. There you go. All right, so only 130 away from nailing this thing. Thank you very, very much. See No Evil says the time for civil disobedience is over. If asked to leave an establishment over masks, that establishment should be left in ashes. Oh, left, but in ashes. You see, that's...
I get it.
Phoenix says, I'm a teacher. For God's sake, let us work in person, please. But union higher-ups probably play politics and would be okay with the lockdowns. All right. Well, look, we've got a lot of this to get into in about, I'll say 15, 20 minutes on today's show. Lots of exciting stuff. And then, of course, Joe Biden falling asleep in Maui. One of the worst things you can do, I think, as a leader, is go to a place where a tragedy has just happened and make a really dark, funny joke about the tragedy.
Too soon?
Like if George W. Bush went to visit 9/11 the week it happened, and he was with all the first responders and everything, and he looked up in the sky and he said to one of the first responders, plane's flying kind of low, ain't it? Like, that would be a real dick thing to do.
Few too many jet trails around here.
Yeah, it wouldn't be, time and place. So Joe Biden going to Maui and going to the pavement and going, ground's kind of hot. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you not think he did that?
I have no words.
He did.
That didn't really happen.
He did. You know what? Let's do those first today.
I would have rather him fall asleep, I think.
We'll get to the falling asleep thing later. This is Joe Biden in Maui, and it looks like a goddamn war zone. I mean, it
looks like something out of a movie, right?
Yeah, people have shown the Nagasaki side-by-sides of the atomic bomb versus the wildfires, and it's pretty legit. I mean, it looks like something out of like Rick Grimes and his team in The Walking Dead would find this town burned to the ground. This is Joe Biden touring Maui.
Boots on too. You guys catch the boots out here? That's some hot ground, man.
Hello, everybody. All right, Press, we're gonna jump ahead of
That's some hot ground, man. The President of the United States, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm disgusted by him.
There was a wildfire that destroyed that entire town. Joe Biden's take when he goes there, that's some hot ground, man.
That's because it was a domestic fire, and now he's going to the scene of the crime, and he doesn't know what to say.
Yeah. He's going, oh, that's some hot ground, man. Oh, yeah, that's because someone's skeleton is melted into the pavement.
Oh, yeah, that
Mr.
was somebody's
President.
grandma.
Yeah, that was somebody who was in bed and just was swept over with the flames and just kind of their essence melted into the ground. So it gives off a little more heat.
There was no warning for them, so they couldn't wake up out of their little slumbers.
Yeah. Joe Biden goes to survivors and he shakes their hand. He goes, ooh, I don't think they're going to be able to rebuild your house.
I don't think Grandma's baking any more cookies, am I right?
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate that. It was, it's terrible. But, at least now I see why they didn't have him go there right away.
No, I think he should have been there right away. And I think he should have been going around to any of the survivors and saying, look, I can't help you rebuild your house, but here's $700.
Hey, I've got something for you, young man.
You can maybe buy 2 grocery loads with this.
Look at this. Hey, look at me. Stop crying. Hey, look at me. I know you lost your home. I know you lost most of your possessions. I know this is a terrible time for you. But if $700 won't cheer you up, well, then I just don't know what kind of tough customer you are.
But Mr. President, I lost my family too. And I don't know if my friends are alive.
All right, fine, greedy. You want another $700? I'll go ask Congress. But you are getting really, really rude right now.
No, sir. I was just kind of hoping we could have some answers as to why this happened.
Take away their $700 check, please.
But, sir,
take it away.
I'm hungry.
I'm tired of the complaining.
No, I'm hungry.
Go vote for Trump then. You live in Hawaii. It doesn't matter anyway.
I have nowhere to sleep.
That's roughly what half a gallon costs in Hawaii at this point.
Right.
Prices might be going up
Can't
just a little
all
bit.
All the food burnt up.
Yeah. Greasy N-word on Rumble says, want my response to lockdowns or our government in general? Here. Uh-oh. Do I
new VIP Greasy?
Yeah, Greasy N-word now a VIP here on Steel Toe. Let's hear what he says. Oh, yes. His response.
People on and on, and in one voice will say, it's time for guillotine. It's time to raise the voice.
Song is kind of a banger.
It's time to sharpen blades. We just can't take this anymore. It's nothing personal. We gave your way a try. We're sorry, but you at the top all have to die.
I mean, he raises it's a point worth debating, I guess, whether or not that would be a positive for our country.
I mean, I don't think it's a question anymore.
Let's continue on here. Islamic clit remover says Biden is a lizard person, but has good taste in girls. Oh, shit.
Ugh.
Skeezy says the fact that he can go out in public without being pelted with tomatoes tells me all of you fucks will comply with the mandates just like last time.
I'm with Skeezy on that one. It is. He's an embarrassment. I don't know how anyone can back that guy. I don't know how that guy with the dog in front of him while he's saying, oh, the ground's kind of hot, huh? I don't know how he can smile or chuckle. What?
Sick him, boy. He's got meth on him. Sick him. Get him, boy.
Look how foggy it is out there.
It's very humid here in
even
Minnesota. I think it's 90 degrees already this morning.
It was 83 in the cities this morning.
Okay, so yeah, we're
And
pushing 90 already.
The dew point is like 78, which is like beyond tropical, I think.
Yay. Benton says, I'm in Arkansas. I rent a room for $800, all costs included, no lease or anything. It's great. Well, hot shit.
It's kind of a nice deal.
Mr. Braggart. All right, well, Joe Biden finds the ground to be very hot. Oh, no. So I guess Biden had to be let off the podium again yesterday in Maui. We'll talk more about Biden's visit to Maui a little bit later. But now that we're on, I've got this one thing from Not the Bee. And I want to get through the rest of these clips.
Just the still shot of that clip that was devastating. Just this frumpy, droopy doggo guy doing this in front of a war zone.
Right.
It doesn't instill confidence. You don't give hope, anything. People still support this man.
See, this is what Ukraine is supposed to look like.
God.
Like every time they show us pictures of Ukraine, like all the buildings are still standing. We're not getting like mountains of rubble or anything like that. Maui looks like the way Ukraine was supposed to be if there was like a super all-out war going on.
Well, we're giving like trillions of dollars to Ukraine to keep it safe and intact, Aaron.
Thank God.
So
Hundreds
that's
of
why
billions.
You're not seeing the rubble.
Hey, don't say trillion yet. We'll get there.
That's why I said it.
We'll get there. We got hundreds of billions.
Let's hand out $700 vouchers to poor innocent people who were murdered and lost homes.
Look, that looks bad. The 700 thing does look bad, but it looks worse when you contrast it with the existence of the Ukraine war.
Biden's just like, can we give him a stimulus check?
Yeah, that's our answer to everything now is just a stimulus check. Who doesn't want to pay $10 for bacon?
I hate this man.
And by the way, somebody mentioned this in the chat too. He's getting fat too. He's
Fuck him.
80,
Yeah, he's
and
eating all the
fat.
food Hawaiians don't have.
You guys got some great sweet rolls here.
Ready? Gotta grab that water for a second.
They literally had to walk him off the podium and go, "You want a little water for a second? You want a sip? Joe want a sippy? Joe want a little sippy of Wawa?"
They were coaxing him off the podium the way I coaxed my dog back in the house.
Yes.
You want a treat, buddy? Buddy, you want a treat? And he'll come running.
People gave Mitch McConnell so much shit when he froze up, and he did deserve it. But this guy does this on a weekly basis.
Oh, but he's the president. You can't touch him, right?
He's looking around like he's wandering off the nursing home property. Look at that.
Jill's like, oh, it's just too hot here. I mean,
At least
can
she
we
gets...
hop on that jet and just get out of here real quick?
Well, then people wanted to know about his trip to Maui. They asked him about, hey, how was it? Can you tell us anything about your trip to Maui? Let's see what the president had to say. This is where you get the real... You know who he looks like? He looks like Steve Rogers. He looks like Captain America at the end of Endgame when they ask him if he wants to tell us about, going back and, being with Peggy Carter and everything. And he goes, "No, I don't think I will." He looks like old Rogers on the park bench.
Can you tell us about your Hawaii trip, sir?
No, not now. I'm going to be leaving. I'll be there on Monday.
Why is it important that you go?
Thank you.
Sir, on the family issue.
Thanks, Mr.
Oh, that was them asking if he's going to Hawaii. Can you tell us anything about your Hawaii trip, sir? No, I'm going there on Monday. Right. Can you tell us anything about it?
There's no feelings of security. There's no confidence instilled.
No,
There's nothing but hatred for this person.
Not
at
only
this
that,
point.
I wonder how fucked, how badly we're getting fucked by the rest of the world
Oh my God.
with him in there. Because it's like, you can do whatever you want.
It is running roughshod. Yeah. Free reign.
Hung Solo says, "I'm 24 minutes behind. Did you mention where and when the wake is for Johnny K?"
Aw.
Johnny he's on the mend.
I
Let's
heard
put it
some
this way.
hesitation there.
Yeah, he's on the mend. I talked to him yesterday. He's getting there. That's the problem. It's just it just is one of those things you got to wait out.
Like most illnesses.
You just got to wait it out. There's no magic cure.
This is kind of a rough one. There's not much for symptom management either, unless you didn't have it very bad.
So no, you don't need to say R.I.P. Johnny. He's okay. He'll get there. Good morning, Los Federales. Sean says, "I still got a $20 bet that he's going to fall by the end of August." I don't know if he's made it this far.
Like he's going to have a fall or he's going to fall esoterically.
Yeah, because you've won that bet many times over if you're just saying he's going to have a fall. Friendo says, "Aaron, you should try wearing makeup. Something has to be done."
What happened?
What Friendo's trying to say is, I'm hard to look at. He believes that I'm very, very ugly.
I didn't feel like I put effort in today. I didn't have time.
Matthew C. with $5 over on PayPal. Thank you very much, buddy.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Very nice. 120 away from knocking it out today. Thank you very, very much. Just a small little one, as you guys have been incredible thus far this week. All right, everybody hit like, everybody hit subscribe. Let's do this. A little bit of levity before we get into the lockdown stuff, and then we'll do more coverage of Joe Biden's trip to Maui, and then we've got a lot of whimsical, nonsensical stuff for you, including a teacher who not only fucked her student, but bought him guns, too.
Oh, my God.
That's good. Psychologically damage an 8th grader by molesting him, and then arm him afterwards.
No, I think that's fair.
Okay,
right?
Yeah, that should be, I mean, first of all, it's the first time we've done this social experiment, so it'll be good to observe it.
Yeah.
And see how
did it go?
Let's see how this turns out. Child molested by his teacher, also armed to the teeth.
At least it wasn't meth.
I mean, guns
or meth.
You're gonna wish it was meth at some point, I think. But first, let's watch the greatest golf shot in history. This was sent to me as the greatest golf shot of all time. In the last couple of years, I've gotten very heavy into golf. I really enjoy it most of the time. I've got a free 9 holes. I've got a rain check 9 holes that we have to use at some point once it stops being, a rainforest.
You and I do have to do 9 holes soon.
We have to do 9 holes. And we have to do a par.
It's going to be hot.
More than anything else. Let's go ahead and watch the greatest golf shot of all time. Now, I don't know about any of you, but I leave my driver in my bag. I do not take it out. I do not use it. I use the 3 hybrid off the tee box. I just can't hit a driver.
I don't take my sock off mine.
It sucks. I hate it. I'm terrible with it. And this is one of the reasons why. Let's watch this gentleman tee off and see how the greatest shot in golf history goes.
Really? Oh, yeah.
All right. Grip it and rip it, brother. Wow, how'd that sound?
I mean, it sounded like it was right there, right?
Woo!
Right in the sweet spot.
Got it right on the sweet spot. Let's see where this one ends up. Right back on the tee box. You know what that means? He hooked that son of a bitch right on a line drive. It went right into that tree right there. Took a hop on the ground.
Come on back.
Right back to him.
I've heard you do that before, but it didn't come back to you.
No, it just hits the tree and then takes off somewhere that I can't find it. Yeah. Now, let's talk golf etiquette here. If you're playing in a league, now, not only do you have to count that shot, you can't grab it like that. You have to let that shot travel backwards and then play it from wherever it lies.
Okay.
If you're playing in a league. But if it's just you and your buddies and you're out golfing that day,
you're doing a mulligan, right?
you don't count that shot. If you're out casually golfing with your friends and you make your buddy count that shot, you're an asshole. Especially after he palmed it like that. I mean, he caught it. He snatched it right out of the air.
God, that'd be so frustrating.
Oh, yeah.
The sound of that's such a satisfying sound, that smack when someone hits a tree right dead in the middle, and you just get that whack.
Sounds thick.
That sound of unforgiving wood not moving as your ball slams into it. So now, in my opinion, that's not one. That's 0. We reshoot it.
You're pulling out a pocket ball.
Yeah, no, they don't even have to technically pull out the
oh, that's right. He
ball.
caught it back.
He caught it. Just set it back down. Try it again. Plus, he's a lefty. The standards should be lower. Gray Idol says, driver is the easiest club to hit. Ooh. Says you.
I don't think so.
Somebody says,
No.
You use the 3 hybrid off the tee. What are you, gay?
That's what I do every time.
Probably. I'm probably a little gay.
I guess I'm gay too.
In 2023, that's a hate crime, what you just did to me. Yeah. What are you going to do about it? Now I'm a protected class. Mr. Q says, have a great day, everyone. Switching to Rumble now. Got to go to work and see if I can die from heat stroke. I hear that from a lot of people, too. Rumble's the easier one to use if you're not going to be chatting or anything else. If you just need it on, Rumble's the best one to go to.
I think you can close your screen that way.
Cocktiff says, Aaron would call that a do-over. Of course I would.
And myself and whatever friend was with us at the time would probably say, nobody saw that.
Yeah.
Just practice. You got this.
Right. Why would I count that as one if I'm playing for fun and an embarrassing shot with a hamburger bun and an embarrassing shot like that happened? Stories with Joe says, I disagree, or do you want participation trophies? I mean, not for anyone else. That's some pussy-ass gay shit. But for me, I'll take one. It's a trophy. I like trophies. 199 from BYB Podcast says, your legs are too far apart in your stance, Aaron. I'm not going to listen to Quad Father Derek tell me what I should do with my legs.
What if he's a pro?
He's not. His don't work. Like, how dare he tell me what to do with my legs? How dare the BYB Quad Father?
What if he's a pro coach? He just knows.
Oh, well, those who can't do coach. You know what? Then if that's true,
says the boxing coach.
You know what? That's true. If that's true, that if those who can't do teach, then BYB Podcast, the Quad Father, would be a great teacher.
Well, there you go.
Maybe I do need to listen. I've been proven wrong. Everyone subscribe to BYB Podcast. Go ahead and click his channel right there and throw him the old subscribe, and then throw us the subscribe and throw us the thumbs up. Help the algorithms. I'm an algorithm guy. Maddie says, F Rumble, it sucks ass in Meeker County. Wait, how would it?
Wait, no, what?
Wouldn't just the whole internet suck in Meeker County? I don't think Rumble is anti.
My whole internet did used to suck in Meeker County.
Yeah. I mean, Meeker County in general seems like it would be Rumble country.
In spirit, yes.
Yeah, I feel like it would be Rumble country over there. All right. There's about 600 of you in here now. We can really get things moving on today's show. Let's throw in our final thank yous here before we really depart the station and dive into some shit. Thank you very much. Coltrane says, disclaimer, bad joke. All right. $5 from Coltrane and a bad joke coming.
Thank you.
Residents were upset about the $700 check, but a local urn maker is running sales on urns. $700 for 4 of them. Cremation is complimentary. Too soon.
Aw.
In the words of Saladin, thank you for your visit. Thank you for your visit. Hobo Chili Recipe with $4.99 says, I just wanted to say, I think you are both very handsome. Your show inspires me to do better, especially with the blacks. Los Federales with $2 says,
Thanks.
Google golf glove shocker. Oh, if it's pornography, I'm going to watch it later.
Golf glove.
150. Oh, God, you guys are only 115 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. You guys have knocked that down very quickly with more than a handful of you. Thank you. All right, golf glove shocker. Let's take a look. Oh, for God's sake. What the fuck?
Why?
I might want one of these. So it's just a golf glove. They're $75 for a 3-pack.
Oh, you're in then, right? It
What?
says golf gods on it.
It's less than $25 a glove. That's not a bad deal.
That's a real thing from a golf place? I thought that was a place of decorum.
Well, here's the thing that golf did recently. Golf decided it wanted to expand and become more popular, so it had to appeal to more people. So
right, they have all those funky shirts and stuff now.
Yeah, and then you have like 2 in the pink, 1 in the stink gloves, and basically
What?
they lowbrowed the shit out of golf. Like it used to be, the Knights of St. Andrews, high class shit. That was golf.
This looks kind of fun.
Well, now they're like, we could probably make more money if we made golf for everyone. And so now it's like the caddies in the pool and Caddy Shack just all hit the golf course. And all the rich people are like, what? This used to be our game.
I think you need one of these. That's very funny. Like, I need you to wear that just to see if anyone notices at the course.
Right. Oh, and that's a good, I love a good plain white glove on the inside because you can get marks from when you smack someone.
And then there's colored marks on the other side of it for
Right.
obvious reasons.
Exactly. Perfect. So it can hide all the poop.
Can I have one?
We'll get a 3-pack.
Well, they're not going to fit between the two of us.
Oh, that's true. You're gonna have to get bigger hands. We'll sting it with a B. Freaky Deaky says John Daly brought class to golfing, mullets and cigarettes with a 350-yard drive. Yeah, and like John Daly's a verb in golf. Like when I'm like, God, I just got to crush this shot. Like I can't worry about where it's going. I just got to get over that. I got to either get over that water, get over that sand or whatever. And I just go, or if I'm smoking a cigar and I don't want to put it down before my shot, I'll say, I'm just going to Daly this one.
Really?
Yeah, I'll keep the cigar in my mouth and just fire away. Like,
Okay.
especially if I'm chipping, because that doesn't take a lot of exertion, swing-wise. I'll go, yeah, you know what? I think I'm going to Daly this one.
Interesting.
A few seconds later.
Right? So you're nailed. He's actually dead now.
Yeah. Cigar coughs from accidentally inhaling one of those can be as bad as those fucking weed coughs.
I did that when we were on the course with our buddy in Anoka.
Yeah.
And I had my own cart, so you two weren't around.
Right.
You were off somewhere else.
And you're
I'm
just choking to death?
fucking dying. It was so bad.
Yeah, it's one of those.
It hurt my throat. And that was like right before I got COVID.
You
too.
feel like your eyes are going to bug out of your skull. They're just like, there's so much pressure behind them, and you're just spitting. And and that would be a cigar cough. If you're ever wondering if you want to take up the habit.
And now we're covered in spittle.
Yes, and now there's spittle everywhere. Your shoes are dirty. It's terrible. Sean Raz says, my father-in-law looked just like John Daly and is playing with him either this week or next. I forget. Ooh,
That's kind of fun.
I like that. That's worth it.
Aaron's like, where's my invite?
Yeah, I'd like to play golf with John Daly. It's fun to watch. Like, there was one time, they were like 6 holes into a round, and they were like, holy shit, at the Open, John Daly is 1 under. And I'm like, it would be great if old man Daly fucking played in this tournament and like just cut it up one last time. And then by the end of the round, I looked and he was at like a +6 and didn't make the cut. I'm like, there's John.
You know,
There's John.
our anniversary is on Saturday, which I keep forgetting about because apparently it's not important.
Oh, okay. Here we
Maybe
go.
I could get you some golf stuff.
We got to do some kind of
One of
anniversary
those
thing.
gloves. Yeah, we like what?
I mean, we got the kids. And
Yeah,
they're,
so we
you
can't
know,
do shit.
So you can't do a lot of stuff. I did tell April, I go, why don't we go somewhere? Why don't we call your parents? Why don't we have them come by for a couple hours and we'll go to dinner or something? We'll do something nice.
I'm sure my parents have plans this weekend.
Well, fuck me then, is what I
We'll
say.
just have to skip it.
I don't know. The Real Stonies says our anniversary is Friday. Happy anniversaries. Happy anniversaries. Happy anniversary.
Yeah, 'cause they have
Cheetos.
multi-wives.
And Stonies. Well, you never know. I don't really talk to people about their religion. Kind of leave that private. Well, CNN Health came out with an article. This morning. This article came out only about an hour and a half ago. Guys, did you know that it may be time to break out the masks against COVID? Some experts say.
Nope, I threw mine away. Never again. I don't have the money to spend on new masks, guys.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, economically, it puts
Yep,
it puts people in a tough place.
The economy's in the shitter. You know, I don't really have enough extra scratch for those.
Come on, you know that's not going to work. They go, well, we have a big box of free ones here for you.
No, those I break out of my face from those. I'm allergic.
No, here's what we do this time. No more excuses. No more bullshit. No more arguing whether or not masks work. How about we stop explaining ourselves and we just go, no. Hey, guys, how about masks? No. And then when they start with the guilt trip, you just got to stand firm. You got to stop feeling bad. Just when they go, oh, what, do you not care if people get sick? No, I guess I don't.
I want us to respond to the government via masks and lockdowns the way Jerry Lewis did in that last interview we had.
No.
So you're saying you're going to go outside? Yeah.
Don't you
Without
care?
a mask, though?
Don't you care if grandma dies? No.
Don't you care if you die?
No. Oh, so you're saying you want it all to be the same? Yeah, it's all the same. So how does COVID change anything? It doesn't. So it's all the same? It's all the same. Yeah, just be Jerry Lewis in that interview with the Hollywood Inquirer or whatever it is.
That was in over his skis.
Oh, God, that kid. That poor kid.
That kid was fired after,
He's
right?
probably out of the business. Yeah. I mean, just Jerry Lewis awkward interview. I'm going to give you guys all a lesson.
In what not to do?
On how to handle any lockdowns or masks next time around. If they ask you questions here.
Like when you show up in 1947, what was it? It wasn't a little bit of a dusty cow town. It was, what was it like?
A dusty cow town.
And you still think of it as a sort of dusty cow town?
No.
And how about, is performing in Vegas now for you different than it was then? Like just either the mechanics or the size of the...
No.
He's answering it like he's getting through a survey. Like he'll get to the last question and they'll be done. That's how we all need to be Jerry Lewis with the Hollywood Reporter when it comes to lockdowns or masks next time.
I want us to all be this level of like...
Cantankerous, I believe is the word you're looking for.
Oh, is it? You know what? That's a good one.
Cantankerous.
I was going to say like this level of exhaustion with government.
Cantankerous, or if you'd like, cunty. Both of those words.
Like cantankerous.
Yes.
All. And how about what's your audience like? You know, now you're still performing. You're 90. What's your audience like? Who are your fans? Are they different than they used to be?
No, they're still the same.
So are you going to comply with the lockdowns? No. So you're just going to go wherever you want? Do you think that there's going to be any place that you won't go? No. Well, you're going to wear a mask when you go to these places, right? No. Well, if people die, doesn't that bother you? No. Why do you want to be around here anyway?
Right.
But you must have younger fans who...
Some are younger.
What do you think it is? Do you have any that attracts you to younger fans? Like how have you sort of maintained your audience over the years?
You tell them you're playing there and they show up.
What a fucking asshole. But also, he's 90 and he has no respect for this kid and he could die at any minute. So
he gets to do that, right?
Right, you get to do that's the side perk of getting old.
And he
you
did
can't
die any minute after that.
Yeah,
so.
like you can't move anymore. So you might as well just be a cunt to people. That's how I rationalize
Dare you talk
it.
the way about Crip Daddy. It's too soon.
No, God bless. Crip Daddy would have wanted us to play that interview. Katie Kidney says, anyone who says they won't comply with mask mandates should grow some balls and stop paying taxes too. Hey, look, Katie Kidney, one thing at a time. Let's get them to do one thing at a time. Let's baby steps this thing into existence.
I need like classes on how to pull that off. I've heard of people say like, dude, I haven't paid taxes for like 10 years now. And
Well, they're just not reporting their income. They're cheating. They get paid cash under the table. Like if you get paid...
that's the only way, right?
Yeah, if you get paid by a company, that company is, look, they're filing a 1099 with the government so they don't have to pay taxes on what they're paying people. Because if a corporation pays you with a check, they're logging that, and if they don't report that in a 1099 to the government, then the government will tax them on that money. See, if you're a corporation, you have to spend the money so it doesn't get taxed.
I get that.
Yeah, any of your profits get taxed. So if you don't 1099 what you paid that person, that's now taxable profit that you made. Now, if the government has that 1099 from you that you paid that person, the government a year or so after tax time is going to look through their records and go, okay, here's the 1099s we got last year. Wait a minute. We never got a corresponding 1099 back from this person that they got paid this from them. And then they send your ass a bill. That's what happens.
Then you just don't pay that?
I mean, that's...
And then what? The IRS shows up at your house with guns.
Right. At that point, now you're playing the game. Now you're doing the dance of death.
I always just kind of figured that people who say they don't pay their taxes, like they just get paid cash all the time, but I don't know how you'd pull that off. Like all the time.
You get paid cash all the time.
It's a lot of cash.
It's a lot of cash. But, some people, look, if you live in like New York or California, it could save you 50%. It's a built-in 50% raise. And it's not like they're not paying taxes. I mean, you're still paying sales taxes. You're still paying, vehicle taxes. You're still paying property tax. I mean, you're still paying a shitload of taxes.
Well, you're not a real American unless you quit paying that too.
Is that what makes you a real? I don't think that's what makes you a real American. I'm not sure. I could be wrong, but I believe this makes you a real American. We could make it 4 days in a row. We get popped for copyright. That'd be fun. Dead Jester says, how you going to get Social Security? Joke's on you. There is no money in Social Security, and we're all living for a Ponzi scheme.
We're not going to get any of that. Yeah. Like when we talk to our financial advisor, he puts like a big old zero in expectations from Social Security.
How much will you need to retire? Well, how much Social Security income will you be getting? Well, Marty, it's by the letter of the law here, it looks like I'll be getting, and no, that's going to be zero. It's the South Park guy. It's like, all right, your Social Security income, you've paid in tens of thousands of dollars, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars over your life, and it's gone. Wait, no, how much am I going to get back? Oh, none.
Oh, that just won't be here, guys.
Right. And then the government goes, well, the market is unstable and the market can crash. It's like, yeah, but when the market crashes and I lose 20% of my money, I still have 80% of my money.
Yeah.
When Social Security crashes and goes bankrupt, I have $0 of my money. So,
do you think there's anyone out there that just banks on Social Security that's our age? Is there anybody that stupid?
I hope not.
They're just
because
not
old
preparing.
people can't even live on Social Security right now. Phoenix says, in theory, once the boomers die off, Social Security will be solvent again. Not really, because there aren't enough people paying into the Ponzi scheme anyway. So, the boomers are sucking it dry, and Mo Green says old people are grifters, kind of. And we are supporting these old fucks who destroyed our country. But at the same time, it's still a Ponzi scheme.
Are they the ones who destroyed our country? I think we're doing fine ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, we're doing a good job at, taking her over, but...
in rapid speed.
Okay, we became the head coach of a 1-15 football team.
God.
So you can't... I don't know how much of it you can throw at our feet.
I'm just saying, I'm a little hesitant to pass the blame to others. We're doing fine ourselves, wrecking everything.
BYB podcast says, Super Chat laundered. Hey, that's my $1.99. It was a gift. I can do with it what I want. All right, let's find out about masks here. CNN says if you're at high risk of serious illness or death from COVID-19, it's time to dust off those N95 masks and place them snugly over your nose and mouth to protect yourself from a recent uptick of the virus, according to a number of experts.
Question.
Yeah.
Didn't the government already tell us that we're all at risk of serious death or dying from COVID? Isn't it just the big deadly death that we're all going to die from?
But wait a minute. If you're at high risk of COVID, you should be vaccinated. And if you're vaccinated, you shouldn't have to worry. See, that's what is real. That's the part that's really going to piss me off if they try to push round 4 or 5, whatever this would be, of masks and lockdowns, is that, so we're still going to get banned from YouTube. We're still going to get kicked off the internet if we say anything negative about the vaccine or say that, well, its efficacy has kind of been overstated. You're still going to get kicked off the internet for saying that, but they're still going to go, no, we have to mask up and lock down all these old people, even though they're vaccinated, because COVID might kill them. It's like, well, wait. Where's the logic in that?
Well, and don't forget the next logic that follows that. They're going to throw a sick old person into the what are they called? Nursing homes with the other non-sick old people, so all the sick people die.
They'll run that game again. Yeah, and then they'll go, oh, children need to remote learn. It's like, okay, but we did the studies on remote learning. It's remarkably bad for kids.
We're retarding our kids, by choice.
COVID, not so bad for kids compared to everyone else. That doesn't hit them as hard. Locking down their schools, really, really bad long-term for children. That advice should go all the way up to 80-year-old President Joe Biden, says Dr. Jonathan Reiner, a cardiologist, says octogenarians comprise the highest risk group for complications following COVID infections. But they're vaccinated.
Yeah, they should be fine.
They're boosted. They should be fine. Let them out.
Hey, babe.
Let them out.
You know what I haven't gotten my whole life?
What?
Polio. Do you want to know why?
Why's that?
Because I've had a vaccine for it.
Hey, I'll do you one better, April. You know what I've never had, and I don't mean to brag here, but
What?
measles,
That's a good
mumps,
one. Oh, okay.
or rubella.
You don't want mumps. It's very unbecoming.
Never had it anyway. Doesn't matter. You know what else I've never had?
What's that?
Hepatitis A, B, or C.
I've never had diphtheria.
Ooh. Checkmate.
No.
You got me.
The big D,
Yeah,
I call it.
The big D. Diphtheria. You know, it's odd. At one point, the term big D did mean different things. Divorce, Dallas, dick, diphtheria. At one point, dysentery.
Diphtheria.
Diphtheria. If you're
That one runs deep within you.
other high-risk groups include people with diabetes. So Scott Malkinson is in a lot of trouble because his name is Scott Malkinson if he has diabetes. Cancer. Yeah, but I mean, isn't it over at this point? I mean, if God gave you cancer and then God had you contract COVID, when are you going to take the fucking hint?
The funny thing is, though, is that if those people with cancer and diabetes and all that die of those things, but they had COVID, they'll label it a COVID death.
Right, exactly. If you have diabetes or you have, a respiratory illness and you get COVID and choke to death, they're going to be like, boy, that COVID's a nasty one. It's killing all these people who can't breathe already. Chronic liver, kidney, or lung disease, organ or stem cell transplants, HIV, or other immunocompromising conditions, a history of heart disease or stroke, dementia, or mental health issues. Boy, I wish the side effects of the vaccine were listed this long as the list of diseases that could fuck you over with COVID.
Mental health issues?
Well, because you could get really depressed with COVID, and I'm guessing that's what they're saying. Yeah, if you're a fucking lunatic.
They might as well have went right down to, oh, you have like hormonal acne on your face, you're at high risk. Oh, you get sneezes.
So now we're going to make fun of people with hormonal acne? Asshole.
I don't get it.
There's a lot of people out there suffering right now, and you're being very insensitive.
They're listing off all these heart issues and cancer and
Yeah.
should have said lupus and all this crap. Oh, but if you're mentally ill as well, you are at high risk and you
First of
should
all,
get that vaccine.
If I may, people know how I feel about the mentally ill. If you have mental health issues, you're really at high risk with anything.
Just by being you.
If you have mental health issues, you know what else is high risk? Bad news.
The weather. The sun didn't come out today. It's really, really gloomy.
Vitamin D shortage is a serious problem if you have mental health issues.
Somebody looked at you the wrong way.
Right. Somebody waved weird. That is a huge risk if you have mental health issues.
Your dog didn't run to greet you when you walked in the house that day.
Now you're worried he's plotting against you. If you have mental health issues, you need to look out for things like COVID, cancer, terrible news, a loved one's awkward glance, nobody coming to see you, and why.
A tone in somebody's voice.
Right. Not getting out for a bike ride that day. Rain.
You saw a wilty flower versus one that was bloomed fresh.
Yes. If you have mental health issues, look out for the following. Your tea going cold, you wondering why, the morning rain clouds, raindrops on your window, and you can't see it all. Because remember, even if you could, it would all be gray. So put a picture on your wall, and it will remind you that it's not so bad. It's not so bad. Ask your doctor if Dido is right for you. Yeah, if you have mental health issues, fuck COVID.
Dido will do it, huh?
Yeah, a sad song.
Sad song.
Yeah. Turn 'em on. Turn on those sad songs. I don't want to. Oh, yeah, if you have mental
You
health...
have to watch out for Canada, really, if you have mental health
right.
issues.
Wildfire smoke, that's a problem. You have mental health issues, some would argue that everything's a problem. I would argue you're the problem.
Any type of maid service.
Yes,
over is
of course.
Where I was going.
Loud doorbells. Lots of things
doorbells.
that could fuck you up. Oh, yeah. No
Jeez.
sudden movements.
Your roommate gets more mail than you that day and you feel left out.
There is a cure, though. There is a cure to mental health illness. There's a medication you can take.
What would that be?
You got to be cool like Fonzie, rolling Lake St. Clair in your 40-foot Donzie.
I'm sick.
That could.
I'm sick again.
That
Guys,
could
I think we're regressing back to COVID.
That could help you out. Citizen M says remote learning really works to breed Democratic voters. Sounds good to me. Son of a bitch. This is your plan all along. God damn you, Citizen M. COVID is the only way Democrats could win, says Juan Marquez. Well, I mean, in fairness.
Well,
how are you supposed?
Because they're going to have Trump in prison now?
Well, you can get Trump in prison. You know, a really effective way to make sure that you win elections is to lock up your political dissidents. It worked great for the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany.
I think we should also continue the mail-in voting.
Well, I was just going to say, how are you going to get mail-in voting if you don't lock shit down from COVID?
Oh, my God.
Yeah. I think they have all these strains like in a jar, behind glass somewhere.
Like a collect them all moment.
Yeah, in case of low poll numbers, break glass, and then, hey, guess what, guys? We got a new variant. Oh, this one's bad.
Right, we've got the BB-8 version.
Oh, BB-8. Wow, that's
got
I was hoping for the C-3PO version, but BB-8 will do too.
And D69. Really? Now it's just bingo numbers.
Yeah. You know what? Great point by Draven Diesel over on Rumble. He says masks just make it easier to swap out Biden's. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Biden won. You
First
can get
Damar Hamlin. Now what?
Philip Sears says, quick question, Aaron. Is kids remote learn? How do they get remote molested? That's a good question.
Wow, I don't want to know about that one.
Excuse me. Yes, union rep. Hi, I'm a high school sophomore teacher, and I've got great fucking tits, a watertight asshole, and serious mental health problems. How do I fuck my students if they're not in the classroom? Oh, don't worry. We've sent out a pamphlet on that. I mean, don't. Coltrane says remote learning makes Democrats. Bring on the homeschooling. Now we see why leftists hate homeschooling. John Lastman says it's called incest. Hello. Oh, well, yeah, I guess teachers can still fuck their students. It's just really weird.
Yeah, now the teachers are the parents.
Yeah. So if you're okay, so let's see what the doctors have to say about this new outbreak of COVID and CNN talking about how masks might be appropriate. If you're a caregiver for somebody who is at increased risk of complication following infection, then I think you should also consider putting a mask on in public places, says Reiner. You know, if any of my grandparents were still alive, I would tell them this. Look, some things are bigger than us as individuals. And making a statement of not wearing masks is important enough. So I'm sorry. You're going to have to die. You had a great run. If my grandparents were here, they'd be in their 80s for fuck's sake. It's not like if if they got coofed on and they dropped dead from COVID that, oh man, and they were just about to get their doctorate in advanced theoretical physics.
They were about to cure cancer.
Right. If you were going to cure, I'm sorry, 80-year-olds, but your biggest problem is you've already laid all your cards on the table. If you had something big you were going to do, you would have done it by now. You ain't fooling us.
I bet a lot of old people don't want to wear masks either because it makes it harder to breathe for them.
I would be so happy if the news put like an old woman on and was like, hey, this new COVID variant, do you think you'll wear a mask again? She goes, no, I think I'd rather just die. Yeah, I'm just ready to die. And they're like, cut, go back to the, no.
Ma'am, do you want to be another statistic? Yeah. I'm like, no, it's just old age.
I guess I'm ready to be a statistic. Sure. Nobody comes to visit me anyways. We'll be right back after these words from Pfizer. Shut the fuck up. Jack Burton says, don't forget Boston University was caught doing unregulated gain of function work. Wouldn't surprise me if they got him in a janitor closet. Well, yeah, I mean, like I said, if the poll numbers dip into the 30s, you got to have something. You got to remember this administration, there's two different styles of leadership. You can rule with hope or you can rule with fear. And they've chosen fear. They're like, look, if we can't get people to do what we want, we'll just scare the living shit out of them. Fires, climate change. Hot in August, climate change. Low poll numbers and people doing whatever the fuck they want.
Climate
change. COVID.
Well,
and climate change, yes.
They're going to burn us all to the ground eventually.
Right.
And then somebody will be standing on top of the rubble and say, I won.
Sean says they're not believing about the alien invasion. Release the new world COVID variant.
And the variants are probably rolling around in vials loosely in his Corvette trunk that is just left unlocked in his garage.
Union Jack says Obama ruled with hope. Yeah, like Obama always made people feel warm and fuzzy, and he would make these speeches that made you think everything was going to be okay. Whereas Biden will just come on and he goes, "Oh, shit's about to get a lot worse. You better do everything I say."
Dude, he can't even get out that coherent of a sentence, though. That's almost more depressing than him just saying the thing.
Yeah, can't even scare us right.
You just watch him, and he scares me not because of what he's saying, but he can't function.
Coltrane says, we took our kids to Mall of America on Saturday. The people wearing masks looked the part. Purple buzz cuts, dirty pajamas, and fuzzy slippers.
Right.
You know what's amazing is their clothes are so dirty.
Right. They all look dirty.
Yeah, they think the masks are helping. It's like, you look like Pigpen from the Charlie Brown cartoons, and you're going to tell me that mask is keeping us all healthy. Okay. Eagle of America says, with mental health issues, you're at high risk of rope burn.
Aye.
That does seem to chart. All right, let's move on to this actual variant now. Are you ready? This is the big. You know how all these local news companies are all owned by like 2 or 3 companies?
Yes.
They're owned by 2 or 3 big corporations. You know how we played that side hustle story, and it was the one out of like Michigan, but it had literally the same exact script as the news story in Minnesota.
Right.
They said the same stuff, played the same clips, made it look like they put this story together, but really the company put the clips together, sent it to the local news and said, here's the script you're going to read. I feel like what we're about to watch now from WXYZ in Detroit is going to be the news report you're going to hear on all of your local news. Word for word, bit for bit.
Okay.
It's about COVID. It's about this new magic variant and stop me if you've heard this one before. Guys, this is a bad strain.
Oh, hey, I've heard that.
Okay, well, let me try this one. It's a mutant strain.
I've heard that.
Oh.
I've had the mutant.
This one is really contagious. And
we've all had the contagious one.
Well, this one can really spread quickly, this new variant. Stop me again.
I think we've heard that too.
Oh, well, look, the president's polling at 38%. Give us one more chance.
In today's health alert, the CDC is keeping a close eye on a new COVID-19 variant named BA.286. Thank you for staying with us. I'm Brian Abel.
Do you think the people hosting the news, when they start off the news and they go, they're trailing a new COVID variant, do they understand that most of the people watching are screaming the F word at them and going, shut up! Nobody gives a shit! I don't care! Or do you think they're like, oh, we're really letting people know, we're putting their fears at ease?
I think they believe that they're doing something good for us.
Oh, well, wonderful. Because I'd hate for them to feel bad.
I know. It's totally not their fault, for spreading all this around.
I'm Glenda Lewis. 7 cases have been identified worldwide. And
Holy shit!
Boy.
Guys,
shut her down.
Lock it the fuck down. Get your masks out.
7?
Stop going to the gym. What are you? What are you, a killer?
That's a case too far. I could have handled 6, but we can't do 7.
Holy shit. There's little Africans in like Kenya right now going, there have been 900 cases of Ebola in my village this year. Is anybody going to come help us?
I watched my whole village bleed out of their anuses until they died.
Right. From the Ebola virus. Shut up, you diaper-wearing asshole. This isn't about you. White people are getting sick. We have to report it.
But he's had that diaper on for like a whole week, sir. He doesn't have anything.
My grandfather got bitten by a mosquito, and now all of us are turning red and dying. Is there anything you could do for us? Did you hear me? 7 people have the sniffles in 200 different countries. You piece of shit. Excuse me, sir. Could I get some mosquito netting so my family is not killed by what in the West would be a completely manageable virus with something like ivermectin? No! We need to burn our ivermectin so people don't take it when they have COVID.
No horse paste.
But it would really help my malaria, and I hear it's a very cheap drug. You shut the fuck up. We have a president to reelect. I mean a virus to stop.
Can we at least get him a can of mosquito spray?
Sir, my uncle just bled out through his eyeballs. I was wondering if perhaps you could pump the brakes on the COVID and come help us for just a moment.
Those poor little kids in Africa.
I know. Nobody gives a fuck about little African kids.
No.
Jesus.
I'm not laughing like because I think it's funny. It's like
dark.
It's horrifying. It's the only way I can handle it.
They're bleeding out of their anuses to death, and you guys are like, 7 people have this new variant. Holy shit. Hey, a kid in Africa was born today. Oh, what happened then? Hey, he just died. Why?
Died on
Because
impact.
he was born in mud, and he just got an infection and died
He
right
got
away.
Ebola straight from the shit water they rinsed him off in.
He was birthed into a shit river, and he died 3 hours later. But don't worry. Hey, guys, we got 7 cases of COVID we got to keep an eye on.
Of the BA 96er.
Look, my entire family looks like Patrick Dempsey getting off the plane in Outbreak. I was wondering if you could send us some medicine that would solidify our guts once again. No!
Aw.
We need to lock things down for COVID. Would you like to trade your COVID for my village's malaria?
No.
No! We need our COVID! Please, sir, I live in a very hot climate. I could sweat it out easier. This malaria hangs on like a motherfucker.
One of them was detected here in Michigan.
Our chief health editor, Dr. Parker.
Well, then put him down and stop the spread.
I have a question.
Yeah.
How many strains have we had now?
Last count.
Last time that you checked?
There
were 5 strains
There were
on
5
your neck?
strains on my neck. There was no smut on my strep last time that I checked. I was selling zones in the ICU. And this virus was probably started by... Oh, never mind.
By me and you.
Oh, yeah, that's what I meant.
Right.
Exactly. Don't call me names.
How do we...
We don't.
When...
I'm sorry, but while this white woman is talking about these sniffles in the hospital, my uncle just bled out through his wiener hole.
E. Ugh.
These are real diseases. And when they get to your country, you give them Sprite and crackers, and they are fine. We were wondering if we could even get just some Sam's Choice lemon lime soda. Please, anything would help us.
What a bad day.
I would appreciate it if you could give us some off-brand. We will settle for stale soda crackers. As long as you could please get us the magic medicine that heals your people from Ebola while we sit here and bleed to death through our eye sockets.
Chicken and a biscuit and basically Price is Right.
That would be
Everyone's
wonderful.
fine.
I would take an expired box, please.
Oh.
I hear you're giving all your homeless people top shelf care in emergency rooms when they get COVID. If I bring my uncle in bleeding from his eyes, nose, mouth, and butthole, and I call it COVID, do you think you would help him? You can't slip Ebola past us. Yes, I know, we've tried.
I was going to ask a question.
You know, I've always wondered how Muslims become terrorists. I think I figured it out.
They're angry.
Excuse me, we have lots of problems here, and you seem to be giving the biggest bums in your country free medical attention, and you have the money to pay our government to kill us if we resist them. Do you think you could give us medicine? No, fuck you people. We just want cheap oil. We're going to blow up all of your skyscrapers because you will not fucking listen. I mean... Sorry.
How did that go?
I'm
Anyways,
just saying, Ron Paul may have been right. It might not be that they hate us for our freedom. We may be giant fucking assholes. All right, go ahead.
case A.
Yes.
Fuck. No, how do we, when people are getting sick and stuff, how are we discovering that there's so many new strains? Because, we've had COVID 3 times. I still couldn't tell you what variants we had. How do you just
I remember
find out that,
our
there's
variants.
a 6,000th new
We had
COVID
we had OG variant. We had Omicron.
the original gangster.
Yeah,
version.
we had Omicron and we had Idris Elba.
Why do you know that?
Because those were the ones going around at the time. I'm just fucking guessing.
But you know what I mean? Like this 7th person here is in a fucking ER somewhere and they're just like, oh, it's the badass version.
Oh,
BA.
by the way, that's just stock footage. That's not someone with
I know
COVID.
it's not.
Yeah.
I know it's not.
That was my uncle.
you know what I mean?
His
They're just
wiener
pulling
hole had
new-
a bandage on it.
I don't know that there are different variants. I've had the same symptoms every time I've had this
Are you
shit.
a variant denier?
I think I am.
Holy
I think
shit.
they're just, let's just scare them with the BA 96.
Well, guys, we'll be on Rumble tomorrow, and pretty much from then on at this point, which
fuck your variants.
would be pretty nice. By the way, am I right to write down COVID Africa for a bit to clip out for later? If you don't watch,
If it's not right, then all right, I don't want to be you.
if it's wrong, I don't want to
If
be
it's
right.
wrong, I don't want to be right.
All right, guys, we're 16 seconds into them scaring the shit out of us over this new COVID variant. Let's hear them out.
Nandy is here with more on, and Dr. Nandy, what can you tell us about this case in Michigan, and what details do you have about this new
one
variant?
case.
So, Brian, this new lineage of COVID-19 was first identified in Israel, but
No, I'm not.
Can we switch to Rumble for the day?
Aaron, you're going to piss a lot of really sensitive people off by noticing things.
Rumble
Stop
Wednesday.
it.
Rumble Wednesday.
Oh, Rumble every day.
Make
at
the
this
switch.
point. If this is going to be the big news for the next couple of weeks, I'm not going to be able to be on YouTube.
Try until November of next year.
The first. Oh, God. Just stop it. I don't want to think the way I think. You do this. You make me do it. Holy fuckaroni. All right, continue on.
New variant.
so, Brian, this new lineage of COVID-19 was first identified in Israel, but
No fucking way. That is a crazy coincidence that a country that small would just have
Did
this.
you just kind of feel sick?
They never come from Mozambique.
I feel sicker from like the lies people have told me than COVID.
more cases of B286 were quickly reported in Denmark, the UK, and now here in the US. Now, according to the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, the first case of BA286 was found in Washtenaw County, and due to patient confidentiality, we have few details available. All we know now is that the person is an older adult with mild symptoms, which is
Fuck you! I don't care.
Wait a minute.
Mild symptoms and shit. Why do we even need to talk about this?
This variant fucking bananas.
They're trying to scare the piss out of you, and then they follow it up with saying it's an old person with mild symptoms.
April, can I stop you? Because I've heard this one before.
Please stop before my head explodes. I
Look.
just had this disease.
Guys, BA286, fucking crazy, man. Came out of Israel. It's fucking wild, this thing. Oh, really? How many cases are there? Well, just one so far in the United States. Oh, yeah? How's it going?
Is he dead yet?
Yeah, he's got the sniffles. Excuse me. I feel like now would be a good time to interrupt. My uncle is still bleeding from his anus, and I was wondering if you could throw some spare medicine at us.
I'm sorry, but an older adult with a mild symptom means his eye goop was extra thick that day.
Yeah.
He couldn't blink correctly.
He'll be fine. I'm sorry, but I have a test for every COVID-19 variant. I inject it into an elderly person, and I go, if you can't fucking kill this person, I'm not scared of you. I'm sorry. But if you can't even kill that, like, dude, giving an older adult mild symptoms if you're a COVID variant is like losing to Glass Joe in Punch-Out, okay? I'm turning into Bill Maher. Okay.
Does this not piss anyone else off?
Well, it's just...
They're literally on the news trying to scare you with mild symptoms for an old person.
My thing with stories like this...
And you're right.
Shit.
Africa's dying. This bit has taught me only that I'm more afraid of Africa in general than I am of this virus.
Well...
Because we let everything run rampant over there that will kill you.
And, you know, the thing is with this is that it's every fucking time. It's every time. And people go, and you know, you
I just
say
had a body bags moment. You know how you screamed and yelled on the radio that there better be body bags?
You better kill people.
I just had a moment where I'm like, that bullet point better say that guy died.
That guy better be fucking dead or I don't want to. You know what? That needs to be our attitude with COVID. And, you know, Gino gets this too from people. They're like, why are you talking about it then? I have an audience.
Because they're controlling our life.
I have 700 to 800 people at any second listening to my voice. I have a few thousand people every day listening to my voice. And every month I have about combined Rumble and YouTube, 60,000 people.
With the humble brags.
That watch our content. If I can reach a few of them and make them laugh, because I feel like the Africa bit and all that stuff, that's like the sugar with the medicine.
Yeah.
And then inside of the...
Helps it go down.
And playing Erica and doing voices and stuff like that. And doing shit like that. Shaka. That stuff makes people laugh. And then when they're ha, 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 and when they're ha, 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 and you just kind of throw that little pill right in their mouth. And then hopefully a few hundred of them. And look, I'm not saying, like, I don't do shit. You don't do shit, whatever. I just want you to notice. I just want you... It's better to know you're being fucked with than to wonder.
It is.
And so I at least want to let people know, you know, the amazing Randy said this about the reason why he doesn't drink or do drugs. He says, I want to live in as real a world as possible. And that's how I feel about all of this shit. Tell me all the bad news. Make me feel like shit. But at least let me see the lie and let me know what world I'm living in. Well,
yeah, I'd rather live an honest existence.
And that's
right?
what I'm trying to do with my audience, and I hope they appreciate that.
Quickly reported in Denmark, the UK, and now here in the U.S. Now, according to the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, the first case of BA286 was found in Washtenaw County, and due to patient confidentiality, we have few details available. All we know now is that the person is an older adult with mild symptoms, which is...
Well, then take your masks and shove them up your asshole, because this is the big variant where they're like, oh my God, we need to bring masks back. We need to do this. We need to do that. Give me a dead old adult, and then, I still won't do it. I still won't hear you out. You know what? April's right. Show me a shitload of body bags, and then I'll consider it.
I do. I love that they do show like stock footage of hospitals and stuff to scare the shit out of you. Because it works for some people. They're like, oh my God, I'm gonna get this BA286 and I'm gonna end up in the emergency room and on a ventilator and I'm gonna die. And then they follow it up with, we get mild symptoms and we can't really talk about it, but here's a news story on it.
I'm waiting for them to basically show us the trucker from Joyride with his bottom jaw ripped off, in the hospital and going, this new COVID variant's a bitch. And they're just showing us stock footage from Joyride and going, anyway, he's 67 years old and he has a cough.
The day COVID makes our heads fall off, I'll be afraid.
Which is good that the symptoms are mild. As for what we know about BA286, it has many mutations that make it different from the one circulating now. Scientists report more than 30 changes in the virus's spike protein.
Oh, really? How many of them were trademarked by Moderna in 2015?
Yeah.
Just wondering.
They got that you know how when you buy a diamond ring, there's like a tiny fuck all like engravement in there?
Oh, is there?
Oh, yeah. There's like an identifying thing in here.
I did not know that.
You need a microscope for it. When you look at a microscope, you're looking at the COVID spike variants.
Yeah.
Definitely Moderna and Pfizer in there.
Yeah, hey, there's changes in the spike protein. This one has the Israeli flag on it, and this one says property of Moderna Incorporated. Wow.
Yeah,
That's
you didn't know that?
Weird.
Yeah, when you buy these shits, they like have a little identifier in there.
Does it tell you the African slave that mined them?
I hope so. Do you want to go check it out at Hellsberg later?
Yes, thank you for coming to see me. You need to tell your country about these diamond mines because they are spreading Ebola virus. As a matter of fact, my father just bled out from his pee hole, butthole, and eyeballs yesterday.
What was the name of the man that mined mine?
My name is Mbakwe.
Mbakwe.
Compared to its closest relatives, the BA2 Omicron subvariant. Remember, the spike protein, that's what allows the virus to get inside human cells. So does this make BA286 dangerous? Well, the strain is so new that scientists really don't know yet.
Then fuck you and shut up!
You know what we used to do when we didn't know shit about shit?
Yes.
We didn't talk about it yet.
Yeah. Hey, doctor. Hey, you are the science. We've been told to trust everything you say. What do you know about this COVID-19 variant? Not really much at all. Well, then why are you telling us to be scared? Because I've been told that when I don't know stuff now, it's totally fine scientifically to pull it directly from your own asshole.
It used to be the thing to not discuss a thing we don't know about because it causes panic in some.
The president is at 38%. Just make it sound scary. There's 30 changes in the spike protein. Does it make it less infectious, more infectious? We don't really know. Okay, could you show some stock footage of a guy on a ventilator?
They always do that, too. They pull out all the stops to make sure you're afraid. They use the word mutation 30 times in the thing, because you know what mutation sounds like? Scary and nefarious and ominous.
You know, when Shredder mutated into Super Shredder, he almost took down an entire pier.
And they put the words spike protein up here and dangerous and all this stuff. Make sure you can see it.
Makes it sound like a puppy. Little spike.
If there's real danger to the public's health beyond what we've already seen with the variants that are circulating right now.
All right, so even if we do have a new variant that's highly mutated beyond the original, aren't we already in a way better place than 2020 and 2021?
Yeah, it's very possible, right? Because a lot of...
It's very possible.
Wow.
You just fired a shitload of people from their jobs because they wouldn't take an experimental injection, and now you're going to say, meh, it's very possible.
I like how this little puke over here is trying to be like a little bit of optimism. Like, hey, aren't we in a better place, though? And maybe we're going to be fine with this one. And he's like, well, it's possible.
And that's my problem with the news is they're all just feeding each other and trying to make it sound like they're ad-libbing. It's like, but you're all just setting each other up for the next thing.
I hate these two.
Guys, you're being worked. Don't let them work you.
people, Brian, now have some protection against COVID-19. Having said that, the last time we saw such a big change in the virus was when Omicron first appeared, and we had this huge wave with lots of folks getting sick. We should know soon more as scientists are testing against this virus with antibodies to see how they react. In the meantime,
look at that last one. Look at that last one. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Oh yeah, they're running TV commercials suddenly about like they have like compilations of doctors saying how we need to get our kids vaccinated and all that too.
What, the COVID?
Yep.
Yeah. Look, man, you can't peg me as like an anti-vaxxer person. I think people who don't get their kids vaccinated against the tried and true like nasty diseases, I think that's awful. I think that's awful.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's terrible not to vaccinate your kids against all that.
Your kids will die an unnecessary death.
Because we've proven that they work. Like April said, you don't get polio.
Nope.
You don't get, measles, mumps, and rubella anymore. You don't get diphtheria. But when you're vaccinated against COVID, you still get COVID.
There have been no changes to health guidance. Please remember that. Everyone needs to consider their own personal risk, and those at high risk should continue to take precautions. Vaccination and boosting, to me, is still the best way to protect yourself from getting seriously ill or hospitalized. Speaking of vaccines, we should hear soon about the new boosters pending approval. The updated
Oh, it all makes sense now. I get it. You know how we thought it was the low poll numbers or maybe something else, the bad economy, that was making them play up this new variant? They've got a new booster coming out.
Pending approval.
Right. They need to get that booster approved. And I bet you they saw a lot of people going, I'm not going to get boosted the next time. I mean, I've been hearing about these high school athletes, and I don't know if that's connected to anything. I'm not really sure, but I feel properly protected. I don't need to get that next booster. Then, oh my God, there's the B86. My God, it's the B86 virus. By God, it's coming for us, King. By God, business is about to pick up unless you get boosted. Oh,
try to finish before you laugh.
There's always another foot dropping.
Will most likely be ready in the coming weeks so folks can get them this fall. Please keep in mind that while our COVID case numbers have been low overall, they are still increasing. And with the new variant BA.286 appearing in 4 different countries in a short period of time, it shows that it's capable of spreading widely. So we need to be...
Excuse me. I still have a little COVID hanging around. Even though the COVID numbers are still low, they're increasing. It's in 4 countries, so it's shown that it can spread quickly. April, how many cases?
7.
7.
7 people.
Fucking 7. Oh, so this thing, oh man, spreads like a motherfucker.
Prepared for a potential spike in cases this coming fall and winter. And we talked about this, it's been a while since we've been vaccinated, so I can't wait for them to give us some guidance. So at least we can protect.
Oh my God.
I can't wait.
Yeah, please, sir, govern me, Horder. Please tell me what I'm supposed to do. If you don't tell me what I'm supposed to do, I'll spin around in a circle and shit me trousers. Oh, you fucking guys.
Guy, translation, live in fear, get boosted. And I was thinking this too, like they don't test my body against antibodies every time I get the flu or a cold or a strep throat. What's with all this, Liz? Oh, we don't know how long you have antibodies if you get it. And,
Bo Archer says, Joyride, nice timely reference. Hey, I'm proud of a Joyride reference. That's a very subtle one. Idaho CW says, does the BA stand for Biden administration?
Holy fucking shit.
There you go.
I was just thinking they were thought like, oh, it's badass, man. This one's really going to do some damage.
FTW Nil, he's a good guy. He says, I never followed their bullshit the first time. Yeah, I mean, look, this next time, if they bring back the masks and shit, you're just going to have to say no. And if they throw you out, I'm still a capitalist and whatnot. If they ask you to leave, it's their property. Leave. Don't be an asshole.
And don't throw a fit. Just leave.
But only go. Don't wear the thing if they bring that back. And then hopefully there's enough places out there that are like, fucking A, man, I hear you. Come on in. You're more than welcome here.
That should be a test before people let you come shop at their place.
Right. And look, if that place, if people want to mask up and they want to do all that stuff, that's great, man. Awesome. That's been one of my biggest problems with this for years now, is that the people who choose to mask up and they choose to, do all this stuff that I don't think is necessary for me, they're, and then we go, oh no, I don't want to. And they're like, yeah, but I do this and I do that. And it's like, yeah, but here's the difference between you and me. People on your side will yell and scream and harass people like me. I would never tell you not to wear your mask if you want to. Go ahead. Wear it.
Are you getting vaccinated this time around?
Oh, me? Well, this virus. Did you know that this new variant has 30 different spike proteins?
30?
And did you know that it's in 4 countries with 7 cases? And they're not really sure how bad it is. The only guy who has it in Michigan so far, he's an old guy with mild symptoms, but they got a new booster coming out, so it could protect you.
That means his nose ran one time. It just ran for a long time.
They caught him sneezing in the broom closet at work.
And you know what, though? I got great news for you. It's not approved yet. I'm sure they'll get it signed, but there's a new booster going to be coming out soon, and I bet it does the job.
You know what? Sign me up. Hey, there are 800 of you watching this program right now. That is fucking awesome, guys. Thank you. Everybody hit like. It's great for the algorithm. It's great to spread the show. Hit subscribe, hit like, whether you're on Rumble or you're on YouTube. The Rumble numbers are giving YouTube a run for their money today, so keep that going, kids. Red Fox Mad with $9.99 says if it wasn't for Big Pharma, cable companies would be bankrupt, and news networks would also be bankrupt. Why does the U.S. let Big Pharma advertise on cable? That's a good question. In other countries, they don't let pharmaceutical companies advertise.
Isn't that funny? Thank you for your donation, by the way.
I'm sorry. Yes, thank you, Red Fox Mad.
It is fucking funny. And whether you have eczema or you have like a vaccine to be getting, every single commercial starts with, like doom and gloom. But there's a light and it's our medicine. And then it's followed by a laundry list of 37 ways it's going to kill you.
Look, you might drizzle, leaky brown water out of your asshole, but you won't feel as sad.
You might feel suicidal, life ending.
Yeah.
But you can get rid of your itchy skin.
See, I don't understand the whole dancing around, new variants, new boosters. I've been saying this now for the last few weeks. Let's just skip to the Civil War. Why do you guys keep dragging it out?
Because we're all a bunch of pussies, that's why.
All
of us. All of us.
Man, I feel like there's a lot of rot in this country, but it's focused in very small pockets where it's very dense population-wise. I feel like this Civil War would be like a shit fuck of this geography of the country versus very small pockets of this country.
It's like having cancer.
Right. Like in America, or in Minnesota, excuse me, the Civil War would be all of the state.
All of it.
Against Minneapolis and Rochester.
Yes.
That would be it. I mean, they would have the Mayo Clinic. All right, secure that one first.
Man.
Secure that first.
Boy, this is interesting. It's like playing Battleship.
Right. Although the people in those populations, not the best fighters. And if we
they burn down auto zones because they're angry.
No. If we can get to the based black and Muslim communities on our side and drop leaflets and be like, hey man, you really want this shit happening to your kids at schools? And they'll be like, all right, we're signing up with you. It's like, yes! It's going to be like the Irish and William Wallace meeting in the middle of the battlefield and then shaking hands and turning on the English. All right, we got them.
Just show them proof that they're hurting their kids. It's over.
Right. Their chow.
They're churring.
Their chow. See No Evil says badges make okay. I got it. Guys, you got to remember, I've had a lot of practice at this. I know how to say just as much as you're allowed to say before, smash. So
we've already been very spicy for as far as YouTube goes.
Bo Archer says you have tons of Somali pirates. Look, man, I'd be recruiting them. That's for sure. I would do.
Absolutely.
Helgi says, do you feel natural human emotion? Here's a pill that will make you a hollow, emotionless shell of your former self. Yes, but Helgi, they will become very good consumers.
Do you know what I wondered to myself the other day?
Whether or not you're a lesbian?
I've wondered that from time to time.
All right, fair enough.
I like to picture you as a lady.
Can we tuck?
You know that? Yes.
Call me Tuck Everlasting.
We are tuck friendly in this house. Ew, with the Tuck Everlasting thing. You know where that tent encampment was in town here? What businesses were around it?
Oh, that gives me so much hope. I hate hope. That gives me a lot of hope. See, Bo Archer liked my Joyride reference and my Tuck Everlasting.
I like to Tuck Everlasting. It was funny.
Yeah, the businesses around the temp. If you guys haven't been watching,
Besides Culligan.
If you haven't been watching the show this week, here in St. Cloud, Minnesota, where there's still a shitload of based people, in my opinion. But
they're there somewhere.
Yeah. Well, there was a tent encampment that
Little
started,
tent
a
city.
homeless tent encampment. There were about 7 or 8 tents. And it was just the perfect size for us to squash it, set an example,
piss on it,
and fucking say, not in this city, not here. No, 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 no. We're going to kick this shit out. Well, the city had trouble at first last week. They're like, apparently the federal law says that we have to have somewhere for them. And so they just talked to the Lincoln Center and they said, you fucking take these people. And they said, okie dokie, got them in there. The community complained. And April just made a great point. Across the street from that tent encampment,
and next to it,
there's 2 Somali delis and meat markets.
That's basically all there is on that corner,
So
except for Culligan.
I'm crossing my fingers that it was the Somali community that went, you're not going to make this fucking town uglier.
I hope they complained.
I hope they complained. I hope they went, oh, and by the way, if you don't do this, we'll say you don't care about black people and Somalis. You don't care about your Somali friends. And if that got them to jump, then great. Then I'm going to learn a great Somali accent and complain about more shit over the phone and say, I'm calling you racist.
Do they drink?
Not the hardcore ones. I mean, some of them do, but not the hardcores. If you're a believer, you don't drink.
Okay.
You do not. Set Me says, what do you guys think about Cyrax? I think he's fucking hilarious. Thank you very much. Steve Schreifel says, I always joke about Africans who have to walk 10 miles to get a bucket of water. Last week, a guy who just got here from Nigeria drowned in the quarry in Waite Park.
Aww.
Couldn't handle prosperity. Why is that funny to you? Wow. Jesus.
That's really dark.
Yes, my brother just died. He fell into the water and he could not swim. Oh, that's terrible. Yes, there was some white man laughing about it on a program somewhere. He's a real dick. Even the crazy bastard of a host who says all kinds of terrible, offensive things was taken aback by it. That's how I knew that it was fucked up. Helgi says, just because they... God damn it. Just because they wipe their ass with their bare hands doesn't mean they're not based. Oh. Hobo Chili says, Cyrax and Aaron do have some similarities. You know what? For the first time today, but not the last time in our lives, fuck you, Hobo Chili. Fuck you. Yeah. Don't worry about it. It doesn't matter. Anytime you feel like...
Thank you for hitting me.
Anytime you feel like asking that, just skip it. Don't, and just assume it doesn't matter. Hawkeye says, put them on barges on Lake Superior. Winter is lovely there. Oh, the homeless?
Oh, they can watch the ships come in.
I gave them a shower. They stunk really bad, and I put them on a barge on Gitchagumi. Tin the Toolman Taylor says, people who wear a mask when walking by themselves on the sidewalk or in a car are the most brainwashed sheep in society, and we should send them to Canada for the MAID program. Jesus.
Well, it does make me wonder how you function at all. Like, there's never been for a second where I'm like, oh, I'm alone and outside. I really should mask up. Can you imagine the anxiety that person lives with on a daily basis? You can't function in society.
Maybe that's what they mean by, like, if you have mental health problems.
Ugh.
This
What,
is gonna
you'll
hit you
suffocate in
harder.
your mask from hyperventilation?
And panic, yeah. Hawkeye over on Rumble says, 4 cases worldwide. We're all going to die.
I mean, we just had it. And I still don't think it's worth shutting the world over. And I was remarkably sick for a week.
No, take a week of your vacation time.
You sit at home,
Yeah.
you lay around miserable for a few days, and there is light at the end of the tunnel. It turns around.
Yeah.
Like anything else.
A little more on Rumble. I want them to feel loved today. Dub says, 2021, I was fueling my car outside at a gas station. Well, I hope that's where you were fueling your car. I was fueling my car at a Subway, and some lady looked at me, and I'm like, you never seen a guy with his dick out trying to put a sub in his gas tank before? Fuck.
It was the fake tuna.
Yes. A woman 20 to 30 feet away pointed and yelled, mask mandate, looking at me like I was insane. Wasn't coughing or anything, but some people are easy to fix. Scarface with the where the first case came from with $5 writes every single time. And then puts a nation's flag that I can't really, April, I can't make that out.
No, I can't really see either.
I don't really know. what that means.
It's astonishing, though. Whenever you hear where anything comes from, it's like usually one of two places. And you're like, it is kind of funny how that just kind of happens.
Because it's a small population
Why
compared
is it
to
all
the rest
coming
of the
from
world.
you people?
Gray Duckling says, or you throw a comedy show. Oh, wait a minute. We were not sick when we had the comedy show.
We were fine.
We caught it at the thing, and Patient Zero outed themselves on Johnny's show and apologized for that. Kids, you are only 105 away from today's goal. Thank you very, very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, or Rumble Rants. If you feel like throwing in, we always appreciate that. You're only 105 away from 30 minutes of overtime. All right, so all of that to get to this. A college in Atlanta has reinitiated the mask mandates for students and employees on campus. Morris Brown, these are, people are asking like, oh, how do other people watch the news? Because like we watch it and it takes us 25 minutes to get through a 3-minute video because we're sitting here picking it apart we're trying to help people notice what the propaganda is and then make a few jokes. But some people just watch the story and just buy it.
And you know what's fun about the news too? If you're not watching it the way we do and you're just watching on TV, they rapid fire that shit to you, so you just sit there with it later.
Right? Yeah,
it just sits with you. And people who are weak-minded and just eat up everything, that's all they hear. They don't have time to think about it.
So I think when some people watch the news and just take it for granted, they fucking panic. They lose their mind. So at this college, I feel like in Atlanta, Morris Brown College, they heard this news and they were like, oh my God, the news would never lie to me or have ulterior motives. Holy shit, we'd better mask up. And now they are. Officials have Officials say there have been no confirmed cases among their students. They're putting the masks on before there's even a threat.
I don't know. Like, are you angry with us today? Like, did you feel like just, No.
This is driving me nuts, so I wanted to bring it to the audience.
Okay.
Instead of, here's
now
my
we can
thing.
all be nuts together.
And there's 800 people on YouTube and Rumble checking us out today, so I do appreciate that, and God knows how many on the other platforms. So people do want to hear about this shit. I feel like we're a pressure valve for a lot of people. I feel like we let the steam come out.
We're like Old Faithful for the Great Caldera.
Right, and if they try to lock down our masks again, I'm going to go full on Super Caldera.
You're going to kill us all.
It's all going to hell in a handcart.
Aaron's going to explode.
So with this, and by the way, wait until you guys hear how long they want them to have the masks on.
Until November of next year?
No.
Oh, 2 weeks?
They just need 2 weeks.
Oh, God.
They just need 2 weeks, guys, and it'll be fine. Only this time, they don't even have a case yet.
Do you know why that doesn't work, even if there are cases?
Because it's a mandatory time picked, or it's not a mandatory.
Arbitrary.
It's an arbitrary time picked out of your asshole.
It's an arbitrary time picked out of your asshole, and people don't just remain on campus, right? People move. People go around places. They go to the stores. They go visit people. So they come back, and, if you didn't have them, like, locked in an airtight bubble that whole time, they're bringing you something. That's how that works.
Carlos says, according to Google, they have 400 students. They could give everyone on the campus COVID.
And you know what would probably be better? If they just got COVID and got over it. Because you know what? Now you got a little immunity.
Hobo Chili with $4.99 says, sorry about the Cyrax comment. See, it's something around the eyes with you two. Like if you are both wearing burqas, I couldn't tell the difference. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that. Sean says, my mother has voted Democrat her whole life, watches the news all day and believes it. Really hope I'm adopted. I don't know how you could have lived. I do need to talk to more of these people. I was thinking about this the other day. We maybe need to start booking more guests, and maybe not for the show because it can kind of throw a wrench into the kind of the vibe or whatever.
But like
of what we're doing. But maybe as like a standalone. I want to talk to some of these people. I want to figure out how they think the way they think.
Like
I don't even want to argue with them.
No.
I just want to go, explain to me you. Like I'm interviewing an extraterrestrial.
Like go to a store and scope out somebody who's still wearing a mask. And like bring them in.
Or just people who watch, I'm talking more like that guy's mom. Like people who watch the news and buy it.
Like, who could possibly still like support Biden and that administration?
It's not even political. It's just the mindset of what you allow to get in your brain and the lack of ability to be skeptical of what you hear. I want to interview someone who's not skeptical at all, who's not like part of the power structure and like if you're part of the power structure and you have something to gain from it, then of course you wouldn't be skeptical. You're making money. But like someone who puts on the blue jersey or the red jersey or the skeptic jersey or the non-skeptic jersey and just accepts everything and trusts these people
like
giving them information. Right.
Guys
I want to know
taking,
how you get that way.
Taking applications.
Because like I
nominate someone.
I like Tucker Carlson. He's not like a god to me or anything, but I he's entertaining. But if he said something that I thought was bullshit, I'd be like, I think Tucker Carlson's full of shit on this one. But there are so many people who like they trust the source, they trust the person. And what's funny is it'll be lefties. So much of it'll be lefties, and lefties are like, "Oh, you can't trust corporations. Fucking corporations, man, they're terrible." And it's like, but I listen to MSNBC. It's like they're owned by one of the largest corporations in the country.
Everyone's very hypocritical at the end of the day. Whether they know they are or not, they are.
If you are sponsored by a drug company and owned by a giant corporation, please tell me the odds that the people giving you giving you the news and giving you the information are going to be skeptical of large corporations or pharmaceutical companies or the things you're putting in your body. They sell Nabisco snack foods, for Christ's sake, when they go to commercial break. They're not going to tell you the truth about what's good for you.
It is interesting to me, everyone who just believes the news verbatim. Like, I'll watch the news. I'll have it on just to see what topics are up and, for discussion. That doesn't mean I, like, swallow everything they're giving me.
Thank God.
Take it. You got to take it all with a grain of salt and think for yourself sometimes.
Thank you to Helgi for $10, 100 away, and even hundo away from today's goal. Thank you very much, guys. This whole week has been working very, very smooth, and don't think we don't appreciate it, man. It is great.
We notice.
Hit like, hit subscribe. 800 people watching this fucking show. I love that. I love those days when we're in the 800s. It makes me feel very good. And then, of course, Rumble Fridays, because Rumble promotes our shit so strong, we get up to 1,100.
And Gina will be there this Friday.
Gino, I'm so excited. No offense to anyone else. I know people, sometimes it comes off like you don't like working with other people. I love doing an odd show with Gino here and there. I like it better when he's in studio. Oh, I'm sorry.
I see. I'll just fuck myself.
Sorry for giving you a day off on a week where you've worked so hard. And by the way, today is school supply shopping day.
Yeah, it is. It's
school
supplies and cowboy beans.
They wanted cowboy beans. Can we still pull that off? Well, I go pick them up. I go pick them up. You go get the cowboy bean stuff. Is that how it works?
I'll figure it out.
All right. By the way, totally.
Act like you ever have to worry about your food.
By the way, totally not getting a Diet Mountain Dew today. On the way to grab the churn. I have a secret. I'm getting a Diet Mountain Dew.
What'd you do on the way home from the gym yesterday that you could have gone to bed without disclosing, but you felt so anxious and panicky about it, you had to.
Do you understand?
You had to disclose.
Do you understand how much I love you and how much you've saved my life and how much I appreciate you for just existing and making me a more honest, decent man? Before I go to bed, I can't go to bed without telling you the worst thing I did that day, because I feel racked with guilt.
And you know what, though? Before he tells you all what he did, I would have been okay finding out like a week ago that he did that. I wouldn't have blinked twice. Like, you could have gone to bed feeling secure with yourself and not disclosing what you've done.
Look,
Anyone want to take guesses what he did?
I went to the gym yesterday. It's 100 degrees here in Minnesota. I had a perpetual headache the rest of the day until I went to bed, but it was like a dull, I could tell it was a dull, you did too much in the heat headache. So I was like, well, nothing you can do for that. Hobo says he wore a shirt that actually fits. See, now that hurts my feelings.
Come on, guys. You know this guy better. What did he do?
Went to the gym, did my 10 3-minute rounds, went in the sauna, did some lifting, had a really good workout. It was really great. Kyle nails it. McDonald's, because he's a fatty.
I did like the other guesses, though.
Some of the other guesses were another loaf gone. He impregnated Gordy, busted a nut, got dehydrated as fuck.
Grinder account.
Went to Burger King, got a Bacon King and large fries. Well, I mean, look, when Otaku does it, I just can't help myself. But what happened was I was about to go to bed. I laid my head on my pillow. April and I will sit up together. We'll take care of whatever business we have. We'll have small talk. We'll snug. Sometimes we'll have sex.
I know, it's gross,
It's
right?
disgusting. And, and then we'll get an episode of Law & Order SVU down. I'm now on the episodes I never watched because I stopped watching it after
I've seen
Christopher
them.
Maloney.
Yeah.
And then we'll watch that episode. And then when the second one starts, I'll put my pillow down. I'll lay down. We'll kind of we'll do a little pillow. It gets gay.
He gets back tickles.
I get back tickles.
We were at back tickle stage last night.
Yeah. So I get to back tickle stage and I have my face in my pillow and I go, I yelled, I went, oh, she goes, what? I go, I didn't have a double cheeseburger meal at McDonald's after the gym yesterday. You did. And she goes, what? And you could tell there was a little bit of love in her voice. Like he felt the need to tell me that.
It was like,
he had to be honest. He had to get that off his chest.
it was like a moment where you went to bed and you're like, I could die in my sleep. I've got to tell her.
Right.
And you told me, and I'm like, you could have just gone to bed.
But it made you feel better. It absolved
It
you of
did,
your
though.
sins because your mom made us 2 delicious chocolate cookies and you ate mine. You ate them both. And so that made you feel better. I absolved you of your sin.
Yesterday, after I got out of the woods and the cornfields and all that with my trail cams, I stopped at my parents to say hello, and they fed me a beer and a cookie. So I already had 1 cookie yesterday. And then she sent me home with 2, one for me, one for him. I ate them both.
You know what? We're done. Guys, I have to let you know, we're done with the COVID stuff. Coming up next, we got Joe Biden falling asleep in Hawaii, which, by the way, I saw yesterday afternoon. ROTC did it first. But you know what? It was a story then. It wasn't a story in our morning show, so how could I?
You know what I think you should do then? You should just stop watching ROTC before you do your show.
I can't, man.
You've got to, watch back to it.
Let me tell you something about Revenge of the Sis. That is just a good fucking show.
Stupid.
And after coming out of that retarded community I dragged my community into as we were visiting, flying by, and that gay, awful shit, watching Revenge of the Sis is like, it's remembering what good broadcasting is. It's just watching guys who know how to do it, who know to put on a show, move on, hit topics, make jokes. It's a really funny show. It's just good.
I didn't say stop listening. I said you got to listen back to it after you've done your next day's show.
There's something about the shame spiral of them beating me to stories that I have to live through. I have to get that. I have to get it out, so to speak.
You are a shameful person and you have to just disclose everything.
Well, I also feel terribly guilty. How Mersh threw us a few bucks last week? I had to throw Mersh a few bucks the other day. Because I was like, thank you.
Well, then I think you should feel guilty and give the homeless cats, not homeless cats, the bad luck boys.
I should be giving the bad luck boys a few
shekels. Saved cats, and you're all about saving the cats.
Ugh, fuck. $5 from Sage, speaking of the ROTC world, love those guys, says, I need the Steel Toe Morning Show's opinion on this. Bo Archer says, did you cover the Mersh versus Josh Denny Twitter war they just had? Yeah, I was listening to Nightwave the other day, and apparently Mersh and Josh Denny got into it. They were fighting over Crip Daddy's corpse.
I can't think of anything gayer to look at.
I know. And I think Mersh said the same thing. He's like, it was a fucking gay, stupid thing. I don't know how it got to this point. But, Mersh will always indulge people on Twitter.
So wait, what happened? They were both trying to post our RIP things. And
No,
then the
no.
other one's like, well, I knew him harder than you did.
Actually, in Mersh's defense, he was doing the opposite. He was like, I wasn't friends with him or anything else, but he seemed like a funny guy.
That's where I'm at.
And I don't even think that Mersh did an RIP Crip Daddy post. I think he was just like, it sucks that he's dead.
I didn't write my own. I just retweeted yours.
But he gave Josh Denny shit because Josh Denny was like, he was my friend. And he gave a whole big eulogy type, thing about Crip Daddy and his death. And Mersh started busting his balls about that. And then Josh Denny starts telling him, I've fallen from heights that you'll never be at, and so on and so forth. Oh. And then Mersh starts going, you were on a boilerplate show on the Food Network, and you think they're still going to take you back. They just started getting into a bitch fight with each other. And Mersh had some fun with it on Nightwave and was talking about it.
So apparently you were there for the whole thing. is how it sounds.
When I had to prep the show Monday night after the evening show because I didn't have time.
And that's clearly show
And I was
prepping.
listening to Mersh while I show prepped. Yeah. But I didn't think it was something to bring up on this show because there's probably the majority of our audience doesn't know who, a lot of these people are.
Aaron does that, and I flip through trail cam pics.
Yes, looking at deersies. So Sage wanted our opinion on this story. Ooh, this is juicy. Krispy Kreme apologizes after accidentally showing a slur in their new ad campaign. We never intended to offend. Get the fuck out of here. Krispy Kreme has apologized following the criticism of its new campaign that included a highly offensive racial slur. All right, ready?
It's going to be the K one.
Really?
Well, Krispy Kreme. There's going to be something weird about a K in there.
What were really? Okay. I'm trying to think of what the words would be. By the way, I've never seen these people in the chat before, so I try to say hi to new people. Karina and Dr. Brian Saucy. I love that name. It's fantastic. It's okay, so some people guessing. See, I go boilerplate on these, and I say they showed the N-word somehow. You're saying they went with the K slur for Jews.
I'm only saying that because they have K's in their name.
Okay. The iconic donut brand came under fire over its new campaign made by creative agency Able in collaboration with Limehouse Production, encouraging customers to pick up a box of their donuts for major celebrations. Okay.
That's fine.
Seems like you're going, if they are racist somehow in this ad, it seems like they're going out of their way to be racist.
It would seem so.
Pick up a box of donuts, you fucking... Like, whoa! I think they're going with the hard sell on this one.
It's already been Black History Month.
The campaign features 4 spots that aim to make Krispy Kreme donuts the star of celebrations like sports events and birthday parties. Yeah, because what's better after you play a lot of baseball and get great exercise? Sugar-laden donuts.
I would like to try Krispy Kreme someday.
You've never had Krispy Kreme in your life?
Not even once.
They're not bad, but they're one of those things that taste like the shit you're eating. Like you can taste the
Does anybody go to donuts thinking, God, my cholesterol is going to be better?
But like when you eat them, you're like, oh yeah, this is killing me immediately. So the ad shows donuts popping up to replace the letter O in congrats. All right. So am I supposed to play Magic Eye with the racial slurs on this one? Because I'm not seeing it in that. Congrats. All right. In the short spots, the donuts replace the letter O in words like footy, movie, and hooray. But one shows donuts popping up to replace the letter O in congrats, briefly spelling congrats, then congrats. The video featuring the offensive slur is no longer available on YouTube, but the other 3 spots still are. Oh. I see it now. April, you have to imagine the C is in there with the donuts. They cut it off.
Trimmed it.
They cut it off on this one, so they don't actually show it, which, by the way, I think is a cowardly move by the news. You're not the one who made the ad.
Not only that, I'm sure it's not really a big deal and nobody thinks Krispy Kreme is being racist.
So they had donuts bouncing around to make the O, and for a little bit it said congrats.
That just sounds like a fancy way to say congrats.
First of all,
Congrats.
this is one of those times. Yeah, it sounds like something you'd hear on The Sopranos. Like, hey, congrats. But if you see that commercial and you think black people, I know this is trite to say it this way, but you're racist.
Yes. I mean, like, as soon as you see any innocent thing, you should just assume it's an innocent ad, probably, if it's donuts.
Right.
And you see, like, racial slurs and stuff, like, you've got a problem.
In my opinion, I believe that if you did the ad and you did not intend any malice or racism behind it, and it's purely incidental, then you're off the hook.
Yeah.
For me, with racism, there has to be an intent of hatred in it. If it's by accident, you say, oopsie daisy, sorry, and you move on. It's not, oh my God, this is racist. You guys better apologize. This is terrible, you fucking people. And then when they apologize, people still want to bitch about it because they never wanted you to apologize in the first place. They wanted to have something to bitch about.
Right, like as soon as like this was brought to Krispy Kreme's attention, it should have just been, oh, oops.
Yeah, our bad. We'll edit it. Then we'll put it back up there.
Yeah.
We'll just edit out that second donut. It's a fucking donut.
It's a donut.
Coon-grats. Oh, coon. If you separate the word coon from coon-grats, that can sometimes be used as a slur for black people. I'm sorry, but if you did the legwork on that donut ad to do that, you've probably got some hidden fucked up thoughts about race.
Not only that, like I have to assume that if you saw that and thought racist, like when somebody writes the word raccoon out or something like that,
Right.
You've got to be upset then. Or like they go to Coon Rapids, Minnesota. Right. You're upset now.
Here's
You're
a test.
problem.
Here, if you're racist and you hear like Coon-grats or Coon Rapids for a city in Minnesota, and you go like this, ha ha, I see what people could do with that. You're not racist.
Like last night.
Because it doesn't offend you, it doesn't upset you, it doesn't make you angry. You don't go like, black people. You laugh at it because it's a silly little slip of the tongue.
I'm just realizing now, like I hate to keep bringing this up, but I was looking through my trail cam pics and I've got some raccoon pictures on there.
Yeah.
So last night, Aaron comes back upstairs. I'm like, oh, we got some coons on there in the middle of the night. It's not a racist thing in my body. It's just shorthand for raccoons. But somebody would be mad about it.
Right. If someone says coon for raccoon, and your brain immediately goes to, well, that word is an offensive word for black people. If that's where you go, you have a fucking problem.
Or, God, I'd love to shoot one of them and have a coonskin cap.
If that
now somebody's upset.
If that goes to black people, that means you think that word for black people.
Right, you did that. I didn't do that.
You have a fucking problem.
You only see color.
Yes. Carlos says you should be upset if you're in Coon Rapids because it's a dump. Right. There are
different reasons.
There are different reasons to think that Coon Rapids is dog shit. They haven't built a new house there in 40 years. Everything looks a little old. But, I think the first word in the city's name isn't the thing you're supposed to be upset about. So thank you. Hey, Sage, by the way, thank you for sending us that story. That was
oh, he sent the Krispy Kreme.
Yeah, that was a fun little aside, and thanks for
Look
the
at
five.
that.
Thanks for the $5, buddy. Appreciate that.
You don't even have to show prep.
Yeah, right. Hobo. Yeah, between ROTC and their fans, I'm good. Hobo Chili Recipe says, if you think that's bad, you should read my diary. I don't have to read your diary, Hobo. I read your post to this page.
Should read my little notebook here.
Oh, don't read her notebook.
I had somebody at the anniversary show say that I should start auctioning those off. And I'm
The
like,
pages in the notebook?
I can't do that.
No.
I had a fun one on there from yesterday. You want to see it?
Okay, let's see. What'd you write down yesterday?
What was that?
Oh, that's right. We were trying to make combination words because one of our fans said my favorite chips are salt and Vin, and then they put an emoji.
Oh, that's right.
And the emoji happened to be a black person. And I think he was trying to do something, but I don't know because I don't think that way. And then you tried to think of other words it could be.
Yeah. And you would think that this was also a slur, but that's just somebody's screen
No, that's
name.
just our new VIP's name is Gree C N-word. It's spelled out.
Now, if somebody found that notebook and just happened to read it.
Right, then it would be hard to explain. $95 away from this morning's goal. Thank you guys very much for chopping that down so quick. Friendo says, do not ever call me an ROTC fan again, or I shall declare war on Steel Toe. I mean, I won't call you an ROTC fan, but I will say, if someone has watched ROTC and says, oh, I don't like that show, I question your sense of humor a little bit. Now, if you're just like, oh, I'm not a fan, I just don't watch it, well, then who gives a shit? That's fine. But if you watch it and you reject them, I think, what do you got against just a good time and talking about news? You know? Because
It's cute how defensive you are.
My only problem with like news talk is that it's too dry. So because I like hearing about the news, I like hearing about what's going on.
More lube to the news then.
Yeah, I need a little more fun lube to my news. So like when a show like ROTC comes along and they're talking about the news and then they say horrific things like I always have on my show, I'm like, oh, I love these guys. They're like me. And who loves me more than April? Maybe me. Friendo is not a fan, trust me, and Friendo says I'm an aristocock. All right, I am not going to press the issue. You are who you are. You identify how you identify, and here on this program, I respect that, sir.
He is whatever he say he is.
He is whatever he say he is. And if he wasn't, then why would he say he is?
Exactly.
Tim the Toolman Taylor on Rumble says, for Rumble Friday, you should do only listener-sent stories just to see where it takes us. I could do like an hour of that.
Oof.
Yeah, I could do like an hour of listener-sent-in stories for Rumble Friday. That could be really fun. Hey, by the way, I really like this. This is exciting. Rumble and YouTube are about 50-50 this morning. I like that. I love that. The more the scales tip towards Rumble's favor, the closer I get to going, we're going to be a Rumble show.
Well, I kind of figured after this morning's discussions, we'd end up there anyway.
We'd end up there.
Like,
if they,
we did not play it safe today.
If they keep pumping us full of this lockdown mask shit, we'll be on Rumble. I promise.
Like
I won't
they pump
be able.
us full of vaccines that do so much good for us.
Look at you pulling the nose of the plane up just in time. Matthew Jenkins says, Steel Toe and ROTC get me through the workday. That's a fucking killer lineup. I love my show so much, and I like ROTC so much that I get jealous that other people get to listen to this for their workday.
For me, it's Steel Toe and Compound.
I go our show. Well, I'm doing it, so I'm not listening to it.
Lucky show.
I get a little break, and then I go with Gino. And then I go ROTC and Anthony. I kind of I'll split it. But like with Anthony's show,
Anthony.
It's easier to listen to Anthony's show any time of the day than it is ROTC. I love Rumble for live streaming. Maybe not so much playback, but I like it for live streaming. Fuck you, dude says, I like Rumble, but it just kills my battery even when playing in the background.
Weird.
Hobo Chili Recipe says, confirmed April does not like Royce or Mersh.
I've literally never uttered those words.
Oh, boy. I don't even.
I think they don't like me, actually.
Oh, shit.
Now, see, now there's a fight.
Johnny says, I'll be live today at 2 p.m.
Aww.
Hey, Johnny's going to be live
Back.
at 2 p.m. Helgi says, H3 and Philip DeFranco are my go-to shows. I'm going to tell you why I don't believe you. You're a member of this channel.
Right, you listen here.
Yes, you're a member of this channel. So, of course.
I couldn't have sniffed that lie out quicker if he had said Crowder.
So, of course, thank you very much. If you want to become a member, we do love members on this show.
We do indeed love
Just
a good member.
The bigger the members, the better.
Well, be careful. Some angry man out there is about to call you a whore cunt that fucks everybody but me.
Oh, no. All right, let's watch Joe Biden fall asleep and humiliate himself. And it would be fine, him humiliating himself, if by reflection he didn't, embarrass the entire country.
Oh, okay.
When he does it. Joe Biden went to Maui. He was looking for a soul to steal. He was in a bind. He was way behind, and he was looking to make a deal. When he came across a young man sawing on a fiddle and playing it hot, Joe Biden took all his fiddle because he owed back taxes from a 1099 that he hadn't paid 2 years ago.
That didn't rhyme.
By the way, if you don't think the IRS is hiring a shitload of new people, sorry for the side rant here. If you think they're hiring a shit ton of people to go after, quote, the rich, you're out of your fucking mind. They're going to bully the fuck out of middle and lower middle class people. They're going to look through their Venmos and their PayPals and everything else. They're going to take every fucking tax dollar they can from those people because they don't want to get locked down in litigation with the wealthy and spend a shitload of money on going to court over some tax bills. They're coming for people's money who can't defend themselves.
Oh, and they can shove their weapons down your throat while they ask for it.
Right. And all this because they don't want to stop spending money. All this because they don't want to cut back and balance the budget. They're like, oh, shit, interest rates are going up. The debt is getting really expensive. We're spending more on debt service than we are on the military now. What are we going to do? I know. Let's bully our own people into paying us money like we're King John in Robin Hood. That'll be great.
Oh.
Anyway, let's talk about
God,
Joe Biden.
you really are just making us feel good today.
I'm all over the place. But I mix in this voice every once in a while, and everything gets better. See?
Yeah, except your health.
Yeah, I'm stuffing up. I get so angry, I get all stuffed up again. Guys, let's watch Joe Biden meet with Maui wildfire survivors. I mean, it's the least he can do. A firebug returning to the scene of the crime and all that,
Yeah, I would like everybody to stop calling this a wildfire, by the way.
It's really nice to see the guy who killed all these people come out to see if the survivors are okay.
Of the domestic fire.
I just really like that he's committed. Well, let's see how enthralled he was by the stories of these survivors and their tales of woe and making it through a terrible time in their history. Let's see how Joe Biden reacted.
Never met before. We are a community that relies on family, on ohana, whether by blood or by friendship. But like many others, my son's home burned down. My daughter.
Just a quick snooze.
Please tell me that he was. Please make the argument that he was not nodding off and falling asleep right there.
No, he indeed, Aaron, was bowing his head in prayer, and you close your eyes when you do that so that everyone knows you're being earnest with the Lord.
That's interesting because I don't see anyone else bowing their heads. Everyone else is looking up
Nope.
at the speaker.
Prayer is when you feel it. He was clearly feeling the power of the Holy Spirit at that moment and felt that he needed to be caught up in prayer for these survivors.
This guy, I'm going to tell you, this is the first time I've ever said this about a president. We have to stop putting him on television and showing pictures of him because he is a giant take anything you want from the store to every country in the world.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing fearful. Like, look, I don't want the
take a complete advantage of us.
I don't want to be an empire. I don't. But we are an empire. And if you're going to be an empire, people have to be scared shitless of you. They do. That's just the way empire works. You can't be an empire and be the good guy.
I'm scared of this government for many, many reasons, but not
No,
him.
I mean the rest of the world is supposed to be.
Oh.
Yeah, right. If you're an empire, the people are supposed to be happy, and other countries are supposed to be scared.
No, I'm afraid of how we're going to be dicked down next.
Yeah, we've flipped that around with this administration. The people are terrified, and the rest of the world is happy as a pig in shit.
Chuckling.
Yeah.
Having a grand old time.
So, with Joe Biden, I think it's just time to stop putting him on television and stop showing him. And basically, I want this country run until he's done by a board of directors. I want to sit him down like they sat Ashton Kutcher down in the Steve Jobs movie and say, like, look, we can't give you control anymore. You're fucking everything up. And let's just have a board of directors run this shit.
Okay.
Just remove him for a little while and let him. Obviously, he's tired. He's very sleepy. His face is just starting to look he's not starting to look old anymore. And I hope you guys understand what I mean by the difference here. He's looking elderly.
Yeah, like all life is lost.
And his face is getting that weird, puffy, wrinkled, Shar-Payed over.
But, like it's falling.
Yeah. Like it just looks bad. He's getting that weird paunch gut where all of his muscle is gone. And it's just this sack of flesh and fat. Like his body is preparing itself for the great beyond. It's just kind of rotting away.
The great hibernation.
Yes.
My home burned down. My home burned down. My parents of 59 years.
He just looks like, so after he popped back up and he woke up from the nap he was taking, it still looks like he could drop asleep at any minute.
Right. That's just his existence now. And meanwhile, this man at the microphone's talking about how him and all his loved ones' homes are burnt down.
Yeah. This morning, many people are spreading a video of Joe Biden calling him. So some guy on Twitter felt the need to white knight for him, calling him Sleepy Joe because it appears though he might be sleeping while visiting wildfire survivors in Lahaina in Maui County, Hawaii. This is false. When you actually watch a longer clip, you can see that he wasn't sleeping. In fact, he had his head down as the speaker was talking about the massive amount of people who had lost homes, family members, and lives. Multiple people sitting around him were wiping tears from their eyes as he bowed his head for a few brief seconds. Right, as other people are actively
I said it
crying,
as a joke.
He's sleeping.
He was
fell
not
asleep.
bowing his head. It wasn't bowed in prayer. It wasn't bowed in respect. It was bowed in sleep.
And we've watched him fall asleep on shit before. I mean, this isn't a new thing.
Usually when it's some natural disaster that people need some hope instilled in, you know.
Matt Melt says, with 499 says, technically compared to the rest of the world, we are the rich. I do get that. Yes, you are correct.
Yeah, but at what cost?
Right. I just,
what did it cost us? Everything.
I'm just saying that you can see that your country is in decline when the things you're comparing yourself to as you get older become wider. For example, it used to be we compared each other with each other here in America. Now we're like, well, compared to Botswana, we're really kicking ass.
We've been doing it with Africa all morning. Compared to Africa, we're doing fine.
Right. When your go-to is, hey, the sub-Saharans really have it shitty. We're not doing so bad.
No, literally shitty.
KF Sage with another $5. Thank you very much, buddy. Says mainstream media is already running cover. Yeah, and it's another news article about, oh, come on, they're falsely claiming that he fell asleep during the Maui fire memorial.
And they have to say, like, conservative pundits.
Yeah.
Of course.
I'm sorry, but...
Make his sleeping political.
Yeah, the guy falls asleep a lot. You have to... We're at the point now where you have to prove to me he didn't fall asleep. Not that he did. Not I have to prove that he did.
Apparently, I'm a conservative pundit.
Oh, I want to be a conservative
for
pundit.
suggesting that our president was sleeping during a natural disaster.
By the way, big day, guys. Rumble outpacing YouTube today. There you go. 820 people watching, 430 of them over on Rumble. And I'm not even counting the Facebook and Twitter. Thank you, guys, very, very much. And over to the Rumble chat. Thank you to Bigot on Socialist Media.
Ooh, thank you.
For the $20. Appreciate that. Not for nothing, but you boys and girls are only $70 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. And 30 minutes of overtime waiting. Should we knock that out? And if we go over, it all goes to tomorrow's goal, which is great. Anything we go over on Rumble Friday with Gino goes right into Gino's pocket. 100%.
Ooh, for his Vikings fund.
Yes, everything goes into Gino's Vikings fund.
So you're going to cheer on them Vikings.
I did tell them, however, that if they came for the game, I would buy the tickets. Because they're flying from New York. Right?
I don't know why you needed to out that to everybody, but
it's a nice thing to do, right? Well, you said for his ticket fund. And I said no.
I don't think I said no, I said his Vikings fund.
I just feel bad if they're flying here twice in a 1 month period,
I think
basically.
It's gonna be okay.
And not only that, it's a good way to get your beers paid for. Just kidding. I was only kidding. So Joe Biden's day in Maui, as we continue to cover this, did not get better. Apparently, people were booing the shit out of him over there. And, people say, oh, that's disrespectful to the president. But to be honest, if the guy who set all my houses on fire and killed all my family came to talk to me, I'd probably be upset with him too.
Yeah.
Look, I say it half joking. April's not joking.
I'm 100% not joking. This was a domestic fire. Those people were murdered.
I'm going to tell you this. When the guy who's the chief of police there is also the guy who was the police captain in charge of detectives and investigators in Las Vegas, in Clark County, when the Mandalay Bay shooting happened, and then he goes to Maui and becomes a police chief, gets a promotion, gets to be a police chief of an entire area. And then another really wonky, questionable, nobody's telling us what happened thing happens there and kills a bunch of people. I mean, either this guy's got the worst goddamn luck in the world.
I'll tell you what's going to happen. This is going to come full circle. They're going to say that he didn't do a proper job in Maui now, and they're going to transfer him to Yellowstone, where then the caldera will be blowing up within the next 3 years.
If this guy becomes the general park ranger of Yellowstone, we need to all fucking move to Europe immediately. Because that means the super caldera is about to fuck us right in the mouth.
I'm telling you. I mean, something's going to happen.
So then you have the guy who was in charge of, or in charge. He was.
I do prefer to be in charge, not in charge.
You got to be in charge. Packer Backer says over on Rumble. I want to make Rumble feel good today. It says the Maui fire was absolutely intentional. But as far as the other guy, Can of Monster also says Ed Krasenstein is a piece of shit. The guy who did the little excuse for Biden falling asleep. Sorry, I'm all over the place here. But then you also have the emergency management guy who didn't set the sirens off because he was worried people might think there was a typhoon. Yeah, God forbid they think there's an emergency.
No, he absolutely was told not to put those sirens off. The whole point of having sirens is to let us know there's something really bad happening. And, whether there was a tsunami going on or not, I think it would have been in everybody's best interest to look out their windows.
Right.
And just take a peek.
And then he goes, well, the sirens are outside and the people were inside. It's like, dude, could you just could you just tell me, stop treating me like I'm an asshole and just tell me that you were told not to sound the sirens?
He blamed air conditioning. He said, yeah, those sirens, those are outside, not inside. And people won't hear it over their air conditioning. So why should we set the sirens off?
Well, then at the very least, because you at least run around the town going, motherfucker, there's a fire coming.
The first day that this happened, they interviewed some family who was, by the way, sobbing on the news because their home was lost. And they said, guys, we didn't see any police going up and down the streets letting us know. There was nobody out yelling for us to get out of our homes.
Hobo Chili says, he didn't want to cause a panic, but burning alive is okay. Right, they had 80 miles.
I'm telling you, they were told not to set those off.
They had 80 mile per hour winds when that fire was set. And that's going to blow through really quick. And they didn't even warn anybody. If you go, like in Minnesota, the first Wednesday of every month, they test the tornado sirens. You hear them just fine
and guess
in your
what?
home.
We don't panic, right? We don't panic when it goes off. There's one right above Byerly's, and it went off right as we were in there one day. Oof. Still no panic.
Juan Marquez says they held back water for 5 hours. Whenever this shit happens, there's always all kinds of weird shit where you just go, I'm sorry. I know people are fallible, but they can't be this fallible.
It is interesting that it's a little island surrounded by water, and they can't figure out a way to put that fire out before everybody's homes burn to the ground.
Right. Los Federales with $2 says Maui versus 9/11, which is worse. Well, 9/11, but still. Mo Green says, wasn't panic called for? That's another thing. Is they're like, well, it would have caused a panic. And I'm like,
yes, this is the time to panic. Get out of your homes.
That seems like a panicky time.
Because you know what? You're not going to make it through a fire if you're trapped inside your home.
Right.
You need to panic and get the hell out of there.
Panic is needed in a fire situation. You know why they don't yell fire? They don't let you yell fire in a crowded theater when there's no fire?
Because they panic.
Because people will panic to run away from the fire. So if you yell fire when there's a fire, they would like people to panic.
Do you know what people are told, like women are told if they're being graped to yell instead of grape?
Fire.
Fire.
Yeah.
Because somebody will come running because it's a panic word.
That always made me really sad for humanity.
Isn't it? People won't come for the word grape.
Because you would think, fuck you, YouTube. You think if you yelled rape,
yeah,
there would be a bunch of guys running to be like, I'll beat the fuck out of them. Or at the very least, a few perverts going, I mean, if I save her, do you think she'll fuck me? You know, I mean.
A pity fuck.
Right. You know, like, hey, she's really emotional, you know.
You got to give her about a week, though. You know, let the rape calm down.
01 says the new Oliver Anthony song is very good. It's called I Want to Go Home. Posted 13 hours ago, 1 million views. I actually thought that one was a better country music song than the first one. The first one seemed a little buzzwordy to me. The Rich Men North of Richmond thing. I thought this one was a better like country music song. We'll check it out.
I'll give it a listen.
We'll check it out a little bit later. But I did want to show Joe Biden getting booed in Maui. Let's check that out.
I don't want to compare difficulties, but we have a little sense, Jill and I.
Don't.
Is he about to tell the people of Maui that he's had problems and struggles?
I don't know. I haven't watched this yet, but he'd better fucking not. Do not. Joe, the entire city burned to the ground like Dresden. There's so many people dead and they incinerated so quickly, they'll never know how many people died in this thing. It was disgusting what we allowed to happen. Please do not tell us some shitty anecdote about a house garage fire or something that you had. I bet you he'll say something like, oh, yeah, my study was on fire and we had lots of smoke damage. Or, oh, one of my cars burned down in my garage.
Hunter forgot one of his crack pipes lit in the library. And I wasn't supposed to say that one, was I?
Right on a stack of W-2s from Burisma Energy that I had. Under the name Pedo Peter.
Like to lose a home.
Oh, no.
Years ago, now 15 years ago, I was in
Washington
doing Meet the Press.
No.
I hate
Oh, well, already this is just like people losing their homes in the Maui wildfire. You were on national television doing an interview. Sounds right.
It was a sunny Sunday, and lightning struck at home
What kind of lightning?
on a little lake. It's outside of our home.
I filed an insurance claim immediately after. Told them it was an act of God. I won't really discuss it further because they say the terms I use to describe it are not couth.
Went on a lake, a big pond, and hit a wire and came up underneath our home into the heating ducts, the air conditioning duct. To make a long story.
Oh my God! You had an air conditioning duck?
He quacked.
Quack, quack, quack. You had to put ice in his mouth so every time he breathed, there would be cool air. Quack, quack, quack. And you're like, oh, it's cooling down in here. Got my air conditioning duck.
Actually, I thought he just flapped his wings and caused
that
a
too.
breeze.
That's how your air conditioning duck works.
You
and then
alright?
your heating what?
Did you just squeak?
No. And then your heating duck just farts, and that heats your home. Those are the different kind of ducks that you can have. By the way, take that off. You look fucking ridiculous.
I hate that it's crooked. I want to fix it.
Yes. What, the country? Him?
Short. I almost lost my wife, my 67 Corvette, and my cat.
A moment of silence for all the angry people.
I'm just trying to think. If George W. Bush or Donald Trump made this same exact speech, they'd be retarded. They'd be chastised in the press for days. They're insensitive. They don't care about the suffering of others. Holy shit.
Did he ever make it to Palestine, Ohio, where he then told them that he was part of a train derailment too?
Yeah, one time I was on a train, and the train, it hit a bumpy spot, and I had a rum and Coke, and it spilled on my pants, and, we had to get the Tide marker out so I could make sure that it didn't stain my pants, and I almost lost my favorite pair of Dockers, so I know what you folks are going through.
But all kidding aside, I watched the
I'm sorry, that was kidding? Yeah.
Wait.
Our entire city just burned the fuck down.
Was that supposed to be funny? Was that a joke?
Yeah, you guys all are traumatized by fire, and a gas stove would probably make you go insane. One time my house started on fire. I almost lost my Corvette. Ha ha ha. But anyway, now that the laughter's over, let's get down to brass tacks. This piece of shit.
Oh, are you all crying because that was so funny?
Yeah.
Tears of laughter?
firefighters, the way they responded. There's an old expression. I grew up right across the street from a fire hall in Claymont, Delaware.
Okay, pause it. Firefighters didn't respond to this one.
No.
This is so out of
Joe,
touch.
the only time the firefighters were allowed, or I'm going to say allowed, were allowed to do anything is after everyone was fucking dead.
Yeah, when
they got to go through the rubble.
Searching for bodies.
Oh, what a fucking asshole. Did nobody tell him the mission that they okayed that he was out there to talk about?
No, apparently. No, he knew about it. I'm sure he was part of this because furthering climate change. If he throws climate change in this, I have no words for us.
Did nobody brief this motherfucker on what happened?
No, he knows what happened. He doesn't care.
And the expression is, God made man, then he made a few firefighters. You're all crazy, thank God. The only people who run into flames to help other people.
Yeah, they didn't get a chance to in this one because they were all held back.
And they ran into flames to save my wife and save my family.
Oh, never mind. We weren't talking about the people of Maui. We were still talking about his mansion while he was on Meet the Press.
Okay, how does every man out in the crowd right now feel whose wife wasn't saved?
Oh,
whose children didn't make it?
God, he's awful.
Not a joke. The smoke, and the firefighters here can tell you, sometimes smoke is so thick from the windows out, it was that thick inside the home. And we were insured. We did not have any problem. But
well, did nobody give you a $700 check? What evil bastards.
I want to reiterate, these people's homes aren't there to be filled with smoke anymore. Their families didn't live. Nobody came to save them. The insurance doesn't matter right now.
Nobody warned them?
They have nothing. Oh. Nobody came to save these people. They were murdered.
Being out of our home for a better part of a year
Oh, you poor thing.
is difficult. I can only imagine what it's like to lose your home.
No, you can't.
Start with that next time.
I can't imagine
you know
what that's like.
You'll know what it's like to lose your home in about, a year and 4 months. There you go. Let's make sure he loses his home in about a year and 4 months. That'll be about
really
the
painful
appropriate time.
That is really painful to listen to.
Dude, doesn't he have advisors who just look at each other while he's doing this and going, oh, fuck?
No, I'm telling you that that's not the case. I don't think they care. I think this is also they can sit back and say, look, guys, climate change it's a big problem, guys. Like, we usually don't have winds that crazy, right? And then all these fires, man, and people are dying.
Holy shit.
We got to do something.
I gotta go to the chat on both platforms here because there's a shitload of people on both today. People are so busy on this one. My kitchen caught fire. He had a small kitchen fire from a lightning. Spoiler. Oh, is that what it? Okay. I got a fire on my house, says Mo Green. He does have the nerve to bring up his Corvette. Yeah, he did.
And then the nerve to say, like, we had insurance, so there wasn't really a problem. We weren't problemed.
Mel Gibson, after 12 beers, says, I'm surprised he didn't say that Bo died in the Mount Vesuvius eruption. Helgi says, when I was in the Boy Scouts, Corn Pop lit a fire and it almost got out of control. Need Trump says, this guy is so full of shit. I can't believe he's not wearing hip boots. Yeah, Union Jack says, not the 67 Corvette. By the way, this story, totally fine to tell at like a VFW hall, if you're doing some kind of appearance somewhere.
When there was a kitchen fire.
Or you're like campaigning at a fire hall, totally fine. Totally cool. In front of the people of Maui, tone deaf doesn't begin to describe it.
Right. Everything you just described is a minor inconvenience, whereas their lives are over right now.
Yeah, it's done.
For some of them, quite literally, they died.
Los Federales with $2 says, that motherfucker is not real. Unfortunately for all of us, he is real.
Guys, his cat almost didn't make it.
He is real. Laughing Lion says, $5 says he starts eating his lay in a minute. Oh, I'm hungry, and they say that I'm at risk of scurvy. I better eat these berries that are in here.
What are these grapes?
I hope they're plastic.
These are grapes.
Silverwool says, yes, I'm sure the absolute well-to-do Bidens know what this is like.
That's what I'm saying. Like, dude, we're not anything, and I can't imagine losing a house. But the Bidens could have a house back like this.
Los Federali says, you know who's super prepared for everything? Ukraine. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Yeah. Hey, don't worry. We got you guys $700 for your houses. Sir, what about Ukraine? Doing awesome. Doing great. Kicking ass. Are you sure the Russians aren't pushing their shit in as we speak? No. They're doing great.
Don't we have any shame left? For a second, aren't these people sick with themselves for what they've done?
Hopefully when they get really old, they will. Mikey Two Milk says, the same Corvette that he kept classified documents in.
Yes, that one.
Yes. That would be the Corvette that we're speaking of, sir. Thank you very much to The Mood for $2. He says, it was a sunny Sunday when lightning struck his house. I call bullshit. Did he say, oh yes, he said sunny Sunday.
He did say that.
He's also retarded. So you got to give him that, you know?
I don't feel good about us.
Yeah,
anymore. I don't.
The Rumble chat, very busy as well. Let's pick a few of these out. Labglass says, Aaron hasn't seen this yet. He's in for a treat here. Oh, I sure was. Why is your cat after your Corvette? One person says. Yeah, like, I almost lost my Corvette and my cat. In fairness, that's
and then
how
he says, and my wife.
And then he goes, and my wife. My wife.
Don't you just feel sick? Like, isn't there any part of you that feels sick?
Here's what I feel like when I make fun of this guy. I feel like a prosecutor whose case has gone on way too long. Like, I've called enough witnesses. I've presented enough evidence. But yet there are still jurors out there who are going, he seems fine to me. It's like, God damn.
These people they don't have toilets to shit in. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
What are they supposed to do? And you've got the president here talking about his non-problems and handing out $700 vouchers.
Scarface says the Corvette comment should be followed by a what the fuck from the crowd. I think that's what the silence was. I think, or maybe a chant of bullshit, like maybe some old wrestling chants.
Or fuck you.
Or just uncontrollable shouting, perhaps.
Walking out.
Boys and girls, $70 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute, there's the Streamlabs, PayPal links and the Venmo link in the chat. Thank you very much for that. About 850 of you watching Steel Toe today. Motherfucker, what a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you guys very, very much. So to keep that momentum going, and thank you to all our new followers on Rumble. I'm getting a lot of notifications on new Rumble followers. Thank you. Go ahead and hit like, hit thumbs up, and subscribe to our channel. We really do appreciate all of this support that we're seeing, no matter what platform you're on. Go ahead and hit like and hit subscribe. A couple of these before we jump into Generation Z's idea of self-defense. And, you know, you guys, look, I'm a millennial. Some of you may be Gen X. Some of you may be Gen Z. I'll tell you something about this Gen Z. Way smarter than the rest of us.
Oh, I believe it.
Terrible. I mean, I tell you what, I mean, these guys are prepared. They know shit that we didn't know. They're just really kind of, they're with it. They're hip. They understand more than we do. And we're going to get to that with a little story called Sock Bat.
Sock Bat?
I got Sock Bat for you on today's show. But first, Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Happy anniversary on Friday to Cheetos and Stoney's. Of course, tomorrow is bike night at Stoney's Bar in Rockville. So bring the bike. Bring your appetite. Wild Willie's Sandwich Shack will be there. Grab some drinks. I say Sundays for football, Bloody Marys at Stoney's. I can't believe I wasn't a Bloody Mary guy my whole life. And then I had one after we dropped Gino and Keanu off at the airport. I love them. They're fucking good. I don't know what I was thinking all this time. But nobody does it better than Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Also, while the weather's still nice, Stoney's Garage is great. The garage bar with the outdoor patio with Jaeger Curb and Concrete did an amazing job on that patio, man. That thing, I put the boards on that concrete. I don't need to put any shims or anything down. That is level ass, beautiful, beautiful concrete at Stoney's Bar in Rockville. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for our friends at All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, our pals at All Care have a great selection of trucks and wreckers to help pick up any kind of equipment or vehicle that you have, from motorcycles to heavy-duty equipment. It's All Care Towing, and they're quicker than everyone, and their drivers are nice guys. They're actually fun. You know, you're not going to be in a great mood because your car's in shitty shape and it had to get towed, but the drivers are pretty fun. Give them a chance. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Of course, our pals at Midland Armory with a great selection of firearms, whether it's handguns, lower receivers, rifles, shotguns, magazines, optics, knives, parts, and gear. You name it, you can get it at Midland Armory. MidlandArmory.com. If one of the mods wants to throw the links into both the Rumble and YouTube chats, that's cool. Midland Armory, use the promo code STEELTOE when you make an order, and you're going to get a great discount. That's Midland Armory, midlandarmory.com. Make your order today. And when you get your firearm, God forbid you have to defend your family with lethal force, but sometimes you do. Sometimes you have to stop an intruder, or maybe you work in bail bonds, or you work in security, or you work in repo. Sometimes you may have to defend yourself while on duty, or just on duty as the head of your family, the head of your household. Lawyers are expensive. So why not just be prepared ahead of time? You know how, better to have a gun and not need it than need it and not than need it and not have it. Same thing goes with legal defense when it comes to defending your property. And that's where Fairline Defense comes in. Let's say you buy that gun. You get a great discount by using the promo code STEELTOE at Midland Armory. Take your savings and subscribe to Fairline Defense. FairlineDefense.com. Become a member today, $19.99 a month, and you have legal peace of mind if you ever have to defend yourself and then go to court. Whether it's civil or criminal, they also have 24/7 crisis response teams available when the event happens so they can coach you through it. And all of this for $19.99 a month. Much like a firearm, this subscription-based legal defense service is better to have and not need than need and not have. That's Fairline Defense, fairlinedefense.com. All right, boys and girls, let's get in here. And, April's done. Look at that. April's ready to go. Deutsch Chad with $5 says the family of a fentanyl addict that hits pregnant women gets millions of dollars, but thousands of people die under suspicious conditions and can't get assistance. Welcome to modern America.
Yep.
Well, maybe if the fire had a knee and it was on the neck of the people of Maui, maybe it would be a different story.
We are a lost people. I really believe that. We're screwed up.
$65 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much for your overwhelming support today. We really do appreciate it. Okay, sock bat. I promised sock bat. Here comes sock bat. We were talking about self-defense just a second ago.
Mm-hmm.
Self-defense, very important. You got to stand up for yourself or you're going to get run over. Well, this Gen Z woman on TikTok, I mean, look, man, if you're looking for good ideas, you got to go to TikTok.
I agree.
That's where all the great ideas are. I mean, it's definitely not a bunch of Gen Z retards saying the first little spat of drivel that comes to their head. It's well thought out educational videos.
Don't you put your whole life on there?
Absolutely. Mostly my dick and balls. But this woman, if you ever find yourself in a self-defense situation, remember these Gen Z people, a lot of them don't believe in guns.
That's true.
You know, guns are bad. Gen Z, they're the kind of people who would make the argument that, well, yeah, if you have a gun, you're more likely to be hurt by your own gun than hurt somebody else. Okay, shit for brains. I don't doubt that would be true with you. But these people are so against guns for self-defense that they're coming up with the most cockamamie, like illegitimate, stupid, unworkable, unreasonable ideas of self-defense. I love when I hear from people that, oh, yeah, you think you have a gun in a situation like that, you're going to be able to use it properly. And it's like, well, I'm hoping to use it well enough.
Yeah.
That I negate
Just
the
get
threat.
the job done at least.
Yeah. So then you ask them like, oh, what's your idea of defense? Well, wait until you hear what this lovely person on TikTok, Salty and Spiteful 12, sounds like a very lovable woman. By the way, if you're a young single woman, you're Gen Z, you might want to get off of TikTok because by the day you're making yourself less fuckable. You're becoming a problem, a head case. Guys are not going to want you. Anyone who's that narcissistic, a guy's not going to be interested.
And you're quite literally getting uglier. Look at this person.
Yeah.
Can't even see your whole face yet.
You're getting uglier. Your hair's turning blue. Get off of TikTok. You're also aiding our enemies in communist China, which I know you don't give a shit about, but I'm telling you that's going to become a problem. But it's funny to watch Gen Z who can't buy a house right now because Chinese linked corporations and American hedge fund corporations are buying up all of the houses and entire subdivisions, keeping the prices artificially high while the interest rates go up. And what do these Gen Z people do to combat it? They go on TikTok and help the Chinese. You guys are smart.
And the Chinese basically nod and smile, and they're like, yes,
Good
I
job.
did know that they were this stupid.
You guys are beautiful.
It just feels good to see it again.
Is this the benefits of getting older? Like other people become young and you get to shit on them? That's kind of fun.
That's fun, but it's not fun getting older and just getting wise to everything and being like, God, we are just in trouble.
So here's Salty and Spiteful showing people how she defends herself with a bat. And then people want to know, well, why do you have a sock on your bat? Now, remember, this is way better than using a gun.
So I keep getting the question, Sasha, why is there a sock on your bat? Is it to clean up the blood? And the answer is no. So if you're, hitting someone with the bat.
I feel threatened.
I was just going to say, did you see what I just saw?
I did. I didn't blink or anything.
Women, if you have a stalker guy or an abusive guy or anything like that, don't use a bat. Don't think that a bat is your way of self-defense, because I got to tell you something. We can take a few shots from a bat from you.
Are you sure?
If we really wanted to hurt you, like if we're dead set on causing you harm and you swing as hard as you guys can swing with a bat, we can either catch that or we can take a few shots to the arm with a bat. When we're in reach of your bat, you've got at best 2 swings.
Right, because you'll grab it.
Right. And if you swing for the head, we're going to get our arms up. We're not going to let you hit us in the head with a baseball bat. You're not going to hit, if you go to hit us in the ribs, we're not going to open up our arms so you can hit us in the ribs with a baseball bat or the knees or anything like that. You're getting 1 or 2 shots in, and then it's business time. Then there's problems.
I want to see her swing again. Maybe we're wrong, and she is going to be quite a threat here.
All right, let's watch the swing. Of course, with Twitter videos, they're really picky. If you want to
TikTok.
Yeah, here we go.
So I keep getting the question, Sasha, why is there sock on your bat? Is it to clean up the blood? And the
You're not. First of all, you're not drawing blood.
And I like how she thinks she sounds so tough in this video.
She's a self-defense expert.
Oh, is it to clean up the blood? No,
No, that's a retarded question. Actually, let me show you how smart I am.
The answer's no. So if you're, hitting someone with the bat.
Do you feel threatened that time?
Even if that's you holding back, first of all, that bat is way too big for you. It's way too heavy. You cannot get around. Maybe a man should explain this too. Allow me to mansplain for a moment. You see, April, and if you don't know the answer to this question, it's okay. It just kind of proves the point I'm about to make. April, where does power come from?
From your backswing?
But does it come from like arm strength? Does it come from you being strong?
No, you have to turn in your hips, right?
It comes from bat speed.
Oh.
Power comes from bat speed. The harder, so you have a 90 mile per hour fastball coming in. If it's met with a 100 mile per hour force swing, it's going to have that force of the 90-degree fastball meets the 100 mile per hour swing of the baseball bat. You're going to hit that motherfucker really far. But if you have a 90 mile per hour fastball and you kind of give it like 30 miles per hour of swing, the ball's not going to go very far.
No.
Power comes in bat speed. And I'm sorry, but if you're a girl and you get like a big old Easton, I got like a 35 ounce, it's a monster bat. It doesn't fucking matter. You can't swing it. You need like one of those kids bats, those metal bats we have for Louis, or one of those metal bats that they use in T-ball, because you can get around on that really fast.
Maybe just get a broom.
How about a fucking gun?
Swat him with a broom.
How about you take a goddamn gun safety class and you get the gun to defend yourself? Or
do you want her with a gun? That's the other side of it. Do you want stupid people with guns?
She's already lost. She's done. But I just, watching her talk like she knows something is hilarious to me.
They're going to try to grab at the bat, and then they're going to try to pull it away from you, right? So you put a sock on the bat, so when they grab onto it, you can just yank the bat away, and then they're left with the sock, and you still have the bat.
I like her,
she's a badass.
She's posturing, too.
You still have the bat. Great. So you're saying in all the time it took for you to pull that bat back while they were at point blank range and grabbed it, they didn't just keep coming forward and fuck you up.
Just the sheer laziness in this video. She can't even get out of her pajamas to make a TikTok video.
Yeah.
Can we comb her hair a little?
Well, she's busy waiting to, clock somebody with that big swing of hers, old fucking Mark McGuire over there. She's got to be ready. Loose
TikTok,
clothing.
in my opinion, really does show the worst side of us.
Like mental retardation.
Turn. Not only that, just the weakest, the most retarded. Posturing.
See if you have a sock on the bat. Yeah, because you know what's really good for hard metal objects? Cushioning the hard surface. That's going to work too.
It'll feel better on their face when it kisses them.
I guarantee, I'm promising she's never had to actually do this. She would find out how stupid it is.
And she never will, though.
No.
So it gives you a second chance to, continue doing what you have to do.
Do your thing. Take them down. Take them out. Do your stuff.
So they don't use the bat against you. That's why
we don't need the bat, sweetheart. I'm sorry.
Why don't you just ask them politely to take their pants down and sodomize them with it?
Yeah. Excuse me. Can I shove this in your asshole before you hit me? Thank you.
Put a sock on your bat.
Wow.
I don't like that anyone posts anything to TikTok and really thinks, hey, I'm doing something here.
I don't like how much confidence she had and all that. Mikey Two Milk says, even if it does work, it works once.
Yes.
Right. They pulled the sock off and now you can swing one more time. But I'm sorry. A lot of you don't have the power, like certainly the way she was holding that thing, you don't have the power to hurt anyone with that bat.
Not only that, she's going to watch this guy grab the sock and have the sock slip off, and she's going to sit there and pause instead of attacking at that point. She's going to be like, oh my God, it worked. And she's going to sit there and now it's over.
Bam!
Yeah.
Right in the head. 01 says TikTok. Well, and also they talk about how unreasonable it is to get a gun. What are you going to do? Walk the fucking streets when you're out clubbing with a baseball bat? You don't think the first bouncer is going to be like, no. Give me the fucking baseball bat.
I do hope you feel better. If let's even say the bat did work for you and you bash somebody's brains in with it, I hope you feel better doing that than just shooting somebody in self-defense.
Now, I played baseball my whole life. Could I fucking crack somebody with a bat? Yes, of course.
Yes,
but
and you're a large man.
I'm also 6'4" and 225 pounds. I'm a bigger dude. Yeah, 225 today. We got to get that back down to 220.
Well, you did go to McDonald's after the gym.
I know. Don't think I didn't think about that. Like, I stepped on the scale this morning, and I'm like, I mean, that's not, I mean, I'll be okay, but, like, I'd be at 224, 223 if I didn't do that yesterday.
You just need to get wiser like me, and on days where I know I've screwed up all day food-wise, just don't weigh yourself that next morning.
I got to hold myself to account.
But you don't. You step on the scale, you get depressy and angry, and you eat anyways.
And I eat anyways. I had that song in my head yesterday, believe it or not.
You eat anyways?
And we danced anyway. You don't remember that song?
No, I'm having
Sha-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. Sorry, I'm still stuffed up. Usually I'm such a good singer. Hold on. This is worth getting a pop today. This is worth getting popped. You don't remember this song?
Oh my God, show them.
But we danced anyway. We never understood the words.
Where's
we
video?
just sang. Oh. La 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 la. And we danced anyway.
I don't know why I thought of that song yesterday. It wasn't on in the gym or anything like that. I just had it in my head. People are saying gay. No, I know it's gay. It's 100% gay.
But the reasoning that you thought of this song and cared to sing it and share with all of us that you thought of that
But
was
it just
that you,
popped into
you
my
are
head.
gay.
I just
I
popped
think
into my
there's
head.
going to be a moment in time for us where you just kind of say that one day and you can live your best life.
How many times do you think I need to say it? You know?
From a tree like Spider-Man. Put coke in my tea, then it's time to dance. Watch me cut shapes with my tiny hands.
This is a fucking good song. I needed to wash that other song out of my head.
And drain it.
Hey, friggin' neck.
Bob my head like a pigeon peck.
I wanna dance for eternity, so just fill my legs with a nanotech. Robot pet can't be defeated. He shoots lasers from his eyes. Should've never given me the nanotech, cause now I kill motherfuckers with my nanotech thighs.
That's a good point.
You and I thought this was fake when we first saw the Sindhu Sesh song. Remember that?
Yeah, the freestyle.
We thought it was a fake.
I thought that guy was like just lip syncing for someone who can actually rap, but no, these guys are they're a shoot.
I want that guy's existence, the one who just
Kev?
dances. Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to just dance like Kev.
His mate Kev has dementia. He says hi, then forgets he met you. His whole life's an insane adventure. Sometimes he sleeps in the shopping center. But he has a nice suit. Oh, man. Let's get Johnny some nanotech. Yeah, Johnny wouldn't be irresponsible with nanotech. I don't think.
You don't think he'd kill people with those things?
I don't think he'd kill people with his nanotech. He does get angry at people sometimes, but I think he's a passive man. All right, $65 away from today's goal. Hey, let's do this. Let's just hammer that out in the next couple of minutes. I know we've still got like an hour and change to knock out a measly $65, but you guys have been so on today that fuck it. Let's just knock out the last 65. We'll do overtime. No goal tonight, and then we've got Thursday, and then every dollar we go over on Friday, we're going to give to Gino for doing Rumble Friday.
Lovely.
So that'll be all kinds of fun, boys and girls. All right, let's continue. I talked about this story earlier in the show. I teased that this was coming up. We have a sex teacher in Wisconsin, but this is a new breed of sex teacher. No, not a non-binary one, thank Christ.
Okay.
But this one not only fucked her student, but armed him as well. You don't see that out of sex. You don't see a sex teacher brave enough and trusting enough to give a gun.
To protect against other sexual predators, right?
Right, exactly. So he's 13, she's 34. Yeah, right. That's way too fucking young. I've said before, like, if it's 17
I wish I could vomit on command. I would.
Like, if it's 17 or 18, I mean, yeah, that 34-year-old teacher is still creepy for going that young. But at 17 or 18, you're trying to get pussy. If you're a guy. Like, if you're 17 or 18.
Cruising.
If you're 17 or 18 years old, you're looking for opportunities to get your dick wet. So that's not exactly the traumatizing, awful, terrible. I mean, not all sex teacher situations are created equal. But in my opinion, if the kid's under 17 years old, you could be fucking him up.
There's like another level of ick to that.
See, to me, there's another level of ick when it's a male teacher. I will admit I have that bias. Like, it's more gross because I feel like there's more cajoling and manipulation used for a male teacher to fuck a female student.
I feel like you gotta work harder if you're a female student.
Oh, honey.
I don't know.
Oh, honey. Touch the button. Touch the button. Watch it go boop, and then sit on it. That's how.
I know I'm projecting, but like, if one of my hot male teachers had tried to have sex with me when I was like 14, that would have been so like ugh to me. I would have never gone for it.
Well, I hope you wouldn't have fucked your teacher when you were 14.
That's what I'm saying though. I feel like that's not very. I don't know.
Ernie with $10 over on Venmo says, keep up the good work. Glad I can now listen to you on Rumble. I'm working down in the shit show. What?
Oh. Well, thank you.
Be more specific on
which one?
On the shit. Yeah, there's lots of shit shows out there nowadays. We're only 55 away, so you guys are responding and knocking that goal out early on here. Thank you very much. 55 away. So okay, now let's say you're 17 or 18 and you have a teacher that you think is very attractive. That would have been which teacher? Would have been the attractive one?
I don't remember his name. I don't recall.
Okay, but there was one that you found. Now at 17 or 18, if he came on to you, would you be like, yeah, let's fuck? Or would you be very hesitant to not want to?
I would try to stall until I graduated because I don't want it. I don't want that smoke.
But would you have been...
I'll try to keep him on that hook though. You know?
But you would have been interested.
Yeah.
Okay. I have a couple of teachers. Now, I will say this. I remember in 8th grade, I had a teacher who was, we all thought, very attractive. And I know in 8th grade, I don't know if we ever would have or not, but we all talked a big game. We're like, oh, I'd fuck the shit out of her and blah, blah, blah. You know, the way you talk when you're a kid in 8th grade.
Wow, you see, like, girls don't do that. When we were in 8th grade, there was a couple teachers that a handful of us had a good crush on, too. But we never, like, said to each other, like, oh, I totally would. It's just more like, oh, he's hot. You know?
So that's what I mean, though. It's different.
I don't know.
When it's a male teacher or a female
If
teacher.
I was 18 and I was about to graduate and there was a male teacher on the line that I was like, wow. Absolutely, I'm trying to like keep him on the hook for later. Like as I've gotten older, I've found out I don't have an age issue. Or maybe I have an age issue to some, but like I'm saying age isn't an issue for me. So like if he's like, what would you say? I was 18?
Yeah.
Let's say they're twice my age. They're 36 and I'm 18. I'm like, fine. Like it's not like I'm planning on marrying him.
So like me personally, I know that if that would have happened to me and a teacher at like 8th or 9th grade, I don't think it would have fucked me up long term.
No.
I think it would have been
that's
something.
Just delay, right?
Yeah, I think what I'm trying to get at here, I'm trying to make this as much about my own personal experience as possible because I don't want it to be misinterpreted that Aaron thinks teachers should be allowed to fuck 8th grade. No, I don't think any teacher should be allowed to fuck any student because there's that power dynamic.
That's
and
why
it's not
I said
fair.
I'd wait.
I'm saying if I saw an opening with the teacher,
an opening,
I would definitely pursue it. Is what I'm saying. Whereas I don't think a female student would pursue it, would go after it.
They wouldn't.
No. But a male student, if the teacher was like, hey, why don't you stay after class? And like you kind of caught a vibe or something, you might try to go with it.
I would 100% be more shocked if a female student went for it.
Hobo Chili Recipe says, all the female teachers in my school look like fishermen from Portugal, so I'm out.
Maybe we should only hire ugly teachers.
That is something that...
We should consider that,
Then they've got blue hair and they're fucking crazy,
okay.
So...
We got to find a middle ground. They're ugly, but they have normal colored hair.
Okay. We'll find those. So fat ones. So fat broads.
You got to get like Hazel from church.
You're saying that all teachers should be fat broads. I'm down. Let's do that.
Yes.
Friendo says, fuck you, Aaron. Now I can't stop picturing you flittering and singing I danced anyway. You and your gay subversion won't work. Hey, you're doing this to yourself, pal.
I do picture you twirling to that.
Friendo says, we had 2 at my high school that were smoke shows. One of my buddies nailed the math teacher after he graduated. We all hated him via jealousy. Yeah, there's nothing illegal about fucking him after you graduate.
That's what I'm saying. Like if you, let's say, you know how you graduate in June, typically the first week in June? And if you got a teacher that you can kind of tell is on the hook and they know you're graduating next month, like let's say it's May, you could make plans. I mean, man, it's just going to make things hotter, right?
I don't know. I've never been in the position. So, somebody's saying, April's saying you're really old, Aaron. Yes, I'm understanding.
He's not twice my age.
So let's go to this teacher in Wisconsin then. And now that we've talked about all that other stuff and got everybody all horned up, let's find out what she did.
Maybe.
Or, let's not. Let's just click on the play button and watch it do absolutely nothing. It's totally fine. Guys, you're not leaving me here with my dick in my hand whatsoever.
From a classroom to a jail cell, a former middle school teacher charged with sexually assaulting her 8th grade student.
Why is Kermit doing the news? Oh, hello there, Kermit the Frog.
Just making it kid friendly.
Yes, I guess so. Oh boy, in this frump. Oh my God. She could be a teacher.
Yeah.
That's a good teacher face.
When you can tell somebody's a total prude, I think you've qualified for Teacherville now.
Oh boy.
Lynn O'Neill is here with
She'd beat me in arm wrestling. Sausage links.
what prosecutors say happened.
Yeah, in a criminal complaint filed today, prosecutors say that then at 33-year-old Taisha Bolden and Brown.
Why does everyone have to look mildly fucked up at this news station? Why does everyone have to have a problem?
Because they don't want another Good Morning America situation on their hands.
Here's a set of tits and nice hair. Oh, great. What about the rest of her? Yeah, Kristen Shaw face. Oh, fuck.
Deer started texting with her 13-year-old student. They say that
Ew.
progressed to a sexual relationship, a gun as a birthday present, and now serious charges.
So she fucked him and bought him a gun.
What's the worst part of the story? Buying your students guns or fucking them?
Fucking the 13-year-old or arming the 13-year-old. Yeah, I'm not really sure what's worse there. I think fucking the 13-year-old is the worst part.
Okay.
But at least with the buying a gun thing, she showed that it's just a general bad decision-making problem that she has.
Sure.
And not just like, oh, she's just a horned-up broad who's molesting kids. No, she's just got shitty judgment all the way around. She's just really bad at making decisions no matter what those decisions are.
Taisha.
Is that her name?
I think that's her name.
Oh, okay. If it wasn't her name, I was like, that's very racist of you.
A now 14-year-old says he first met Taisha Bolden last October when she became his 8th grade teacher. That's according to court documents, alleging their relationship went beyond the Pilgrim Lutheran classroom. Investigators say between late May and late July, the two exchanged a whole lot of messages, more than 2,200. In those messages listed in the criminal complaint, Bolden acknowledges that the teen is a minor and that she feels guilty. But
I don't care what the kid does for a living. I mean, he's too young. Oh, minor. I'm sorry. Still one of my favorite jokes. But, again.
We're all laughing so hard.
Thank you.
With you.
I don't know what it is, like right around the 3-hour mark of the show, the congestion just starts getting into my throat and in here and shit. Like I can't.
It happens to me too. Like the tickle deepens in my throat at the 3-hour mark.
Another thing I've always wondered about with these sex teachers is like, not only like what the hell's wrong with you, and by the way, look at this basketball hoop, poor school. Not only like what's wrong with you for having sex with a 13-year-old, but how about the fact that you're horny and you need to find a 13-year-old to have sex with? I mean,
it's disgusting.
It's just, people don't think of women when they think of pedophiles, but yeah, it's the same thing as guys. It's just pedophilia. You're just attracted to minors and we got to put you away somewhere. We got to lock you away.
There is no fixing that. Like, in my opinion, if you've ran into somebody that you've known to be attracted to children, there's no fixing that out of them.
Right.
There's no level of therapy that's going to, like, turn that around. Like, you're just done now.
Yeah.
In one message, Bolden writes, quote, "I want to see you as often as possible, and the rest will just happen." This picture of Bolden is included in the criminal complaint against her.
Yeah, not for me.
For many reasons.
That's not, well, I mean, for goodness sake, let's eat some cake.
A selfie prosecutors say she sent the teen. Prosecutors say Bolden also sent photos we wouldn't be able to show you. The victim told a Brown Deer police detective that Bolden sent him nude photos in early 2023. He was 13 at the time. In June, right before school was out, the teen says Bolden picked him up and they had sex in a Brown Deer park. In late June for his 14th birthday, the victim says Bolden bought him a gun, something prosecutors say they were able to trace and confirm. The boy told investigators the relationship with the teacher ended in late July when Bolden refused to buy him another gun.
Okay, this kid may need some therapy and he may be a little fucked up, but I like the little bastard. He's like, hey, you like this dick? I could use a shotgun to add to my collection, truth be told. She's like, no, I'm not doing that. Well, then say goodbye to the old sausage if you catch my drift. I like this kid. He's just like, hey, buy me another gun, bitch. And she's like, no. He's like, I'm ratting you out to the cops.
Wow, I suppose, yeah, we can't even see what this kid looked like. Like, can you just imagine being attracted to a 13-year-old?
No. I mean, I feel like with the audience I have to actually answer that question. Normally, around normal people, I would say, well, that's a rhetorical question. But with this audience, I have to go on record and say, no, I can't imagine
If you didn't answer, like, and pretended it was rhetorical, they're all just saying, he didn't answer.
Imholt totally is attracted to 13. What? But I like that this kid. See, this is where I start to have those thoughts that get you, like, or not thoughts, those positions on stuff like this that get you in trouble with some people, with sensitive people. Because I'm like, how damaged was this 13-year-old? And, like, how much did this fuck him up that he still had the wherewithal to blackmail the shit out of this teacher?
Okay, then I don't feel as bad about my thought process either, because I saw a news story recently that made me think, like, okay, maybe it's SVU. But, like, this student, it was last night. Remember that 15-year-old in the SVU episode who's having sex, like, with, like, 21-year-old dudes and not telling them she's 15?
April, I fell asleep.
Oh, sorry. Well, that's what happened. Yep. Well, part of me is just kind of like, how much of a victim are you if you know the situation, you're still going along with it?
Right.
I know that's not a good take to have, but, like, if you're...
And you're tricking people.
If you're 15 and tricking people into thinking you're older, or, like, you're, like, in this case, you're, like, aware enough to, like, ask for more guns because you know that you're laying pipe or something like that.
Like, I'm not saying that when this kid's 17 or so that he might not realize what happened to him and it'll fuck him up. It might. What I'm saying is right now, this kid's got the wherewithal to be like, hey, can you get me another gun? And she's like, no. He's like, all right, I'm ratting you out to the cops. Like, that shows a level of at least...
awareness.
Yeah, a level of awareness with this kid.
The story continues for Bolden. If convicted of both felony charges, she faces more than 40 years in prison.
Sorry, I was coughing. So
no
I didn't
offense,
mute
like, she's not my cup of tea, clearly.
Why not? Why not clearly? Why clearly?
Well, you know.
Why?
But,
I
like,
don't understand what you're trying to say.
Are you going to tell me that this woman, I've seen worse, she couldn't find a dude her age?
She could get dick.
You couldn't get dick that was over 18 years old?
If she wouldn't do her hair like the kids in the Wash Me Mama with a Boogie Beat video, I mean, maybe she'd have a little more success.
Maybe if she would do the makeup a little better, I would go for it.
Well, it is a mugshot, April. It is a mugshot.
Pilgrim Lutheran is part of Lumen Schools. Their president and CEO says in a statement that when leadership got information about this, they told police and fired the teacher. Ben and Ashley.
Yeah, I love when they report that. They're like, when the school found out, they fired the teacher and reported to police. Yeah, we know.
They were like, naughty, naughty.
Yeah, we didn't think that, we didn't think that they reported it to the school and they went, it'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
Oh, thank you for letting us know that she is indeed fired.
BS says, my work will hire her when she gets out of prison. For some reason, they do that. Well, they probably don't have 13-year-olds working there.
Like,
so maybe it'll be okay.
Am I wrong in assuming that if somebody is into kids, like, there is no saving them and we should just do away with them?
I don't believe there is. I believe that sexuality in many ways is ingrained in you. And there's no getting over it.
Right.
There's no, getting past it or whatever. I believe gay people when they say, I was born like this. Like, this is what I'm born attracted to.
Because I would assume that you as a man can't just decide one day that you enjoy dick up your butt. Right?
I mean, I need to, that's a loaded question that you ask.
There's a big load.
First of all,
Yeah.
I've never had a dick in my ass.
Okay.
To clarify your question here.
No, I'm saying that one day you can't just decide that you enjoy it. That's a big leap to
I
me,
guess
and a big
maybe
stretch.
you can, but I don't know where you'd get. I mean, in order to be curious enough to, give it a go, I think it's something you'd have to think you're probably into anyway.
Right.
But me, no. I've never had the want for cock in my asshole. Thank you
just
very much.
receive.
But I do
and
believe.
Say, thank you, sir.
I do believe sexuality in some levels is just in your brain, and there's a physical attraction. It triggers your brain. Because how many times have you heard people say, like if I met you or you met me or other couples, and like we just met each other and it clicked and I was hooked on this person right away or whatever. I believe that can happen in many different instances, and that's why I believe that if you get convicted for anything pedophilic, we should lock you away and never let you out. You can't be trusted because
you're a danger now.
The thing that you are is really badly against the law.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that you are an illegal person.
I think worse than being against some arbitrary law, though, is like you're harming kids. Like you're just a danger to society now. Like
Right.
Screw your laws. Like I don't care about legal or illegal. You're hurting people.
Dr. Climate Abortion, that's not a quote from me. He says it would have to be a big one. No, that's not what I said.
Oh, you meant like your quote was it would have to be a black one.
No, there would be no dicks in my butthole. Mel Gibson, after 12 beers, says, "Who filtered old dirty bastard?" If you tried to put it in a super chat, it won't. Curse words will not go in super chats. That's not a me thing. That's a YouTube thing. $55 away from today's goal.
Thank you.
Let's take care of the rest of it, guys. Thank you very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, and away we go. Great day so far today. Peaked in the mid 800s, still in the 760s now. You guys are great. Thank you very much.
This episode of The Aaron Show has very much felt like a Rumble Friday.
Really?
To me. Like, I feel like the things I've said today, the topics you've brought us are so just maddening.
Rumbly?
And very rumbly.
Well, Rumble
I haven't cared as much.
Rumble has responded to it very well because a lot of new subs today on Rumble and a lot of people checking us out on Rumble today. MSO says in the chat he's making his prediction no goal. We've got about 45 minutes before we rattle the offering plate, and we're $55 away. Let MSO work. He's doing his thing, you see. Go ahead and prove him wrong right away then, as we're $55 in. Don't you tickle my midsection, you whore.
I'm just doing my thing.
I want to tell you this right now. I am proud, believe it or not, of Amanda.
You have pride.
I have pride for Amanda Bynes. I'll tell you why. Bam Margera is a constant fuck up and disappointment to everyone around him, including his child. He's a piece of shit. And every time people try to stick their neck out to help this piece of shit, he goes, oh, yeah, for sure, I'm out of this time. And then goes back to being a total piece of shit. Amanda Bynes, God bless her, who I believe was the victim of some kind of sexual crime when she was a kid in Nickelodeon.
Bad touch.
She's trying, man. I mean, she's fucked up mentally. I mean, she has a lot of damage, but she's trying to patch the leaks. Bam Margera, he goes to a rehab, leaves in a week. I gotta go to Las Vegas to get fucked up. Amanda Bynes, they find her naked in the middle of the street in Los Angeles, and they commit her. And then after her commitment, she gets out for a little bit. She goes, no. She goes, I got to go back in. And she checked herself in to psychiatric care. And now she's been in there this entire time since then.
Yep.
She's been in a psych ward or a psychiatric center trying to get help, and recently just went out for the first time. Like, went out and tried to do regular daily things.
At least she has some self-awareness then and like knows that she's not doing well.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I don't like it that like this story's on TMZ. I don't like it when TMZ goes and follows her around then. It's like, this is somebody who's actually giving a shit. This is someone who's trying. Like, I don't care if you guys shit on Britney Spears. She's crazy and just being crazy. I don't care if you guys follow Bam Margera and shit on him. He's garbage. He's deserved it. But how about TMZ shows a little bit of like solidarity with these celebrities who have made them so much money?
They have no respect.
Yeah, and like Harvey Levin goes to his staff and goes, all right, guys, Amanda Bynes is like hanging on by a fucking thread. And she's given it her all. She's abstaining from drugs and drinking. She's getting mental health help. She's probably been fucked by people in Hollywood against her will. And she's trying to put the pieces back together. So if you see Amanda Bynes out in public, just leave her alone. Don't take any pictures. Don't report anything, so on and so forth, unless she wants to talk to you.
Okay.
Leave her alone. Now, back to the real world for a moment. They'll never fucking do that.
No.
TMZ obtained videos and photos of the former child star out and about in Orange County over the weekend. The first time she's been in public since she checked into the center. And yeah, see, like, this is creepy to me. They just stood around shooting video of her.
What did she do?
Watch, I'll show you right now. Look, that is her.
Right, like, she's in a smoke shop getting vape or cigars or whatever.
That's not even TMZ, though. That's just ratty people out and about
that
are selling their shit to TMZ.
Oh, okay. So these are just shitheads who sold it to TMZ.
Yeah, but TMZ still is like, woo, yes, bring me more. Make sure you follow up. Where did she go after the smoke shop?
That's true. They did pay these people.
They paid them.
Those people probably, and for TMZ, honestly, it probably only takes $1,000 or $500 to get those people to sell it.
Yeah.
You got to be smarter. If you have celebrity footage, get into a bidding war. You know, like if you catch Kanye doing something, don't just go, TMZ will be like, this guy's fucking dumb. He hasn't lawyered up or anything. Offer him $2,000. Oh, yeah, $2,000 for my Kanye shit. No. You have TMZ go, yeah, I don't know. I got this Kanye video. I could put it up on YouTube and it could get a few million hits and I could make some money off it that way. Or you could buy it off me. Your call.
How much money do you think TMZ would pay for one singular person who has one footage of Kanye putting up like anti-Semitic flyers somewhere?
Yeah, like those
How much
KKK
can
flyers.
you get?
Yeah, like if he's somewhere laying stuff like this.
Mixed breeds, communists, homosexuals, and all other walks of godless degeneracy. The Klan is back.
Yeah, like if you catch...
There's one person with this footage. What is it worth?
If you catch Kanye doing that, yeah, you might get a 6-figure payday out of that.
I think you have to.
Yeah, and then they're just sitting around following Amanda Bynes. Like, of all celebrities to follow around, like she hasn't done anything in over a decade.
Yeah, what'd she do last? She's the Man or like...
Yeah.
What else did she do? I don't even know.
Shaft says, years ago, I sold a picture to TMZ. Oh, okay. There you go.
How much?
Yeah, how much did you get for it, if you don't mind us asking?
Tell me more.
Helgi says, Amanda in a bind. No, I like that. I like that she's working, now I was going to say working the steps. That's more of an addiction thing. But I like that she's, putting in the work and trying to get better and all of that stuff. I think that's great.
It is, because you don't see it very often. Like, she's the exception to the rule at this point.
Helgi says that's like covering Michael Ray Bauer. Michael Ray Bauer's a sweetheart, too.
He is a sweetheart. He messages me on Instagram sometimes.
Does he? Mm-hmm. I like Michael Ray. I'd have him on the show.
I've told him that. I'm like, dude, we could have you on the show sometime.
Come on the show. We'll talk about... I watched Salute Your Shorts all the time when I was a kid.
It's a great name.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite shows growing up. Fuck that. I talked to Donkey Lips in a minute.
I can put you in touch.
Are you kidding? There was a Little League World Series player. The Little League World Series is going on now, and every year they always find like a player they're obsessed with, and they're like, "Oh man, this kid throws like 75 miles per hour, which from a 60-foot mound would be like 98 in the majors and this and that." And they're like, "Oh, this kid's going to be great." And you look at ESPN and shit and you go, guys, it's already kind of weird that we're watching Little League Baseball on television and they're not our kids. But number two, would you stop it? They're 12. They're a 12-year-old kid. We don't need to be thinking about, do they have a career in the majors? And none of them have had
growing them up too fast.
Right. None of them have had a drop of alcohol or weed yet. And I'll tell you this, but you get to high school and that stuff starts kicking in, all of a sudden that sports motivation starts going by the wayside a little bit, and you go, I had fun doing this, but I think I'm done now.
I always wonder about like very little kids who are like seriously into sports and stuff, like how much that is just their parents like trying to push that as hard as they can until it's over. There's a kid like that on our street right now where I'm like, that kid's probably being overworked as hell.
You don't think that he wants to be doing all that stuff?
No, I don't.
He's never home.
No, he's never home. He can never play with his friends. He's always got some camp to go to.
Yeah. See, for me, I always like I almost said oldest, middle. He's fast and he has good hands, and when we play football in the backyard, he's very good. And this is what I always do to him. Like, hey, bud, if you want, we can sign you up for a community flag football league, and you can do that. And he'll go, no. I'm like, all right. And I'll go, all right, let's keep playing.
But there are parents out there that will like do the opposite of what you just did and be like, oh, buddy, you're really good. I'm going to sign you up for that. And you'll see, you'll like it.
Yeah.
And I think that happens a lot.
It's fucked up.
And I mean, sports are good for kids to a degree, but if you like don't like it, it's probably not so great.
Cato says, you ain't lying about the fucking up your system. I hated how busy and tired I was from sports year round. I just can't imagine being a parent who doesn't listen to your kid when they say that to you.
I feel like dance moms do that a lot.
Oh, man.
Have you seen that TV show? Those kids are doing dance whether they want to or not.
I don't know. Maybe I do have a blind spot for shit like that. Like, I'm not that way. So when I find out other people are that way, I'm like, oh, I can't believe that people like that exist. I'm a little naive on that one.
I would never sit and assume that a kid who is in sports year round and even in the summer goes to every camp you could put them in.
Yeah.
I would never assume that kid did that of their own choosing.
Right. That just seems a little...
It's too much.
But again, I only think that because I couldn't imagine doing that when I was a kid. And I played all the sports. I enjoyed them. I liked them. I had fun.
Sports too.
But for me, it was always, no matter how good or how bad I was that year. Like there were years where I was like a shutout, just lights out pitcher. But even then, I still... It was slow pitch softball to me. It was beer league softball. I hung out with my friends. I tried to beat the other team. We wanted to win, but if we didn't, oh well, I can, played baseball this afternoon. It was fun.
There's some parents, especially if you go to like high school football, that care a lot more about a win or a loss than the kids do. Have you seen that?
Absolutely. Because I'll tell you this, you got to remember you as a kid. And me as a kid, I wanted to win. I was very competitive. But if we lost, I just left it right on the field when the game was over. Like, shit, we lost that one. Damn it, that sucked. And then you go, all right, guys, what are we doing after the game? That was it.
You want to hang out?
Yeah. Daughter is an ice skater, says Amanda Hug and Kiss. She tried softball, gymnastics, soccer, didn't like those, but took her to a skating rink for beginners classes. Now she is a coach of other skaters. Yeah, I mean, you just let them find what they like and let them do that. But like, oh, you got to go to this camp. And maybe there are kids out there who those camps are for them and they love it. And they can't stop going. Because on the flip side, I can't imagine parents wanting to shell out that kind of money unless the kid was really like passionate about it.
I can, because kids can be good at something without enjoying it. There were certain things I was good at in track, let's say, that I hated doing, but I was great at it. So my coach fucking put me in it. Yeah. Against my will.
Okay.
But like I can see parents doing that with their kids for sports because they want their kid to be great at something, and like they have that in their kid. Like they get to go to their friends' places now and say, "Well, my kid's just a stud football player."
Yeah.
Like it's more of a pride thing for the parent. I think.
For me, it would be like, my kid's a cool kid.
No, I think if your son ended up being like an absolute stud athlete and stuff, you'd probably go around to your friends being like, my kid does this.
If he wanted to. But if he doesn't want to, then I'd feel guilty. I'd feel shitty if that was me. Jericho says, what about kids who aspire to be a rodeo clown? You don't let them smoke crack that young, sir. Stop it.
I was really into a boy who was really big into rodeos. His whole family was.
Union Jack says, did you ever have dreams of going pro, Aaron? No, never. I was being talked to by like some D3, like really low, like that one that wanted me to do. I was probably the only kid who talked to a school about theater, enrolling for theater and baseball. But I talked to, like, when I was a junior before I fucked up my arm, there was my coach would mention possibilities. Like if you keep pitching really well, you could probably play some low-level like college ball. And that never really interested me. I was like, because I knew by then I wanted to do radio and stuff, so I didn't want to go and play baseball and shit. Like, there were always these amateur leagues, and I played in those. There were 21 and under leagues, and I played in those. And I, just, like I said, when I say it was beer league softball to me, it absolutely was.
For me, like when I was in track and stuff, my coaches were really impressed with some of the races I ran. They're like, dude, you could completely go to college for that if you really put your head to this and just, really get better at it and all that. And I'm like, part of me didn't want to do sports in college because I'm like, that's a big time suck. And I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be better than a lot of people once you get to college.
And I had a coach, my buddy's dad was my coach. And he would always tell us, like, guys, this is for fun. None of us are going to the pros. Like, we're going to have a good time. We want to win the game. Sure. But you got to have we're here to have a good time and play some baseball.
See, but I think a lot of parents look at their kids and they're like, dude, I don't got much going on in my life. That's my new prodigy, and he's going to the NFL.
That's just insane.
I feel like parents do that sometimes.
Just the beating your kid would have to take to get to that point, I can't imagine you'd want to do that. Just because, like I said, just because of the beating that you would have to take to get to that point. Okay, kids. So anyway, we were talking about the Little League World Series. They always find one interesting player to follow on ESPN. Either they have a crazy story or they're an amazing pitcher. Well, there's a kid who plays for, I believe, Mexico. And he has what some are describing as the most strange batting stance of all time. I don't know if this is it. I don't know if he's found a way to hit well out of this stance or if he's trying to draw a walk.
Okay.
Because, a lot of times guys try to make their strike zone very small. So it's just everything is either too high or too low, and you walk, you get on base. Well, here's one kid from Mexico. His team's down 1-0 in the top of the fifth, and I think there's 7 innings in Little League Baseball, 6 or 7. And this kid from Mexico thinks, well, if I walk, the tying run comes in. So in an example of a guy trying to make his strike zone as small as possible, watch what this little bastard tried to pull off.
Santi, as they call him.
He's basically sitting down at the plate.
Why would you do that?
It makes your strike zone really small.
But that also puts you in like a completely powerless position for hitting.
He's not trying to hit. He's trying to walk.
He's just trying to walk.
He's trying to walk that because look, the bases are loaded. If he walks, a run comes in. So
The first baseman, and now he is sitting down, and that's a strike regardless.
I feel like that shouldn't be allowed.
I tell you what, they must have practiced this too because I hope they tell him it's not going to change the strike zone.
Now, you see there. Oh, sorry, I had major congestion. I apologize. And I don't think I'm done yet. Oh, my goodness. Is that one empty? Oh, no.
Do you need a new one?
I may need a new one. But now, April, you were asking, does that work? You saw that the ump didn't go for it.
No, I completely believe that shouldn't be allowed.
Well, so then he had to stand up and he had to try and hit.
I love every second of it.
And look at, he's basically standing with his front foot on home plate as well.
All you have to do is keep your foot on the one.
I like this ump. He's not taking any shit. And, to me, that's taking Little League Baseball way too seriously.
Yeah, but if you allow that, then you're teaching that kid that he can just cheat his way to the top.
Yeah.
Know?
I mean, that's a really cheaty deal. And if not only that, but he calls a strike on the first pitch because the ump's just like, no, fuck you. We're not letting you do that. Because you're too young to be that cheap.
Yes.
It's supposed to still be a game of sportsmanship and shit like that.
Right. If you ask me, that kid is taking this too seriously.
Yeah. And but does that come from the coach is what I always think.
I don't know.
Johnny Chimpo on Rumble says bad coaching to allow that. I agree. And then you have that. And then after that, he tries to crowd the plate to the point where his foot is almost on the plate, so the pitcher has to throw outside or hit him and bring him a run. Mm-hmm. And the ump's like, no, none of that shit either. Nope, step out, step back in. I like that. I like that little leaguers have umpires that will kind of break the rules as an ump.
Yeah.
To go no, we're restoring the integrity of Little League Baseball on this one. If you can't knock a run in with the bases loaded down by 1, then you shouldn't be playing the game. If you can't swing the bat and bring a run home, then no. If you got to resort to that, no more baseball. Wood Chippy says the baseball dads were always the worst, fighting the refs, etc.
Yeah, how many stories have we done on that?
Yeah.
It's people at baseball games and football games that always throw a fuss.
Yelling at an umpire. Yeah, my coach always told me, like, if a ball, because I pitched a lot for our teams, and when I would feel like a pitch was a strike, and he would call it a ball, all you'd say is, just ask the ump politely, say, hey ump, where'd that miss? And he'd tell you, outside, high, low, whatever. So it was your way of questioning the ump without being a dick. You were letting the ump know, hey man, I thought that pitch was right there. And he's like, no, asshole, it was here.
Well, you should always have some decorum, for God's sakes, in sports. Like when I played tennis and stuff, and there would be somebody who would call an out on a ball or something, and I'm like, there's no fucking way, But I'll ask him, okay, show me where that landed, because I'm going to challenge it a little bit, but you find a polite way to say that.
To me, like there was always the parents that bothered me were the ones that would like yell out or safe or ball or strike before the ump would make the call. It's like, now you're just being an obnoxious asshole.
That to me is parents that care more about your kid's sports than the kid does.
Right. Throw it at his head and he'll never do it again. See, that's the other thing. If you stand too close to the plate, what you're supposed to do as a pitcher is just throw that ball as hard as you can right at him. And it's called brushing him back. His coach told him to stop, says Honky. Oh, did he? Let's go back and listen. That would be cool if the coach said, stop it.
That person said stoop.
Santi, as they call him, trying to butt his first time. He popped it to the first baseman, and now he is sitting down, and that's a strike regardless of your stance.
I tell you what, they must have practiced this too, because I hope they tell him it's not.
I don't hear the coach saying anything.
No.
Going to change the strike zone. Back foot. I love every second of it.
And look at, he's basically standing with his front foot on home plate as well.
All you have to do is keep your foot on the white line.
See, now, if I'm a pitcher in that situation, now I sense that batter's scared shitless, and I just go right after him. I mean, just heat the whole time.
The person in our chat also said stoop.
He said stoop?
Stop.
His coach called him stoop. Oh, stupid.
Oh, right, wow.
Called him
This
stupid.
person in our chat, Honky, didn't even mean anything serious. He's kidding. And
Honky,
Aaron ran with it.
Honky, I am sorry. And, I think we should all say that at least once a day. Honky, I am sorry. Excuse me.
Okay.
Dudapest with $4.99 says, can I get Macho Man shout out to my girlfriend Harley, who is being forced to listen to the show on our road trip? Oh, yeah, nothing bad about being forced, Harley. Yeah, might as well just say yes. Yeah, go with the flow. Take it slow. Know when to go. Yeah. You like a little steel toe. Yeah, a little bit of attitude. Yeah, a little bit of humor. Yeah, a little bit of news, but a whole lot of horseshit and nonsense filler in between. Yeah, happy birthday. Not even your birthday. Yeah, just giving you a shout out. Probably got an ass like an 18-year-old. Yeah, nice and tight. Dig it. There you go, Budapest. Thank you for the $4.99. And thank you for letting me tell you that your girlfriend probably has a nice, tight asshole.
Like a 19-year-old?
Like a 19-year-old.
Why'd you go 19?
They haven't been blown out yet. And 18 just seems a little too close to the borderline. No dicks in your butt.
Let's stop going to teenagers.
You do a show how you do a show, and you let me do a show.
I'm on the
I wanna
goddamn
do a
show.
God damn it. $50 away from today's goal. Let's knock out the rest of it. What do we have? 20 or 25 minutes before we bring out the offer. We have not brought out the offering plate since Monday morning's show. We've not brought it out since Monday morning's show. So let's keep the offering plate out of the show today. And let's knock out that last $50. There's Streamlabs. There's PayPal. There's Venmo, Super Chats, and memberships. We do 30 minutes of overtime if we get that down to zero. Dudapest says she does have a nice taut ass. Thank you. She loved it. Well, thank God. Maybe we're making a new fan today. This is great. I missed this yesterday. I'm going to watch this for the first time with you guys. So
everybody else did it first.
KNSI is fighting, or KNSI, that's a local radio station here in town. KSI is fighting Tommy Fury.
Okay.
Clearly, the angle here is KSI wants to fight Jake Paul. He's been wanting to fight Jake Paul for a long time. KSI is a YouTuber, influencer who fought Logan Paul a couple of times. I think they had a draw once, and then KSI barely beat him the second time. I thought Logan Paul won both, if not one of the fights, but what do you do? So KSI thought, well, if Jake Paul won't fight me, or if he doesn't see me as worthy to fight, then I'll have to fight someone that Jake Paul lost to, and if I do as well or better than he did, I'll have to. He'll have to sit down and talk to me. He'll have to fight me.
Okay.
Now Tommy Fury gets in his ninth professional fight, gets a massive payday again, gets to have these big paydays beating up these YouTubers, which he probably will. I mean, we watched the Fury Paul fight, and it was not as close as the scorecards had it.
No.
Because Jake Paul landed that little jab that caught Fury off balance and he went down. Like, it wasn't a hard knockdown.
Not at all.
But he caught him off balance.
Tommy's a monster.
So he got 2 extra points off of that. Tommy is not a great boxer.
Big dude, though.
He's a big dude, but he's not a great boxer. And he probably will never be a world champion like his brother. He probably won't even be a top 15 contender like his brother Huey Fury is or was. I think Huey's still fighting. But he's a capable professional. And that's all you have to be to beat a Logan Paul or a Jake Paul or a KSI. There is a definite ceiling for these YouTube boxers. And that ceiling is old washed up MMA fighters.
Mm-hmm.
Like Silva. Like Silva's 50. Silva, Diaz, Askren, Woodley.
Masvidal.
Yeah, beating up old UFC guys, that's kind of the ceiling. Or basketball players like Nate Robinson when he knocked him out. So KSI wants to fight Tommy Fury. Now, I think Tommy Fury's going to beat the shit out of KSI. But if you're KSI, you get a free pay, well, not a free payday, but you get an extra payday.
Mm-hmm.
And if you do even remotely well, and you don't lose every round, you can fight Jake Paul next and make more money. So the Pauls, however, the Furies are not known to be the sit back and take shit type of people.
Not at all.
The Fury family is not known for their passivity. They're not known for suffering shit with a smile. They tend to be mercurial, aggressive gypsies. Basically is what the Fury family is. So when KSI decided to start talking a little bit of shit to Tommy Fury, his dad, John Fury, who if you close your eyes, you're going to think he's Tyson.
Okay.
John Fury doesn't take kindly to the way KSI is disrespecting his son, and he lets him know. And then Logan Paul gets
I ain't fought nobody, mate, and I'm not saying he's talking. It's all bullshit anyway.
Anthony Taylor.
No matter what
should I not go to points?
Let's have an arm wrestle now between you and him. He'll arm wrestle you to start off. Let's just get the ball rolling.
That's some gypsy shit right there. Like, you're there for a boxing press conference. The media's there. You got the nice big backdrop. Why don't you arm wrestle him? Come on. Why don't we have a few pints of sangria and then arm wrestle each other? We'll have a head booting competition. Why don't we go? He'll head boot you. You'll head boot him. And whoever stays up standing first gets to be the winner. We'll do it outside my covered wagon.
Arm wrestling competition now then.
It wouldn't be fair.
Let's have an arm wrestling competition.
I'll slap him if I get
He's a middleweight.
Never mind the right slap. Arm wrestle to start off with.
I'll slap you.
Do it. And you'll have
he just told John Fury, I'll slap you.
If John Fury had any balls, he'd get up and slap that kid, right?
Well, get ready to watch John Fury. Now, John Fury, if you don't know who he is the sperm from whence the world heavyweight champion came from. And he's also completely out of his fucking mind.
No jaw left, I guarantee you.
Shit.
No jaw.
Right, that's a copy here. Wait, you don't try, huh?
I'll break your jaw.
Oh, you'll break me, huh?
No thanks for me, you bitch. Don't try that one. You bitch.
I'm just looking at the two of them, and KSI's heading for an ass whooping.
He is. Tommy's going to wipe the floor with him.
Yeah, I think Tommy's going to do a better job in this fight than he did against Jake Paul. And then, honestly, after that, my advice to Tommy would be, I'm sure the money's great for these. My advice to Tommy would be get on your brother's undercards and start fighting professional boxers again.
Yeah. A little respect.
Get your career moving in the
Yes.
right direction. By the way, Logan Paul's on this card also, who I don't think he's fought for like 2 or 3 years. Logan Paul's going to fight Dylan Dennis. I don't know who that is.
No.
By the way, WWE superstar Logan Paul is fighting.
Wow, I forget about
Dylan
that. That's
Dennis.
why he hasn't fought for a while. He's been a little
wrestling.
busy.
And you know what?
And
he's like Jake with boxing. He's working hard at it. He's getting better at it. And he's respecting the art form, much like Jake Paul is with boxing. So you got to
just
give
got
him that.
engaged too, so he's a little busy.
Yeah, I mean, I think SummerSlam is coming. Or do they have SummerSlam already? I don't know. I'm out of touch with the
Summer's
wrestling
over,
game.
Aaron.
You want to get guys.
How's that coffee, KSI? You want that coffee?
Your shit house. The Furies are the best fights in the world.
The Furies are the best fighters in the world. I mean, it's hard to argue with them, but it's easy to be the best fighter in the world when you run and hide from your competition like your son Tyson does.
That's true.
I mean, you got an undisputed title fight. Usyk wants to fight, and you guys, what? Just, what is he, have a cough, do a cold?
Tyson's kind of just an annoying diva at this point for me.
It's too bad because I
very
liked
annoying.
him. I liked him, but yeah, he's more talk than he is fighter at this point.
Yep.
His brother fights more than he does.
They're the only men in this island. The Furies, proper men.
You know about yeah. So then why is Tyson Fury ducking Usyk?
Who gives a shit? That's not what we're here for. We're here for KSI versus Tommy Fury and Logan Paul versus Dylan Dennis.
What a mess.
Why is Tyson ducking Usyk? You better worry about the ass whooping you got coming, boy.
Why is Tyson Fury ducking Usyk?
Can't hear you.
Why is Tyson Fury ducking Usyk?
Fuck all this shit. John Fury's had it. He doesn't want his son beating up YouTubers. He's like, this is bullshit.
Yeah, about decorum in sports.
Yeah, not John Fury.
No.
Why is he fighting Gardner?
With me now, talking all this bullshit.
Thank you.
About fucking people's personal bollocks.
No, Tom.
We're fighting, men.
Done.
My son, I'll fight him now, and I'll fight anyone in the building.
And I'll fight anyone in the building. He might be more entertaining than his kids.
That's true. I do like him.
Yeah.
Let's get a fucking ball rolling. Get the cake and shove it up your asshole.
He should be the 4th member of the Northern Boys. John Fury.
Too angry for it.
Shove it up your asshole.
Before I do it,
John,
all
thank you,
these
John.
fucking little kids, I'm a machine. Me, pranking anybody, twisting who I am here. If I say,
Holy shit. Oh my. John Fury's going to fight KSI.
Step aside, son.
And can I tell you something? John Fury would beat the living dog shit out of him, too.
I think so.
John Fury
KSI's a little bitch, I think.
John Fury, first of all, is an accomplished fighter in his day, in his own right. He wasn't like a championship contender.
Had a Donnybrook or two.
He was a good fighter in and out of the ring. But then also, he just looks like the definition of old man strength.
Right, which puts the fear of God in just about anybody.
Yeah. He's just a stout. Look at him, he's bouncing. He's fucking ready. John's ready to fight. Let him go. Let John go. Oh, God. Oh, and then we got, is that Dylan Dennis? Oh, he's going to get fucking killed.
What a dweeb.
That's who I don't know what a
hope
Dylan
not.
Dennis is, but that kid's going to get fucking wrecked.
Christ, that can't be him.
He's got legs like me. He got little tiny calves. He's humping the fucking. Oh, fuck. John Fury is more, he's more wanting to fight than any of his sons are. I love
maybe
the
he
guy.
should fight Usyk.
Yeah, put John Fury in there against Usyk. He'll do great. I love John Fury, man. Shove it up your ass. I'm tired of fighting these little fucking kids. I'll fight you. And just starts throwing over. Jamie Jam says he calls KSI a pollywog. Oh, no, I thought he said scallywag.
He said the word bollocks in there, too.
Bollocks. Stop talking about people's personal bollocks. Oh, he is great. Pig Riser says fairly regular gypsy behavior. I mean, that is big, like bare knuckle fighting gypsy behavior.
Yeah, I don't know if you know much about gypsy stuff in general, but there's a lot of crime in that, like in those circles. There's a lot of like fighting for no reason.
Well, the fighting actually is for a reason. Gypsies do have a weird thing about like hierarchy and the quote, like Tyson Fury calls himself the Gypsy King. His grandfather or great grandfather was the king of the gypsies in his area, and all because he was the best bare knuckle fighter. He beat all the bare knuckle fighters.
Well, you get all the pussy when you win.
Right, and you do. You don't have any teeth left, but you got all the pussy.
Yeah, you're not very sexy, but you do get laid.
But you can fuck people up. CK Benzona says backstage they're all high-fiving it and calling it a good show. Everyone but John Fury.
Yeah, he meant that.
Yeah. Tommy and KSI could probably be like, we sold a lot of pay-per-views there.
Yeah.
Logan and Dylan Dennis were probably like, oh, yeah, this thing's going to be hot. But John was probably still backstage going, oh, fuck up the next motherfucker who comes next to me. I'll punch him in the fucking bollocks. Have you seen what Dylan Dennis is doing to Logan Paul? No, I haven't.
No.
But I know they're going to fight, so whatever he's doing.
He looks like a wiener guy.
Dylan Dennis does look like a wiener guy.
And,
but
like, he made that kind of about him, too. So, like, John Fury's, like, throwing a fit at KSI. And, what's his name? Dennis just goes over to the corner to just, I'm going to grab a chair.
Yeah.
In case, this is about me eventually.
Okay, he's a Bellator MMA fighter. Dylan Dennis is. So the Pauls are beating up on MMA guys. He's had 2 professional fights.
He's a washed up, like, UFC can't make it guy.
Not only is no, he's young. Hasn't made it up there yet, basically.
See, when I hear Bellator, I think of UFC people that can't make it anymore, and they go back down until they make it to bare knuckle.
No, it looks like he's 28 or 29, so he's still got time. He fought in 2018 and he fought in 2019, so he hasn't fought for 4 years.
Ugh, doesn't sound like you're trying to make it very hard.
This sounds like a tomato can that Logan Paul's going to beat the shit out of. And his 2 wins are by submission. So he's not a striker.
He's a wrestler.
He's a grappler. Well, that doesn't even... Logan Paul's going to fuck him up. Jennifer says, oh my gosh, he's going after Logan Paul's fiance and posting a ton of pics of her with other guys. Well, look, that's the great thing about boxing, is Logan Paul doesn't have to respond to any of that, because eventually he's going to get his hands on Dylan Dennis.
I think Nina Ogdahl is going to make it.
Yeah,
by
I
the
think
grace
she'll be
of
okay.
God.
I would say this, that if you've got a hot fiance or girlfriend or wife like he does,
A supermodel.
she probably was never single for very long.
Never.
Yeah.
Not ever. I think Nina Ogdahl has been with several like high celebrity status men.
That's what happens when your fiance is really super smoking hot. Like my wife.
Yeah,
my
there's
wife.
Countless pictures of me with other dudes.
Just with dudes all the time. But like, yeah, she probably had a shitload of boyfriends.
I did not.
Because she's very attractive.
Yes,
That's
she's very hot.
what happens. But Logan Paul, yeah, I mean, if you want to do shit like that, you better be able to fight Logan Paul off, because he's going to beat the living dog fuck out of you at that point.
SC Motorsports said mostly black dudes.
Was it mostly black dudes for Nina
I think
Ogdahl?
he's talking about me.
Oh, you. Okay. Michael Pitt says Conor is training Dennis. He says he guarantees a win. Conor McGregor hasn't won a fight in this decade, I don't think. Has he?
I have no idea.
I don't think Conor's won a fight in the 2020s. Conor McGregor, let's get his record.
Sure, Doig.
Oops. Wrong site.
Sure, Doig.
That's a porn site. He beat Cerrone January of 2020, so barely a win in this decade.
And that's not like a worthy opponent, in my opinion.
Oh, no, Cerrone was shot back then even. Yeah. So 3 of his last 4 fights, Khabib, and then 2 losses to Poirier. 1 from punches and 1 because he snapped his fucking leg in half.
That was disgusting. That caused me to like never even want to do like playful leg kicks, because I'm like,
right? You just watch
Just
that
the image.
well-trained athlete watch his leg get snapped in half.
ankles doing this.
Yeah. Boys and girls, we are a measly $50 away from today's goal. We've got overtime on the line. Still over 700 people hanging out with the Steel Toe Show today. Thank you very, very much. We got about 5 or 10 minutes before we rattle this offering plate. But here's my challenge to you folks. Thank you very much for being here today. We really appreciate it. Excited to do overtime. I still got 3 hours worth of stories left, so we got plenty of stuff for you.
Yeah.
Fill this thing up. Let's hit that last 50 before we rattle the offering plate. Make this thing not necessary because we're on a cool run right now. Monday evening show, Tuesday morning show, Tuesday evening show. Now let's make it Wednesday evening show where we don't need that guy at all today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, Rumble Rants. Thank you guys very, very much. Let's open up this next, just the 7 o'clock hour stories. Why not?
We've been on a couple rants today, like a time or two.
It's been a good program. Coming up next, we've got a Disneyland employee who picked a really weird hill to die on and lost his job over it.
It's not sex related.
Well, somebody ordered waffles at the restaurant he worked at, and I guess he doesn't believe in whipped cream and Nutella on waffles, so he threw a fucking fit and they fired him.
I'm kind of with him on the Nutella thing.
Okay.
Not the whipped cream, though. I like that.
But as a server, it bothered him so much that he took a stand and said no.
That sounds so stupid, like as if somebody worked at a pizzeria and said, no, you can't have pineapple on your pizza, and just stormed out.
And he just went, no, I'm not doing it. And he didn't storm out. They were like, no, you do it. And he's like, fuck you, no. And they're like, well, then you're fired. You're like, all right, well, then I'm out. Like, he could have just put the shit on the waffle or you're getting a new job.
Let's not put shit on waffles.
Well, it is Nutella. And then he went, fine, I'll get a new job then. And then as the owner or the manager of the restaurant, you've got to be looking at the guy going, you're fucking shitting me.
Dude, you're a great employee. Put the Nutella on the waffle.
It doesn't have to end this way.
Don't make me lose you.
By the way, before I get into that story or anything else or knock out this last $50, I want to throw the link up to our show Saturday, October 21st. Chrissy Mayer and Lila Hart and Nick Rekieta will be in Sartell. It's a show we're putting on that we've booked to bring Chrissy here. If you're a VIP and you get tickets, let us know. We'll put you on the list. We're going to give everybody, every VIP who buys tickets, we're going to give them a drink voucher. First one's on us if you're a VIP. The Eventbrite link is right there in the chat. Get your tickets to see Chrissy, to see Lila, to see Nick Rekieta, myself, Johnny, April. We'll all be there. It'll be a great party, just like the anniversary show. Eventbrite link right there in the chat. Go ahead and pick up your tickets today. All right, couple of minutes, then we're going to rattle the offering plate and see if we can knock out that last $50. So yeah, this Disneyland employee was at a restaurant, got fired after guests complained that he refused to put whipped cream, Nutella, and marshmallows on their waffles. Says he got the axe because he was an outspoken strike leader. Now, he claims he got fired because he was trying to, organize the workers.
The strike on Nutella.
A strike on Nutella, I guess. Now, the restaurant claims that actually it's just because he has a really weird fucking anti-certain toppings on waffles thing, so we had to let him go because he was being remarkably unreasonable. Let's see. Now, this is one of those things where it can't be a little bit of both sides are true. It's such a big gap that it has to be one or the other.
That's how I feel. Do we really need whipped cream, Nutella, and marshmallows?
But if you're but that's why you're not a server, because you don't want to do that. Loris Tamboro, 20 years old, was working at Les Chariots Gourmands.
I like that name.
On June 26th, when guests requested both whipped cream, Nutella, and marshmallows as toppings for their waffles. Taboro said they had to choose one of the two toppings, Nutella or whipped cream, which is their policy.
Oh, that's not his opinion then. That's a policy.
The sticky incident, get it, unfolded after customers saw Taboro load all of the sweet toppings on the waffles ordered by people in front of them in line.
You led me astray.
When they confronted Taboro asking why the group before them could get all the toppings, he allegedly replied in a tone that the customers described as nonchalant, quote, "They are my pals." Well, sir, when you are a server, everyone is your pal.
You led me down the complete wrong direction of thinking, though.
What?
You led me to think that he wouldn't put the toppings on, but he's totally fine those toppings on.
Not for those people. Fuck them.
But he still did it. It's not because he doesn't like Nutella. It's because they weren't his friends.
Those were his boys. These people weren't. And then he wouldn't put the fucking toppings on there. He's still dying on the hill of, I will not put the toppings on your waffle. Put the toppings on the waffle. Move them down the line. But if you're going to break it once, you got to break it every time.
Are you telling me that not once in your time at a restaurant did you give anything special to a family member or a friend?
I don't think so. I didn't care about people that much. I didn't. I mean,
it's hard to argue with that. You know?
Right. I was like, no, I'm not doing that. We don't do that
Okay.
here. Fuck off. Because a lot of times when your relatives came in when you were working, you were like, would you stop? Would you get out of here? Stop it.
Really? Oh, God, I loved it.
Really?
Yeah, they always tip well.
Yeah, they tip okay. When my colleagues came, there was no one around the kiosk. I put a little whipped cream on their waffles. Customers arrived soon after. If I had given cream to the whole line, I would have been reprimanded. He said, okay, well, don't break the rule once if you're not willing to break it every time. I'm sorry.
I don't know. Everyone's got some weird lines they're drawing here.
All right, well, coming up in overtime, if we have it today, we've got, which I think we're at $50, so I think technically we're probably going to have overtime today. We've got, remember the Gilgo Beach former police chief that I said definitely we're not done hearing about what a fucking weirdo he
It
is?
sounded like he covered up for him.
He got arrested, and we're going to talk about that in a little bit today.
Okay.
Also, I'm not saying we're going to owe Lizzo an apology because I will never apologize to Lizzo because she does seem like she's a piece of shit. But her dancer's lawsuit story is starting to fall apart. This is starting to look like a money grab. And I said that because I was like, yeah, Lizzo makes you do fucked up things and she demeans you. I get that. But at the same time, you didn't say anything until after she let you go.
Yeah, that does look suspicious.
Well, it's about to look more suspicious in just a little bit. But first, let's get out the offering plate. I know I didn't want to have to do it today, but that's okay. We'll get there.
No.
Let's get out the offering plate. We're $50 away from today's goal. Let's play the music.
No.
Let's do our let's do our e-beggar best.
Before he gets to that music, I don't want to do this today.
You don't want to do it? $50. That's what we got to rattle the cans.
I want to just do the overtime.
We haven't had to ask you guys.
Pass me that.
We haven't really been plugging the contributions today because you guys were so good yesterday that we were 150 away to start things. So we were kind of been nonchalant, and you guys have been knocking it down all morning anyway. But we got about 6 minutes left. Let's fire up the music. Let's break out the offering plate. A few of you throw in. We'll be right back to the show in no time. We got $50 to go. Let's fire up the music. All the links are in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal. Oh, Diane Poo, before we even get to the music with $5, says Nutella or Nutella. What is it?
I don't know. I say Nutella.
I didn't really think it was important enough. I don't even know how I say it.
She paid for that. You answer her.
Nutella. That's what I say. And by God, I'm putting my foot down and taking a stand. And it Nutella now, Nutella then, Nutella forever.
Wasn't that black bitch in Slam and Salmon? Wasn't her name Nutella?
Yes.
Yeah.
How did you describe her?
She was very mean to people.
How did you describe her?
The one with the black hair and the black dress.
Nice recovery. All right, guys, $45 away. Well, never mind. Thermodyne Diesel with 5 tier 1
Thank
subs.
you. See, I'm stalling.
And some idiot with $10. That puts us $30 away from today's goal.
You got this.
We might not be doing the offering plate.
That's fine, right?
Well, I don't mind that.
Do we have to do it? Like, can't they just,
CK Benzona, Anthony Akinmoyewa, Trenton Wade, Philip Whalen, and Matt Van Meter all getting memberships.
Thank you.
Thanks to Thermodyne Diesel. So now that puts us 30 away from knocking them out. Now I am going to get to the offering plate segment here, if I may. Someone says I missed a $2 thing about the sex teacher story. Hold on a second.
I want you to wear that like a hat.
Los Federales with $2 says bring back Brooklyn Brawler from 1980s WWE. Rexstart parody account renewing his membership for an 11th month. Says I had to stop listening for 45 minutes, and so I came back to honkies and buttholes.
A random chatter said anal sex is how April stayed a virgin for 30 years. I'm like,
congratulations, honey.
Did you know that about me?
I did not know that. Gray Duckling with 5 memberships. Thank you very much. Now we're $20 away from today's goal. We have not broken out the offering plate yet. And now
I don't believe we'll have to.
Family Man, Handyman, I always forget who that is, with $10 over on PayPal. Now we're $10 away.
See?
We're $10 away from today's goal. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll be putting this away.
Protests do work sometimes.
And maybe we'll be going right to overtime. I'll put this off to the side. There's $10 left. Anything that you go over goes towards tomorrow.
Do you want to know what it is?
What?
My bladder really hurts and I didn't feel like shaking it today.
Oh, I understand.
I'm just not having it.
Who got memberships that last time? Soren Ringholm, M76, Omega Wolf, Larry Schulte, and Tyler Wentland.
Nice.
All getting memberships. All right. Now I'm going to fire up the music.
No.
Yeah, I'm going to fire up the music. I'm going to bring out the offering plate. We got $10 left.
I see what you're doing.
And we're going to make sure we knock this thing out all the way. We got 3 minutes until the end of the show. Now, we're doing the 30 minutes of overtime regardless.
I'm thinking.
But we just got to make sure we get that last 10, April. That's all.
I'm thinking that if I distract you enough, you won't do it.
How could you possibly distract me? Oh, look. Boobies and tickles. Oh, not my boobies. I didn't want my boobies to get tickled. While April's distracting me, everyone go ahead and hit the thumbs up. Everybody go ahead and hit subscribe. We really do appreciate that. All right, there's $10 left. I think I have to play the music, April.
You don't, though. You're sleepy. You're very sleepy.
That last $10 is not here.
This isn't working.
It may have to.
You guys!
I may have to just take.
Stalled.
I may have to just take this.
Stalled as long as I can.
I may just have to take this.
I don't like how I come in on my days off this week and
fire off the music.
Leave me hanging.
I'm gonna play it. Here we go. I'm gonna play the music. Oh, there we go. $10 away. A whopping $10 from knocking it out today. Cerberus with $10 says, "Not today, boss man. Also, I live."
Oh, good. He made it out of Chirac. Remember?
I mean, 10 in super chats means 7, but I think that's close enough where we're not going to make the goal 3, so we knocked it out.
You're a filthy,
to say
disgusting
it,
human being.
Say it.
You
okay.
e-bagger.
Oh.
Wait, what was I supposed to say?
I was thinking of a different name.
Kraut.
Oh, Los Federales had already knocked out the goal by then with 5 gifted memberships. Crab Slaphammer, I love that name. CJ, Sydney Shaw, Raslin Fat Faku, and Richie C. all getting a membership. So very cool. And if you guys who got gifted memberships want to pass that along, nobody here ever complains about that. All right, so you guys are $5 into tomorrow's goal. Thank you very, very much. Oh, and $10 coming in from, I believe, Zen Rhino.
And you still played the music.
As well. I only played it for a second, and it was technically already done by the time I played it. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
I think I have to go to Streamlabs for that one. There we go. I want to make sure everyone gets a hello. How do you do when they financially support this program? I'm excited to talk about this Gilgo Beach police chief, though, because I still think there's more to this guy. $10 came for the Ohio train coverage, stayed for the blankism. Says,
which one?
Says that guy. There's all kinds of isms on this program. Oh my God, I didn't know we had this. Mr. Spurgers subscribed to our channel. I fucking love Mr. Spurgers.
Thanks, sir. What if that's not the real one?
Thank you, Mr. Spurgers, for subscribing to Steel Toe.
I like it.
Hot shit.
Did you subscribe to him?
Oh yeah, I've done Ben subscribe.
Just wanted to make sure it wasn't one of those cases where you just watch his videos and then don't subscribe.
Yeah, no. I love me some Mr. Spurgers. Diesel Cat with $9.99 says Keanu Cast tonight at 7 p.m. Central or Eastern.
Yes.
6 o'clock Central. I always make sure to check out at least the beginning
of
Keanu Cast. And don't forget at 6 o'clock in the morning on Friday, Gino Bisconti will be here and we will do Rumble Friday with Gino. And if the size of today's audience is any indication, we may finally break that fucking Rumble record.
Better.
On Friday. 1,130 people watching the show at once. That is the record. Today, like most days, into the 800s, about 850. Very cool. I love that. But we're going to break that record on Rumble Friday.
You'll get there.
I'm telling you right now. Okay, boys. So check out that Eventbrite link for Chrissy Mayer tickets. More tickets sold again yesterday, and we're about 2 months away. So I like that. The links are pinned to the top of the chat right now. Go ahead and get your tickets to see Chrissy and Lila Hart on Saturday, October 21st here in Sartell, Minnesota. Hank Danger says, you really think Gino will be there at 6 a.m.? I mean, he was here when he said he'd be here last, when he was here for Rumble Friday.
Wasn't
he here at 7?
Don't you remember, like, when
you
he was,
told
like,
me
here?
you love me, baby. Yeah, go ahead.
No, in person, we couldn't even get him here at 6 a.m. I was here for the first hour and 10 minutes.
But I thought he said he would be here at 7.
No. Nobody expected me to open the show that day.
Well, shit. Stevie J says, I love Mr. Spurgers. He called Reddit the Portland of the internet. God bless. God bless Mr. Spurgers.
I'm dying. Shut the cameras off.
I think the guy's great. What are you dying from?
My nose tickles, like, incessantly. I feel like there's a feather in there.
Isn't that odd that shit's still hanging around?
I don't like it. I'm having stroke face on the show.
It's a bunch of bullshit.
It just tickles.
Let's talk about this former police chief of Gilgo Beach. Now, this is the guy, we first learned about him when they caught that serial killer, the big Gilgo Beach monster.
The ogre.
The ogre of Gilgo Beach. This police chief was told by a pimp that, I think it's the ogre guy who's been killing all these girls and dumping them in the ocean.
You spit it out.
I got it. I'd spend 4 hours. And the police chief went, fuck you. That's horseshit, you dumb pimp. And he never looked into it. That pimp, it turns out, was 100% right.
So it turns out you should trust a pimp.
Well, not only that, but that police chief had also faced some controversy in his career, and I think ultimately had to step down because of prostitution-related charges. So there is a part of me that still believes that this former police chief of Gilgo Beach, and he's been a scumbag since he left, too. He's got a criminal history now. I would not be surprised if either by accident or on purpose, this guy paved the way for this serial killer to operate.
Oh, I think I said that too. It seems like he maybe just ignored stuff intentionally because he knew.
And he was into the prostitutes.
Yes.
And if these prostitutes keep dropping dead, they can never rat him out as the police chief.
Not only that, but I think that pimp that squealed a long time ago, I think one of his girls had came back to him and told them that they had an issue with that ogre guy.
The ogre guy, of course.
I don't know his real name.
I can't remember his name either.
He's just ogre guy to me now.
But I think, I don't think the guy was in on it with the murderer, but I think he willfully turned a blind eye because he didn't mind that these hookers were ending up dead.
Wrong. In my opinion,
Let's hear it.
I think that he had solicited from these hookers before, like he was a frequent flyer or something like that.
Right.
A customer, and he would only know the information about ogre guy because he was paying for sex, which is illegal, and he didn't want to out himself.
Okay, well, that's on the same vein. He allowed it, he didn't follow leads on the case because he was worried about what would come out about him.
Yeah.
Well, we're not done with this guy yet. James Burke, the former Suffolk County police chief, heavily criticized for derailing the Gilgo Beach murders investigation due to his ties to sex workers, has been arrested for attempting to solicit a sex act.
You'd think you'd stop once you've been found out.
Once it's been found out that you refused to stop a serial killer from operating because you wanted to cover up your whoremongering activities, you would think you'd stop with the goddamn whoremongering.
The ogre just tips his hat to him every time he sees him.
Right. He sees him in court and he just goes,
"Hey, buddy.
Hey, Chiefarino." Try to save yourself from I don't know if he can get the death penalty in this, but try to save yourself from the death penalty by going, "Oh yeah, police chief? Yeah, he always had my back. Good guy. Great guy. Great guy."
Does New York do the death penalty right now?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
But I could be wrong. The Tuesday morning arrest at Suffolk County's Vietnam War Memorial. Oh, he's trying to get sucked off at the Vietnam War Memorial. Jesus Christ, dude.
That's kind of fun, right?
Oh, I'm trying to get a beeger where all the dead Vietnam veterans are remembered. That's way to honor the country.
People go there to cry.
Yeah, you slime bag hunk of shit.
He likes it when his women cry.
Are we now getting to the point, because I know pretty much all the World War II veterans are almost dead, but are we now getting to the point where the Vietnam veterans are about to bite it? Because 60, when did our involvement start? 64? So if you were 18 and 64, you're about 78 now. So the oldest Vietnam vets are probably, in their early 80s. But the youngest ones, 73.
Yeah, you can still live for another decade after
They're still
that.
in their late 60s. So the youngest ones are probably in their late 60s. But
we still have a couple Holocaust survivors around, too.
they're still hanging around.
I thought they all died by now. I thought there was some chick who died at like 100 and something, and that was the last one, but apparently there's more.
Yeah, I think they still got a few left. The Tuesday morning arrest at the Vietnam War Memorial is remarkable because Burke was known to frequent sex workers back when he was the chief in the Long Island community from 2012 to 2015, and many believe that's why he bungled the investigation into the Gilgo Beach murders, as all the victims were sex workers. Like, I'm giving this guy the benefit of the doubt that he wasn't actively covering for this guy because his hookers were being killed and that would keep him silent forever. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt and saying it's not that. But I'm not saying it's not that. What I'm trying to say is I'm not saying that this guy's completely off the hook in my mind for actively covering this up because he was with some of these girls.
Yeah. He didn't want him to be outed.
Yeah.
And
The only place I will stop short is that he was actively involved with this guy.
like he wasn't killing.
Right, and he wasn't telling the guy who to kill. But when these girls kept ending up dead, he was like, I'm not sure I want to find this guy.
They actually search a couple of the chicks, like do the DNA swabs and stuff, and like his jizz is in one of them that ended up dead.
Right.
But it's just because he handed him to that guy. He didn't
When's
actually
the
kill
last
her.
time she was at the Vietnam War Memorial? Would you happen to know? Burke was previously arrested in 2015 for beating up a suspect in custody, and he was eventually convicted and served 46 months in prison. Yeah, somebody was saying in the chat that they live in Suffolk County, and they're just the most corrupt motherfuckers ever.
I think it was Magic 8 Ball said he lives like 8 miles from Gilgo Beach.
Yeah.
I always want to say Dildo Beach.
Dildo,
It's too close.
It should be.
And there's sex workers, right?
Yeah,
So-
it should be Dildo Beach. So they updated this story yesterday a couple of times, once in the morning, once in the afternoon. In all, Burke has been charged with attempting to solicit a sex act, public lewdness, indecent exposure, and criminal solicitation. Law enforcement sources in Suffolk County tell us James Burke allegedly exposed his penis to a plain-clothed male park ranger around 10 a.m. Tuesday, and while touching himself, discussed oral sex with the ranger.
Now, is he doing that intentionally to try to throw heat off him about the women?
Yeah. Oh, man, I got to see if a gay guy will suck me off at the war memorial.
That would be a good cover-up.
Yeah, so I can get the heat off me. See, I didn't even like broads. I want dudes to slob on my cock.
Right, I never paid a check for sex, just dudes.
And what a weird, that is such a Hail Mary play to just whip your cock out at a ranger, assuming he's going to be into it.
Most wouldn't do it.
No.
Not enough dedication.
But it's just, again, it's just such a wild Hail Mary, just chuck it up there and see what happens thing. It's a, dare I say, I believe this man would, I believe this man is being woefully irresponsible. Oh, by the way, RS in the chat, my answer, abso-fucking-lutely, but I don't want to kill anybody, but I'm in, absolutely. Let's go into this Lizzo thing. Lizzo is being sued by a few of her former dancers, as her former dancers are alleging that she forced them to, do you want to take this one? Forced them to
eat bananas out of hooker and stripper vaginas.
Yes. Eat bananas out of whore pussy.
Now, I thought they were suing her for playing favorites and not giving them some of the gigs that she gave other dancers because of those events.
And that was part of, they didn't eat the bananas out of the pussy, so they weren't part of the cool kids group as it.
Well, they just didn't like bananas. Like if it had been grapes or cherries,
Yeah. I mean, maybe if there would have been grapes in the pussy. Yeah, they just
Strawberries.
They don't like that kind of fruit. So they said that after that, Lizzo started to play favorites. They didn't get as many gigs. They weren't treated as nice. But what's weird about this, and look, I believe that Lizzo's a degenerate and a piece of shit, and I believe that she treats people like garbage.
How dare you? She's a nice lady.
However, I will say, I have been saying from the start of this, since I first watched these women interviewed with their lawyer, I think they're liars. I think they're exaggerating. I think that they weren't actually bothered by this. And the reason I say this is because every time these lawsuits happen right after someone got fired and not right after the incident took place, that's a red flag to me.
I'd agree. I mean, it does seem like you're just a little salty,
Right.
you know?
But now we're getting information that Lizzo's accusers signed up for more dancing work with the singer just weeks after she supposedly sexually harassed and body shamed them. It just seems to me you're not that broken up about the whole thing if you're
No.
asking her for work again.
I do believe you're probably fine.
Crystal Williams, Noel Rodriguez, and Ariana Davis claim the plus-sized pop icon dragged them along to degrading sex shows while touring Europe in February and March. The trio claimed the raunchy displays left them grappling with emotional distress, but within weeks, all three had cut new deals with the singer. I mean...
Look, I've had bad bosses in my life, and there's not a chance that if like I were fired by them that I would go ask them for more work, right? What would you do?
Right. Well, and at least...
If it's as bad as you say it was, what are you doing going back?
And also, if you're traumatized by it, and then you re-sign, well, you've gotten over the trauma. So you can't go back and sue for the trauma. To me, once you sign that new deal, trauma's off the table.
Right, you've played the trauma card.
You've played the trauma card, and it's done. You can't go and sue her after the fact, after you get fired, and then go, well, remember the banana thing? Because then all they have to do, like they just did now, is go, yeah, remember when you signed a contract extension a few weeks after that?
That is blackmail and bribery. Like, oh, give me more work or I'll go sue you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Friendo says, if y'all live up in the Midwest, get checked for cancer. My pops, his best friend, and his cousin all got cancer from working in the farm fields. Roundup is a killer. That's true. I've heard a lot of that shit that Monsanto's been putting on plants have been giving farmers cancer for years.
My grandpa that died 2 months before I was born died of, I believe, non-Hodgkin's from being like a milk truck driver and a farmer. And get this, he was in the armed forces and the farming killed him.
Yeah.
From all those chemicals and stuff. So.
And have they tried to sue Monsanto and Monsanto got away with it? Or did Monsanto like pay off a shitload of money? I can't remember. It's one of the two. JJ says, wow, I feel like a clown. I've been eating vagina bananas all these years without getting paid.
You should get paid when you're good at something.
Yeah, if you're good at something, you never do it for free. So I see this case falling apart right in front of these girls just because they're too stupid to play this game.
Yes, it is I mean, if you're going to sue somebody that has that big of a celebrity status, I feel like you have to have a bulletproof case, right?
You've got to have your shit together.
Yeah.
And in this case, they just don't have their shit together. I'm sorry. Scooter Braun is getting out of the management business amid rumors of his singers fleeing him. Apparently this week, Ariana Grande and Demi Lovato both left the guy. This is after Taylor Swift split with him, and she wanted her masters, and he wouldn't give them to her, nor should he. I'll tell you where Scooter Braun is getting a little bit of a raw deal. He's getting played by emotional women, and emotional women manipulating the media, and that's kind of made him look like a bad guy. He has no reason to hand over Taylor Swift's masters.
Didn't he pay for it?
Well, her contract stated that, yeah, they own them.
Yeah. I mean,
they
that's
produced
his
them.
now.
They own them. You put your name on that. You signed that away. I don't like it. It's kind of like when Mia Khalifa complains about porn and she's like, all my videos did this many views and I only got paid this much. Okay, if they only got 500 views, would you have to pay them back the money they paid you?
Right.
No. You agreed to a certain amount of money. Nobody knew how well your videos would do. But once they went gangbusters and they put all this money into producing the videos and making them, once they went gangbusters, now you think you should get more. Well, yeah, you'll get more for the next one you make.
I hate most ex-porn stars in general because all of them that like to complain, it was a bad time in my life, they all go back to doing completely naked photo shoots on Instagram and all that. And
yeah. Except what's her name?
Lisa Ann.
Lisa Ann's great.
But she's not even part of the conversation because she's an exception to the rule. All of the porn stars that got rich and famous being porn stars are like, I don't want to be known for that because I have kids now. That's the only reason I know you.
Right. And then, if Mia Khalifa would have made more videos, then yeah, they'd have to pay her more because she's a proven track record of being very successful. But she's like, no, I don't want to take dick anymore. It's like, well, then we're not paying you any more money. Like, why? She's like, but my videos did well. You've actively told us you're not going to work with us anymore. What you think out of the goodness of our heart, us managers in the porn industry are going to be virtuous and just cut you a check?
Oh, yeah. Virtue in the porn industry.
Yeah, go fuck yourself. So with this Taylor Swift thing and this Scooter Braun deal, the only reason I'm not saying Scooter Braun is being railroaded out of the music business is because I don't know if he did fucky shit with these girls. I don't know if because it seems to be really personal with these women.
I kind of feel like that would come out, though, like once the door's open to shitting on him.
Yeah.
I feel like that either didn't happen or if it did, it's about to come out.
Yeah, there's also rumors that Scooter Braun is losing Justin Bieber as well. So that's a terrible week. Like, if you're a salesperson and you find out you lost like 2 big accounts in a week, you're like, oh shit, this has really been disastrous for me. This is a big setback. I'm gonna have to get on the road. But if you're Scooter Braun and you're getting the phone calls like, hey man, Justin Bieber's dropping off, you're like, fuck, today sucks. And like, yeah, Demi Lovato's leaving. You're like, all right, I can handle that one, but still not good. Hey, Ariana Grande's bailing. You're like, God, thank God there's no guns in the house.
Well, guys, we've all seen Mad Men, right? When Lucky Strike leaves, that's a bad day.
That's a bad day for Roger Sterling and Sterling Cooper Draper Price. Why is everyone on famed talent manager Scooter Braun's star-studded roster apparently leaving him? Great fucking question. I don't believe it's just Taylor Swift shit.
No.
After the Post confirmed Monday that Demi Lovato is parting ways with Braun, a source claimed to Variety on Tuesday that Braun is getting out of management. He has been for years. That's the real story.
He's getting out of management?
Seems like they're getting out.
So wait, he's leaving them, not they're leaving him?
You can't fire me, I quit. That's what it sounds like.
Right.
However, a music industry source with knowledge of the situation said all of Scooter Braun's clients are under contract and negotiations have been going on for several months as Scooter steps into his larger role as CEO of HAIWAII America. Okay. Referring to the South Korean entertainment corporation behind K-pop megastars BTS. Oh, then I'd get the fuck out of management too.
I guess so.
If I was the CEO of the company that manages K-pop acts.
God, that is huge though.
They're a license to print money.
Yeah.
So yeah, Scooter, get the fuck out of there. Old Scooter McGavin.
You don't need certainly no, you don't need Demi Lovato or Justin Bieber anymore. They're not doing anything.
I can either have a percentage of Demi Lovato, Ariana Grande, and Justin Bieber, or I can have all of K-pop.
You take the K-pop.
You take the K-pop, absolutely. So to me, the Scooter Braun thing, okay, so good. There's not going to be any like he tried to diddle Demi Lovato or like he hooked her up with heroin or shit like that. That's cool. All right, he just got a better job with a better company, and he's scooting out of management. Hey, why are your shoulders crinkling up? Was that bad?
Do you want to go to Scooters today so we can scoot around to the window?
Okay, see, now I'm ready to set fire to a building. Now I understand how you feel.
Scooters, maybe.
I get it. I can't say a specific building because then that's actionable.
I would never. I love a scooter.
Yeah, how fucking dare you put me in that position? But yeah, I just, the thing that makes me like, I'm glad this guy's getting that good gig because I feel like that dude got really badly railroaded. Because, yeah, he owns Taylor Swift's music. He's under no obligation to give it back to her.
Yeah, that is kind of shitty. Like, just because some young blonde chick, like, complains, like, you won't give me my music. Wah.
Right.
Like, now Scooter Braun's this bad, evil guy.
Shut the fuck up or I swear to God I'll set your house on. There we go. I'm better now. So... I got upset at the computer for a little bit for playing a thing.
That's one of my favorite things, actually. Like, whether I'm sitting next to you or just listening to you do a show, and something's playing, and you just the initial "shut the fuck up," like that, like makes my morning.
Hulkamash Baby, becoming a member for 14 months, says I've never seen someone take dick as badly as Mia Khalifa.
Oh my God, thank you. So when you were talking about him, I didn't want to out myself, but like everyone's probably checked her out.
I've never watched her work.
I don't like her work. I think she is very like phony in her acting and all that stuff, and I really don't get the Mia.
I've
Khalifa
got it.
hype.
I've got it muted.
It's not up.
Is that?
Gotta pick.
No, not that guy.
Gotta get the one under that guy.
No, not that guy. All right, let's see if she. Let's pick which one. Okay, we'll pick.
I'm finding out which one he'd rather watch.
Okay. She's just.
See, it's not the same with no volume though.
She's an Arab chick who's
Look at her face. She looks.
She looks like a. I mean, she doesn't look like a pro.
That's a thick cock. Oh my god!
We're just sitting here watching a Mia Khalifa video. It's got 1 million views. Yeah, she's just kind of on her back and looks concerned.
Yeah, but the sounds she makes and stuff like that, I think there's just better out there. And I'm surprised she doesn't have her glasses on in this one because
is that what people like?
Glasses are oh my god, come on.
They liked the cum glasses that she would wear. She's not a bad looking person.
Like I said, I've seen worse, but
yeah.
if I can shop for whatever kind of porn I want, she's not up there in my top 10.
Jojo says, first episode, Nil told me about it and I had to check it out. Oh, the Steel Toe show? Oh, sorry you came in during overtime while we were just watching pornography. Hey, but friendo, I thought you hated my guts, buddy. I knew you loved me. I knew you loved me, friendo.
Well, thanks for being here.
Spreading the word and telling people about our little show.
Spreading them cheeks.
Do you have to send him over here while we're just sitting here staring at Mia Khalifa taking a dick?
Ryobi says she's pretend Arab and she's actually a Christian.
Son of a bitch, let's burn her at the stake.
And snap those glasses.
And break them in half in front of her while the flames touch her little toesies.
She should auction those off. I bet someone would
She probably has already.
Fortune for those.
She probably has sold them. She's no Sasha Grey. See, now everybody's putting in their favorite porn star. Now she's no Sasha Grey. Someone else said.
I don't really know many names.
There were other names. Riley Reid over Mia every single time, says JJ.
I know what I like. I guess I don't know. She's just doesn't do it for me.
Yeah, I don't.
I side with Hulkamash on that one.
Friendo says I'm not Nil. His beard is superior, but I'm taller. Look, Friendo, you're recommending this show to people. Ann Frankenberry says, for the older ones, Nina Hartley. April, you would know Nina Hartley as William H. Macy's whore wife in Boogie Nights.
Yep.
I got to say, that was a really great scene. It was an awesome scene.
What are you doing?
When he just fucking shot her and then blew his head off. That's one of my favorite scenes in that movie. It's also when the movie starts to go, oh, fuck. That's where it goes to kicking the dick. The good times are over.
The front half of that movie is the only fun part to watch. The rest of it's kind of it's dark. And
I still like it, though. I still like
good.
The last part.
It's just not as fun.
But yeah, him just fucking blowing her head off and then kaboom.
She's pretty hot.
I like it. No mask, no vax, no lockdowns. We in Florida will not comply, says Search for Spock. Yeah, probably not. I do believe that. I believe that Florida will. You know who's actually probably quietly rooting for lockdowns to come back? DeSantis. So he can jack up his.
Be that guy.
Yeah, because he can be Hero DeSantis again.
Oh.
I think so. I think
he
might
care. I don't want lockdowns.
It's boy, that would really help my my dwindling numbers here. By the way, thank you to Rumble and YouTube combined. About 700 people watching the show at the end of it. That's a big number for overtime. And in the mid 800s today. I really appreciate that. Hope a lot of you are following the channel. Hope a lot of you are hitting like. We appreciate the algorithm fix, as it were. Let's go to Rumble and see what they've got for us. Chevrolet JB says, my uncle got killed by Roundup, pretty sure. I mean, if you were a farmer and you got, that kind of cancer, it's probably a good bet.
I mean, yeah, you're around it all day, every day. And then think of all the machinery you have to maintain, and you got all the chemicals you're using on those too.
Yeah. And those rotten bastards in that industry never warned anybody, never told anybody.
Yeah. Let's just dip our bare hands in everything too.
Either they didn't tell them or they didn't know, which means they were using farmers as guinea pigs, which is just as fucking.
Yeah. But you don't like farmers anyways. So.
Well, I don't want to poison them slowly. Get caught under a combine or something.
So you must not work for any pharmaceutical company.
I don't want farmers to die. I want to make that very clear. I want farmers to exist. I want them to do their thing. All I want farmers to admit is that they're no less welfare queens than the people on welfare that they bitch about. I just don't want farmers to be bitching about welfare because they're the most subsidized industry in the country is farming. That's all I want. And then I'll be happy. So will I ever truly be happy? Probably not.
No, because if it's not that, it's going to be something else.
Should we check out a little bit of this new Oliver Anthony video?
Nah. He kind of bores me.
Don't want to.
Do you want to know something? Like when people are all about something, that like causes me to not be about that thing.
Like the movie you have to watch or the TV
like,
show.
Oh God, you have to go watch this right now. And I'm like, I kind of don't want to now.
That was me with what's that TV show on Amazon? I've gotten through one season of it and I'm like, oh, this is really a slog.
The Boys.
The Boys.
Ugh.
Everyone told me how great The Boys was, and I'm like,
it even sounds gay. The Boys. I'm watching The Boys tonight.
I watched the first season, and I've always meant to start the second one, but
I saw 1 minute of that because I walked through the bedroom when you were watching once, and it was some dude just saying the word cunt over and over again.
Like everyone's like, oh, Aaron, you'll love that guy, Billy Butcher or whatever. And I watch him, and I'm like, oh, he's like a stereotype of like a, tough talking, slick, tough guy, wanker,
Billy
British
the
guy.
Butcher.
Yeah, it's a little too comic booky for me.
Like I didn't like that at all.
But you didn't like the Rich Men North of Richmond song that much.
I didn't say I didn't like it. I just don't like anything that everyone's like forcing down my throat that they basically say I have to like.
Oh, well, then I owe you 4 years worth of an apology.
In my esophagus.
I didn't know that was hurting you. I'm sorry.
I have like lacerations.
Oliver Anthony, his new song is called I Want to Go Home. Let's check out a little bit. People are talking about it. I think this is like again, this guy only writes sad bastard music about how shitty things are.
Oh, so you should love that. Right?
Yeah, I think so.
If it weren't for my old dogs and the good Lord, they'd have me strung up in the psych ward.
So far, it sounds like a country song.
Like anything else.
You got the good Lord and his dog.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
'Cause every day living in this new world is one too many days to me. Son, we're on the brink of the next world war, and I don't think nobody's praying no more, and I ain't saying I know it for sure. I'm just down on my knees begging the Lord to take me home.
So
no, he's right. Like everything's accurate that he's saying. He's right. Nobody prays anymore. It's over.
Look,
it's falling apart.
Look, it certainly doesn't take on the mood of Celebrate by Kool and the Gang. That's for sure. It's definitely, you can definitely tell a tonal difference in Celebrate Good Times. Come on. And Lord, please put a gun in my mouth, blow my head off, make sure I don't have to live with the pedophiles anymore. That's my new, I'm writing Oliver Anthony's lyrics, by the way. I'm writing his next song. Do you want to hear it?
I'm honored, yeah.
It goes like this. It goes, I turn on the news. War started by... Oh, sorry. He rejected that one. He thought that one was not okay. He didn't like that one. I got to my house. I put a gun in my mouth because they said that gas went up 26 cents. It's pretty much what it all... That's my idea of an Oliver Anthony song is.
I hear you. You ever just... Go ahead.
I pet my dog. I couldn't sell my prize hog. So I fashioned the noose, tied it on my roof, and I hung myself by my fucking neck. It's like, whoa.
It just stops rhyming.
It really just kind of escalates, these Oliver Anthony songs.
Oh.
The economy is shit. So I took a big hit of some cocaine laced with fentanyl, and I ate my balls and I choked to death on my spit. He really just kind of wants out, I think. That's ultimately what I'm getting out of these songs. But I don't know. They're just...
I want to go home.
You look like you're there.
I don't know which road to go. It's been so long. I just know I didn't used to wake up feeling this way, cussing myself every damn day. There's always some kind of bill to pay. People just doing what the rich man say.
I'll tell you this. I think the reason some people might not end up liking this song is they'll be like, bro, too close to home.
That's why I don't really enjoy this. Like, I believe everything he's saying is accurate and correct, and it is too close to home, and therefore it depresses me, and I already feel not so great about some things, and I don't care to make that worse. You know? And I feel like I'm complying with everything because everyone has to go watch that.
You're saying so you'd rather go listen to Dick Down in Dallas?
Yes.
I can't remember who that was. I don't think that's a Wheeler Walker song.
I have no idea. But you know what I mean? Like, you just feel like, oh, everybody's obsessed with this right now, so I must comply and go watch it. And now I feel depressed and like I need a drink. I need a drink now after listening to that song.
By the way, that also an Oliver Anthony song. All right, guys, that's it for today. Thank you for a very fun show. Thank you for a great time. April, thank you. You've got one more day left.
Oh, see, I figured Johnny was coming on tomorrow.
Oh, I don't know
have no idea,
that.
but maybe I have one day left. We'll see.
Maybe she has one day.
Esoterically?
Yeah, cancer. We will talk to you guys.
Take that back. I'm superstitious.
You're not going to get cancer today. Voila, voila, vous. There you are. We'll be back tonight at 7 o'clock, our final evening show of the week. We're giving away another VIP, so be sure to be a part of that, and we will talk to you you know what? We see you here in the morning. We'll see you when you lay down at night.